I have seen a tremendous growth of capability, as well as in enhanced national architecture since 9/11, in terms of the ability to share counterterrorism information quickly, terrorist threat information, so that when it's collected overseas or wherever, it gets to those individuals who have to take action on it. So I can assure the American people that I know today my former colleagues are working even harder than they ever had before to prevent attacks.
Thank you, sir. And to the matter at hand, we heard the ranking member speak in his opening, as well as we've heard in the press numerous times with regard to, and in your opening statement, the Russian investigation, what the Russians were trying to do with regard to our election, the Russians interfering with our election, whether it be through the RT or propaganda or whatever. We know that that has now, unfortunately, become the new norm and something that we're all going to have to deal with. And our charge on this committee isn't so much necessarily to try to seek out and root out criminal behavior, especially now in light of the new special counsel, Robert Mueller, who would be looking into those type of things. But for us on the intelligence committees, whether it be here or in the Senate, to try to improve the intelligence community's ability to do our jobs and to make a report, a recommendation to you and the new administration as to how we better defend ourselves against what Russia and or others may be trying to do with regard to affecting our republic and our democracy. And in doing so, if we do find any kind of criminal behavior, I think that the minority would agree that those type of that type of information would be referred to the Justice Department, which is the proper jurisdiction. But with regard to the main question at hand, in your experience with the Russian trying to involve themselves in our election, did you ever find any evidence, as the ranking member spoke of collusion while you were the director, did you find direct evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Putin in Moscow while you were there?
Mr. Rooney, I never was an FBI agent. I never was a prosecutor, so I really don't do evidence. I do intelligence throughout the course of my career. As an intelligence professional, what we try to do is to make sure that we provide all relevant information to the Bureau if there is an investigation underway that they are looking into criminal activity. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I was convinced in the summer that the Russians were trying to interfere in the election. And they were very aggressive. It was a multifaceted effort. And I wanted to make sure that we were able to expose as much of that as possible.
But was there intelligence that said that the Trump campaign was colluding with Moscow during their campaign?
There was intelligence that the Russian intelligence services were actively involved in this effort. And having been involved in many counterintelligence cases in the past, I know what the Russians try to do. They try to suborn individuals. And they try to get individuals, including U.S. persons, to act on their behalf either wittingly or unwittingly. And I was worried by a number of the contacts that the Russians had with U.S. persons. And so therefore, by the time I left office on January 20th, I had unresolved questions in my mind as to whether or not the Russians had been successful in getting U.S. persons involved in the campaign or not to work on their behalf, again, either in a witting or unwitting fashion. And so, therefore, I felt as though the FBI investigation was certainly well-founded and needed to look into those issues.
When you talk about, and I'm running out of time, but hopefully I'll be able to circle back, can you describe their capabilities beyond just propaganda and actual infiltrating, whether or not there was, you had intelligence to infiltrate the campaign with capabilities beyond just propaganda and beyond just reaching out or trying to influence the news or the campaign? And how long have we known about these type of capabilities?
There's a lot of intelligence that's been built up over the years about Russia's MO in terms of trying to gain influence in Western democracies. How they've been able to use individuals, they've been able to use politicians, political parties, they've been able to use elements within the media to try to make sure that their objectives are realized. And so, again, knowing what the Russian MO is and has been, including in elections in Europe, I certainly was concerned that they were practicing the same types of activities here in the United States. And that's why, as I said, we set up a group in late July that included the FBI and NSA. I wanted to make sure that every information and bit of intelligence that we had was shared with the Bureau so that they could take it. It was well beyond my mandate as director of CIA to follow on any of those leads that involved U.S. persons. But I made sure that anything that was involving U.S. persons, including anything involving the individuals involved in the Trump campaign, was shared with the Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Time expired. Mr. Schiff, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wanted to follow up on a comment that I made in the opening statement, and that is with respect to a number of the allegations that have been made recently that the President or his aides may have sought to enlist the help of members of the IC or Director Comey himself to drop the Flynn investigation. Have any members of the IC shared with you their concerns that the President was attempting to enlist the help of people within the intelligence community to drop the Flynn investigation?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any efforts the President has made to enlist the support of intelligence community personnel to push back on a narrative involving the collusion issue that Mr. Rooney was asking about?
I am unaware of it.
I want to ask you about the allegations concerning the President's meetings in the White House, in the Oval Office with the Russians. First, what concerns you might have if the allegations are accurate about sharing information that we may have obtained from an intelligence partner. What impact do you think that might have on not only that partner but other intelligence partners' willingness to share intelligence with the United States? But more than that, if you could also shed your insights on one other thing, and that is the Russians' reaction to that meeting was at least twofold. One was Vladimir Putin's offer to validate what happened in the Oval Office, to provide his own transcript of that meeting, but also the Russian publication of photographs from that meeting. The Russians had to understand that the publication of those photos would be harmful to the President, or the President would have invited American press into that meeting. What do you think motivated the Russians to publish those photos? What do you think motivated Putin to make a claim he knew would never be accepted, to provide their own transcript of that meeting? Is this just further efforts to weaken the President, disrupt our political process? How do you explain those events?
A lot of questions there, Mr. Schiff. The first point I'd like to make is that I shared classified information with the Russians while I was director of CIA. CIA, on a routine basis, shares classified information with Russians on terrorism matters. It doesn't mean that it becomes unclassified. It means that it retains the classification but is releasable then to Russia or to other partners. So that in itself is not unprecedented. And I don't know what was shared or said in the Oval Office, but if the reports in the press are true that Mr. Trump decided to spontaneously share some intelligence with the Russians, I think he would have basically violated two protocols. And those two protocols are, one is that such intelligence, classified intelligence, is not shared with visiting foreign ministers or local ambassadors. It's shared through intelligence channels because it needs to be handled the right way, and it needs to make sure that it is not exposed. He didn't do that, if the press charges are accurate. Secondly, before sharing any classified intelligence with foreign partners, it needs to go back to the originating agency to make sure that the language in it is not, even just providing the substance, going to reveal sources and methods and compromise the future collection capability. So it appears as though, at least from the press reports, that neither did it go in the proper channels, nor did the originating agency have the opportunity to clear language for it. So that is a problem. What I was very concerned about, though, is the subsequent releases of what appears to be classified information purporting to point to the originator of the information, liaison partners. These continue to be very, very damaging leaks, and I find them appalling, and they need to be tracked down. So that was where the damage came from, I think, that it was released in the press. Now, the Russians are watching very carefully what's going on in Washington right now, and they will try to exploit it for their own purposes and to see whether or not they can further, I think, seed partisan animosity here in Washington and try to roil the waters, the political waters here. And so even though the election is over, I think Mr. Putin and Russian intelligence services are trying to actively exploit what is going on now in Washington to their benefit and to our detriment.
Falpa, again, on Mr. Rooney's questions, when you had these concerns raised about the Russian efforts and their potential effort to suborn U.S. persons to their cause in the hacking operation, did you take steps to set up an organizational structure to analyze the Russian campaign so that members of the FBI, CIA, NSA, and other agencies would look at these allegations in a cohesive fashion?
Yes, and I also recognize that this was an exceptionally sensitive issue, an active counterintelligence case, trying to stop and uncover what the Russian intelligence activities were in the midst of a hotly debated presidential campaign. That included information that may have involved U.S. persons' contacts with Russia, whether they be benign or not. And so therefore, one of the key pieces of any type of counterintelligence effort is to compartment that effort so that your operators, your investigators, your collectors can continue to uncover what the Russians were doing. We set up a group within CIA. I spoke to Jim Comey, I spoke to Mike Rogers to make sure that they were able to send over their experts so that they could share information among them, even the most sensitive information that was not disseminated within the community. I wanted to make sure that, learning the lessons of 9/11, that there were not going to be any stovepipes and barriers to sharing information from the intelligence and law enforcement communities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chairman's time has expired. Mr. Gowdy, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for your service to our country. Let's go back to where we were a couple of minutes ago. You mentioned, or you testified, that you had a conversation in August of 2016 with your Russian counterpart. You testified that you briefed at least 8 members of Congress throughout the pendency of your investigation. When you learned of Russian efforts, and we'll get to that in a minute because my understanding from your unclassed report is Russia has historically attempted to interfere with our electoral process, and they did so without coordination, collusion, or conspiring with any of the candidates. So they have a history of doing it. We'll lay that aside for a minute. 2016 electoral process. When you learned of Russian efforts, did you have evidence of a connection between the Trump campaign and Russian state actors?
As I said, Mr. Gowdy, I don't do evidence. And we were uncovering information and intelligence about interactions and contacts between U.S. persons and the Russians. And as we came upon that, we would share it with the Bureau.
I appreciate that you don't do evidence, Director Brennan. Unfortunately, that's what I do. That's the word we use. You use the word assessment. You use the word tradecraft. I use the word evidence. And the good news for me is lots of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle use the word evidence too. One of my colleagues said there is more than circumstantial evidence of collusion between the Russians and the Trump campaign. Now, there are only 2 types of evidence. There's circumstantial and direct. So if it's more than circumstantial, by necessity, it has to be direct. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of one of my colleagues on the other side of this very committee. Another Democrat colleague on the other side of this committee also used the word evidence, that he has seen evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians. And yet a third California Democrat said she had seen no evidence of collusion. So that's 3 different members of Congress from the same state using the same word, which is evidence. And that's the word that my fellow citizens understand, evidence. Assessment is your vernacular. Tradecraft is your vernacular. You and I both know what the word evidence means. And we're not getting into whether or not you corroborated, contradicted, examined, cross-examined. We're not getting into how you tested and probed the reliability of that evidence. It's a really simple question. Did evidence exist of collusion, coordination, conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russian state actors at the time you learned of 2016 efforts?
I encountered and am aware of information and intelligence that revealed contacts and interactions between Russian officials and U.S. persons involved in the Trump campaign that I was concerned about because of known Russian efforts to suborn such individuals, and it raised questions in my mind, again, whether or not the Russians were able to gain the cooperation of those individuals. I don't know whether or not such collusion, that's your term, such collusion existed. I don't know. But I know that there was a sufficient basis of information and intelligence that required further investigation by the Bureau to determine whether or not U.S. persons were actively conspiring, colluding with Russian officials.
Do you know the basis of that information that you share with the Bureau? I mean, what was the nature of the evidence?
I think, Mr. Gowdy, this committee has now been provided information that relates to that issue in terms of information that the agency shared with the Bureau, and that is something that is appropriately classified.
All right, and you learned that when? When in this chronology did you learn of the contacts between these official members of the Trump campaign, or because there's kind of a tripartite hierarchy. There's Trump himself, there are official members of the campaign, and then there are folks who represented themselves as being connected with him.
I'm not going to try to identify individuals nor try to parse it.
I don't want you to parse it. I just want you to identify the individuals. I don't want you to parse it.
I'm not going to identify the individuals because this is information that, again, is based on classified sources and intelligence.
Were they official members of the campaign?
I'm going to defer to current agency officials to be able to further provide to you information related to that. But my understanding is that this committee has access to the documents that we would have provided to the Bureau.
All right. Last question, because I'm out of time. We can use the word evidence. We both know what the other one's talking about. How did you test, probe, examine, cross-examine, otherwise test the reliability or believability, credibility of that evidence you uncovered?
I made sure that the components within CIA that have responsible for counterintelligence, cyber, and Russia were actively working to understand as much as possible about the reliability, accuracy of the information that they already collected and information that was available that needed further corroboration.
We'll come back to the next round.
Too much time expired. Mr. Himes, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Brennan, for being here. It's good to see you again. I want to use my 5 minutes to try to paint a more specific picture around the methods and mechanisms that the Russians use to suborn, which is the word that you used and that we've used here today, our democracy and our electoral process. And I want to start with a quote by a report I know you're familiar with, CSIS's report, The Kremlin Playbook, in which they say that Russia, quote, seeks to corrode democracy from within by deepening political divides, unquote. The Russians stir the pot, heighten anxieties, and know that when they trigger chaos, even if it ends up negatively affecting them, that they are serving the purpose of weakening us. I want to talk about people because you made reference to people, and I don't want to do it specifically. I want to do it in the abstract. The Kremlin playbook that I just referred to says further that Russia looks to corrode democracy by, quote, investing in rising politicians, cultivating relationships with prominent businessmen, or helping to ensure that its business affiliates become well-positioned in government. Mr. Brennan, assuming that you agree with that, how specifically has the Kremlin gone about cultivating relationships with key Americans in an effort to influence our policy?
It is traditional intelligence collection tradecraft in terms of human, which is to identify individuals that you think are either very influential or rising stars, and you will try to develop a relationship with them. And the Russians frequently will do that through cutouts or through false flag operations. They won't identify themselves as Russians or as members of the Russian government. They will try to develop that personal relationship. And then over time, they will try to get individuals to do things on their behalf. And that's why, again, having been involved in a lot of counterintelligence cases over the years and seeing this pattern over and over again, my radar goes up when I see that the Russians are actively involved in a particular intelligence operation or campaign and that U.S. persons are being contacted by Russian officials.
So is it fair to assume the phrase you used previously was that you were worried by contacts, that there might have been efforts to suborn? Is it fair to say that those contacts that worried you might have been consistent with that age-old Russian recruitment methodology?
Sure, and these are contacts that might have been totally innocent and benign, as well as those that might have succumbed somehow to those Russian efforts.
Great. Let me shift focus from Americans to Russians. We hear a lot about Russian oligarchs, and I'm not asking you a question about specific Russian oligarchs. We may do that in closed session. But can you tell us a little bit about what the role of Russian oligarchs is in Putin's plan? What levers of influence do they use, and why do some Americans fall for contacts with Russian oligarchs and business people?
Well, Mr. Putin's political standing in Russia is certainly well supported by key oligarchs who control billion-dollar industries and parts of the Russian economy, and he is, I think, reliant on them for support, and they are reliant on him for support. And so they obviously have a lot of international connections, a lot of business connections that they will use to advance their business interests. But also we see that Russian intelligence agencies do not hesitate at all to use private companies and Russian persons who are unaffiliated with the Russian government to support their objectives.
And so we've talked about Americans and Russians now in these couple of minutes. Do Americans who are suborned in such a way and Russian oligarchs that are recruited or suborned, do they necessarily need to know that they are doing Russia's bidding?
No, many times they do not. They do not even know that the person that they're interacting with is a Russian. Many times they know that individuals may be Russian officials, but they don't know that there's an intelligence connection or an intelligence motive behind it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm running low on time, so I'll just close with this thought. There's hardly anyone left today who doubts that Russia attacked us. But what we have to realize is that the true thrust of the Russian attack is what they have triggered in us, the partisanship. Every time we refuse to face facts, every time we attack the messenger rather than confront the actions that happen, every time we undercut our allies and our alliances and our values, I think we're playing precisely into Russia's fondest hopes. We're doing something that, in my opinion, the great Cold Warriors, be it Ronald Reagan or Harry Truman, would never have allowed. So I thank you for your testimony and yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman's time has expired. Mr. King, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brennan, before I yield to Mr. Gowdy, I have one question to ask you. And I realize we're in an open session, so I'm going to word it a certain way, but I think you'll understand what I'm saying. In the preparation of the report on the 2016 election, which concluded that Russia favored the election of Donald Trump, who would have made the decision to include or exclude any evidence or indications of Russian intentions that were contrary to that conclusion?
Myself, Jim Comey, Mike Rogers, and Jim Clapper relied on the experts who pulled this draft together in the intelligence community assessment. And it was a process where the representatives from those entities wrestled with the language to make sure that they had as much accuracy and precision and consensus as possible. So any adjustments that were made during the process. I met with some of my officers who were involved in it. I asked them questions. I wanted to make sure that they were comfortable with sort of the language that was being used, but it would have been that internal interagency process that then resulted in the intelligence community assessment. That is the traditional way that these assessments are drafted, are coordinated, and are published.
And again, without even getting to the final conclusion, if there were other evidence, though, that indicated contrary, should that have been listed or not?
You're dealing with a lot of information when you put together an intelligence assessment, and it comes down to a distillation process. And as you know, there were two products that were produced, a unclassified version and a highly classified version. And the attempt was to try to include in that highly classified version all of the relevant and pertinent information that needed to be in there in order to undergird the judgments contained. And so was 100% of all of the information available put into that highly classified one? No, but it was taken into account. And so therefore, again, some decisions have to be made about it. But I am unaware that anything was intentionally excluded because of intelligence, that is, that was, for some reason, one of the agencies didn't want in there for a reason that was not a very legitimate intelligence reason.
We can discuss that in the executive session. Mr. Gowdy, I yield balance my time to you.
Thank you, my friend from New York. Director Brennan, last time we were talking about at the inception of your investigation in 2016. I want the next question to include the inception, the pendency, up until your very last day at the CIA. Did you see evidence of collusion, coordination, conspiracy between Donald Trump and Russian state actors?
I saw information and intelligence that was worthy of investigation by the Bureau to determine whether or not such cooperation or conclusion was taking place.
That doesn't help us a lot. What was the nature of the information?
As I said, Mr. Gowdy, I think this committee now has access to the type of information that I'm alluding to here. It's classified, and I'm happy to talk about it in classified session.
And that would have been directly between the candidate and Russian state actors?
That's not what I said. I'm not going to talk about any individuals.
But that was my question, and you answered it. You didn't answer it that way.
No, I responded to your query. I'm not going to respond to particular elements of your question because I think it would be inappropriate for me to do so here. So I can only repeat what I said, which is that I was aware of intelligence and information about contacts between Russian officials and U.S. persons that raised concerns in my mind about whether or not those individuals were cooperating with the Russians either in a witting or unwitting fashion, and that served as the basis for the FBI investigation to determine whether such collusion, cooperation occurred.
All right. Well, there are a bunch of words that start with C floating around. I asked you about collusion, coordination, and conspiracy, and you used the word contact. And I think in a previous answer, you did a really good job of establishing that contact could be benign or not benign. So was it contact that you saw? Was it something more than contact? What is the nature of what you saw?
I saw interaction and aware of interaction that, again, raised questions in my mind about what was the true nature of it. But I don't know. I don't have sufficient information to make a determination whether or not such cooperation or complicity or collusion was taking place. But I know that there was a basis to have individuals pull those threads.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you saw something that led you to refer it to law enforcement. And in your judgment, it is up to law enforcement to test, probe, corroborate, contradict, otherwise investigate the full nature of that information you passed on. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes, it is, because it's not CIA's job to make a determination about whether a U.S. person is cooperating, colluding, or whatever in some type of criminal or illegal matter. It is our responsibility to give the Bureau everything that they need in order to follow that path and make such a determination and recommendation if they want to press charges.
All right, we'll pick it up next time.
Ms. Sewell, 5 minutes.
Welcome, Director Brennan. Building on the questions that my colleague, Mr. Himes, talked with you about, I'd like to ask you some more specifics about Russia attacking us and how their attacks specifically cause us to doubt our own credibility as Americans. I'd like to talk about truth and what it means to be truthful to your country if you are in a position of power. Director Brennan, was Putin first within Russia and then against us working to undermine truth? And how exactly has he done that?
Mr. Putin and Russian intelligence services are determined to do what they can to influence in a very inappropriate and illegal way activities within Western democracies to undermine the Western-led liberal democratic order. They do that on a regular basis. They see that as Western democracies as a threat to them. So that's why the cyber domain right now is a growing playground for Russian activities. And they will use that and exploit it whatever way they can. So they've been involved in elections for many years, including try to influence the ones here in the United States with propaganda or whatever. But this cyber environment now provides new opportunities to collect and release, to influence, and they are increasingly adept at it.
So you said that they're going to do it again. The IC unclassified assessment said that. And has there been any blowback or consequences to Russia for their interference in our election? And most importantly, what would you do to try to prevent that from happening in future elections?
Well, first of all, I think exposure is very, very important to make sure that we're able to confront the Russians and make sure that partners and allies in other countries around the globe are aware of this type of Russian capability. And it also is important, I think, to have the Russians incur costs, not just in terms of reputational damage, but also actions that I think this government and other governments should take against the Russians when they're caught in those types of activities. It is anathema to our democratic values, and it's something that I think we need to be able to, again, push back hard against.
Have you seen the Trump administration do anything to push back, as you said? Have you seen or witnessed? I know that you're no longer in the bureau, no longer a director, but have you seen any indication that we're trying to punish or stop the Russians from doing this again?
I'm not in a position to evaluate because there could be things going on behind the scenes. We were doing things behind the scenes to try to counter Russian activities. We took actions in January, in the last days of the administration, in terms of PNGing a number of Russian officials here and trying to clamp down on their intelligence activities. Maybe the current administration is doing the same thing. I don't know.
So, Director Brennan, can you talk more about Russia's disinformation campaign and what tools the Russians use to do that?
They use all sorts of tools. As I said, they have been able to control various media outlets. Obviously, they use RT TV here in the United States, which has a fairly significant audience. They use individuals who have who are writers or publishers, editorialists. Again, some of this is very obvious to those who are involved because they're on the payrolls. I'm talking globally now. They're on the payrolls of Russian intelligence, and so they place pieces that advance Russia's interests.
So I just wanted to really kind of go back to what I was trying to say before, which is about truth, getting to the truth. And I can't emphasize enough how damaging this disinformation campaign is. And it troubles me so much that there are those in this country that who are practicing similar tactics, I think, attacking truth, calling disagreeable facts fake news, and attacking the messenger rather than confronting the message that the Russians are trying to get us to believe. It's divert, it's dissemble, it's deny. And these are Putin's tactics that we're seeing and embracing in America. In other words, truth is being replaced by trust. People trust this person or this news source, even if it isn't objectively true. So we can't all agree on a common set of facts. And that's a big problem, I believe, that really is leading to the divide that we see in this country. Our national security has never been as partisan as it is now. And I think that the truth is that they interfered in our elections, and the truth is the American people want to get to the bottom of it, and the truth is we, as elected officials and on this committee, should be doing all we can to make sure that we find out how they did it, we make sure we know who helped them do it, and that we also get to the bottom of making sure that it doesn't happen again. So my last question to you is, do you believe that one of the things you talked about was exploit? You said that that even though the election is over, Putin is still, and Russians are still exploiting us. What did you mean by that?
I mean that, again, this has been a pattern of Russian intelligence services to try to take advantage of the openness of Western societies, free press and other things, and political parties and systems to find opportunities and vulnerabilities that they can use to advance their interests. They will continue to do this. I think they're probably taking some lessons from this past experience. I don't believe that this is going to make them at all recoil and not engage in these types of things in the past. I think that what they will do is to further refine their tactics so that they can be as successful as possible in the future.
Thank you.
Mr. Obiondo, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Brennan, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service. And I have a number of questions I know in an open setting you won't be able to answer, so I'm looking forward to the closed setting. But Ms. Sewell asked, to the extent you can answer in this setting, what the elements of Russian active measures in the campaign of the election were. So are these, can you be any more specific than your answer with her about what they were doing, what you saw?
I think they're all chronicled in the Unclassified Intelligence Community Assessment in terms of it's very clear that the GRU was responsible for hacking into the networks of the DNC, DCCC, and were responsible through a cutout, releasing it through places like Lucifer 2.0, WikiLeaks, and others. And so they were taking advantage of information that they had collected that they determined, if it was publicly released, was going to advance their objectives that I had enumerated before. In addition, they amplified a lot of fake news stories that tried to denigrate Secretary Clinton. So it was a mixture of propaganda, it was cyber collection, and it was the release of information that was, again, seen as damaging to one of the candidates that they were trying to harm.
So you said a moment ago that you don't believe they'll be deterred from engaging in activity like this in the future. Do you think they would attempt to influence the 2018 midterm elections?
I have, unfortunately, grudging respect for Russian intelligence capabilities and their aggressiveness, their pervasiveness, and their determination to do what they can to undermine this country's democracy and democratic institutions, as well as those certainly in Europe and other areas. So I believe that they will try to exploit elections, but they will not wait only until elections. We know that they, again, are aggressively collecting and trying to evaluate individuals who may be influential, who currently are in government or are not. The Russian intelligence threat is a serious one, and this is just one manifestation of the nature of that threat.
During your tenure as CIA director, did you have the resources and authorities necessary to conduct what you needed to as it pertained to the Russians?
I had resources and authorities that allowed us to do things, but I think this is something that maybe in a classified setting we can talk more about.
And if we need to go to classified setting, I understand, but were there additional suggestions that you would give to this Intelligence Committee of what we should be doing proactively to enable not just the CIA, but the FBI and the NSA to thwart the future meddling?
Sure.
Okay. Based on what happened here, do you think there are ways that we can assist our allies in thwarting what the Russians are doing? Is it simply sharing information, or are there additional measures that can be taken? Because I think if one of us is successful, then more of us can be successful.
I think it's a combination of things, and I have to be careful here, again, in an open setting, but certainly sharing information and making sure that they're aware of the techniques, the tactics, the procedures, as well as the practitioners that the Russians use. That is something that's very important. We also need to be able to work some joint operations together so that we can expose Russian actors in a variety of places. And I know that my former colleagues who currently are still in the intelligence community are working very closely with a lot of sister services to do exactly that and to catch the Russians in their efforts to undermine democratic institutions. We need to continue to do that. We need to continue to do even more of it.
I'm not sure if you can answer in this setting, but while we're focusing on Russia, do you have indications that there was any collusion with the Russians, with other state actors, the Iranians, the North Koreans, to meddle against us?
I do not believe that they were partnered with other countries in this most recent effort to undermine last year's election.
Do you believe that other countries were involved in attempting to influence us?
I'd have to think about that, and I want to talk to you about that in closed session.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time expired. Mr. Carson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for your service to our country. We've talked about Putin's desire to weaken our democracy from the inside out. And I want to turn to how our democracy has been undermined by attacks on our military, diplomatic, and intelligence professionals. In our 240 years, America has spent a lot of blood and treasure to make the world safe for democracy. We work to ensure this at home, and we work to ensure it abroad. Our diplomatic, intelligence, and military professionals have been at the forefront of that effort. They're the reason we've succeeded. They've worked tirelessly to promote democratic values because we value democracy in itself, but also because it helps us to prevent war. Now, those professionals have helped advance the cause of freedom, and they've helped enable economic opportunities. Director Brennan, in your mind, does Putin want us to be successful? And secondly, does he want to see democracy thrive around the world? I would imagine he doesn't.
No and no.
Director Brennan, how do our intelligence professionals in particular support America's mission to protect the world from war and to maintain global stability?
We are this nation's forward-deployed radar. We are the ones that need to make sure that we understand what is going on, but also what is underway in the future. We need to make sure that we're able to assess capabilities and intentions of foreign actors if they try to do us harm, as well as to support our diplomatic efforts, our warfighters, our Homeland Security specialists, and others. The Foreign Intelligence IC community has an enormous task to cover the globe, do it 24/7, frequently in places where they are in harm's way, but also in other areas where the threat to U.S. national security is much less obvious, much more insidious, and sometimes much more threatening. And so therefore, our nation's intelligence professionals really have a lot on their shoulders as far as keeping this country safe and secure.
Yes, sir. And lastly, Director Brennan, do you believe, sir, that Putin and the Kremlin would like to see us hamper and shrink our intelligence and diplomatic capabilities?
Sure, they know that we are their principal nemesis. We are the reasons why they have not been successful in so many areas, and we've been able to undercut and undermine them. So although they are capable, I wouldn't suggest for one moment that the U.S. intelligence community has not been very successful in preventing and thwarting Russian activities.
That's so important, sir. You know, Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis, I think he knows that diplomats are the tip of the spear. He said himself in 2013, and I quote, "If you don't fully fund the State Department, then I need to buy more ammunition," end quote. So I'm concerned, as we all are, sir, when we see proposed cuts of a third to the State Department, a third to the entire budget, their entire budget, and the announcement that we, the United States of America, no longer champion human rights around the world. We are concerned with efforts to undercut our intelligence professionals, comparing them at times to Nazis. Comments by our own leaders. We can't let Vladimir Putin continue to undermine us by doing exactly what he wants us to do. Generations of intelligence, diplomatic, and military professionals have fought for our independence and for the march of democracy around the world. And I don't think, sir, neither do the rest of us, that we can't let their important work prove to be nothing. I thank you for your commitment and service to our great nation. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I inadvertently skipped Mr. Rooney for his own 5 minutes, so Mr. Rooney, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, I want to say that I have been up to the agency to review those documents that you had referred to before, and I look forward to talking about the information therein in our closed session. I also want to mention something that we had talked with Admiral Rogers and Mr. Comey for in our last or two open sessions ago from the House Intelligence Committee. It's one that sort of got a lot of hoopla on TV with regard to our side of the aisle here trying to make a diversionary tactic when we talk about the importance of what leaks do with our intelligence community. And I just want to ask you if you agree with Admiral Rogers that when high-level intelligence community officials. I think some news reports had almost 20 people leaking classified information to the press. If you agree with Admiral Rogers that kind of leaking, with our ability to have to reauthorize things like 702 so we can gather intelligence on bad guys for political purposes, if you agree that kind of activity actually hurts our national security.
I think the unauthorized disclosure of classified information at all times hurts our national security, compromises our intelligence capabilities, and needs to be investigated, needs to stop. Absolutely.
Thank you. With regard to more specific questions, with regard to hacking, when did you learn of the Russian hacking in the last election cycle? Roughly.
In the summer.
And did you at that time notify both campaigns that you, or did somebody at the agency, or are you aware that both campaigns were notified at that time that there was an effort by the Russians to hack and try to influence the political campaign of last year?
I was aware that both campaigns were being contacted and notified about it, yes.
You said, I believe, to Mr. Gowdy that you believe that there was information of contact between people in the Trump universe and Moscow. Whether or not that was collusion or not remains to be seen. You said you didn't know if it was actual collusion. I think that your words were, "I don't know." Can you tell us whether or not, from the information that you've looked at, it looks like the intelligence shows that Moscow was actually rooting for Donald Trump, or were they rooting against Hillary Clinton? And why?
I think my assessment is it was both. I think that they, at different times in the campaign, they felt that the fortunes of one candidate or the other was going up or down. And I think that they, most of the time, believed that Secretary Clinton was going to win the election. And so their efforts to denigrate her were not just to try to diminish her chances of winning, but also to hurt her and for her eventual presidency. But also, it's my assessment that they clearly had a more favorable view toward Mr. Trump, and actions they were taking were trying to increase his prospects, even though I think that they probably felt as though they were not all that great.
Why? Why did they want her, or why did they want him and not her?
I think that's a variety of reasons. One is that there was had been a traditional, I think, animus, certainly between Mr. Putin and Secretary Clinton, as well as there has not been a good relationship between between Putin and the Clintons over the years. I felt that Secretary Clinton, with some of her actions while she was Secretary of State, led to some of the domestic disturbances inside of Russia. And I think he was more concerned that she was going to be more rigid on certain issues, particularly on human rights and other issues.
But what was Donald Trump going to do for them then? Or was it just that they didn't like Hillary?
No, I think they felt that Mr. Trump, being a bit of an outsider, and that they have in the past had some good relations with businessmen who happened to elevate into positions of government authority, and so felt as though, from a negotiating standpoint, that he might be more amenable to good
relations. If that's true, one of the questions that I have, and this might be more appropriate for closed session, but if that's true, was there in your review of the evidence, was there more damaging evidence of Secretary Clinton that was not revealed? And if it wasn't revealed, what does that say about the Russian ability to be actually rooting for her to win?
Well, yeah, we can talk about it in close, but as I said, I think that they anticipated that Secretary Clinton was going to win the election. And so I believe that they tried to damage and bloody her before the election. But also, I would have anticipated that, had she been elected, that their efforts to denigrate her and hurt her would have continued during her presidency. So if they did collect more information about her that they did not release, I think they were probably husbanding it for another day.
Chairman yields back. Ms. Spear, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Brennan, for your service. I'd like to spend some time talking about the outsized role that the Russian oligarchy plays in terms of supporting the Russian government. It's been said that when the Russians want to cultivate a U.S. person, they will do it over a long period of time. Is that your experience?
Yeah, I guess a lot depends on the U.S. person and their willingness to work with the Russians.
Were you aware that they were attempting to cultivate then real estate developer Donald Trump for almost 8 years?
I'm not going to talk about any individuals. And, no.
Are Russian oligarchs encouraged to invest in the United States?
By whom?
By Putin?
There are some tremendous investment opportunities here in the United States, and certainly I think that Mr. Putin would like to see more Russian involvement and investment here in the United States, so yes.
And with that Russian investment, is there an expectation that they're going to provide information to President Putin about what's going on in the United States?
I would fully anticipate that some of the key Russian oligarchs and their business interests are tapped on a regular basis by Russian intelligence for information, yes.
So were any of the oligarchs investing in U.S. properties owned by then real estate developer Trump?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Are you aware that in 2015 alone, there were 106 visas granted to Russians for investing in the United States in amounts of money of $500,000 or more? They're called EB-5 visas.
I'm unaware of that.
So as a general rule within the CIA, you did not investigate those who were granted EB-5 visas?
It may have come across our screen. We may have intelligence on it. I'm just not personally aware of a lot of the information that the CIA had collected.
So in 2014, the United States, the European Union, and Canada imposed sanctions on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine and Crimea. These sanctions greatly restricted the flow of private money to the Russian government and business leaders. How much pain do you think those sanctions have caused Russia?
I think it has been increasingly painful, and I believe that one of Mr. Putin's priorities has been, especially over the last year, to try to get those sanctions reduced. And his strategy is getting European countries to separate from the U.S.-led sanction effort. And that's why I think as part of this effort, they were trying to drive a wedge between Europe and Washington. And some of the unfavorable characterizations of Secretary Clinton indicated that she was an unreliable leader and that there were going to be problems for Europe. So I think that's part of a broader Russian strategy. Again, I think that Mr. Putin wants sanctions removed sooner rather than later.
So that's, you would say that's one of his top, if not very top, policy objectives in dealing with the United States.
It's certainly it's a key one, but it's more dealing with us indirectly by trying to wean the European nations off of the sanctions wagon.
So Igor Sechin, who was the CEO of Rosneft, and then Rex Tillerson, the CEO of ExxonMobil, were doing a deal in Russia that was about $1 billion, I believe. The sanctions that were imposed in 2014 shut that down. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure.
So, again, it would make the case that the impacts on Russia are grave in terms of the sanctions. Let me ask you another question. There have been reports in newspapers that British and Dutch intelligence had provided information about meetings in European cities between Russian officials associated with President Putin and associates of the Trump campaign. Is that how you first found out about those meetings?
I am not going to talk about anything that any of our international partners might have shared with us.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Ros-Lehtinen, 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for being here. Because of your long history with the agency, I think that you're the perfect expert to give us some historical perspective on how long Russia has been at this active measure campaign. How long would you say that Russia and the Soviet Union sought to undermine the process of our democratic framework here in the West?
For many, many decades.
For decades. And did Russia attempt to collect intelligence on specific U.S. presidential candidates or target political parties or organizations in the U.S. before 2016, or was it more of a general campaign?
Yeah, well, I would defer to the Bureau, which would have the investigative lead in terms of what might be happening here on U.S. soil. But I know that, again, the Russians try to cultivate relationships with individuals, but again, I would defer to the Bureau.
Thank you. Can you provide any examples of past Russian or Soviet active measures, as they're called?
Well, it runs the gamut from targeted assassinations of dissidents, of members of the media, of inside of Russia as well as outside of Russia, to getting people on their payroll in foreign governments to carry out their actions, to their efforts in Ukraine as not just the military takeover of Crimea, but their basic intervention into eastern Ukraine with their intelligence and paramilitary services, to the active propagation of propaganda and disinformation as they try to besmirch and tarnish individuals, as well as the use of blackmail, compromat, that they would be able to then leverage for their own purposes. So it really does run the gamut from the most heinous and violent to that which is much more subtle and insidious.
Yes, the scope is alarming. How does the Kremlin's attempt to influence this previous election compare to Soviet active measures during the Cold War? What has changed in their stagecraft?
Well, I think when we talk about U.S. presidential elections, and we know that the Russians were trying to influence outcomes as well as perceptions back to the 1960s, I believe. But again, the cyber environment now really provides so much more opportunity for a variety of troublemaking, and the Russians take advantage of it. So the ability to go in and to collect and to use different types of techniques, spear phishing, whatever else, so that they can then gain access to people's emails, computer systems, and networks. It is something that the Russians are quite adept at. And what we've seen recently is the collaboration between Russian intelligence services and organized criminals. I think it was in March that the Department of Justice indicted 4 individuals, 2 members of the FSB and 2 well-known organized criminals, hackers, because of the pillaging of the Yahoo servers. And that collaboration between Russian intelligence and Russian organized crime, I think, is more and more of a concern, so that they can promote their respective interests. So this is something that I think the Russians are looking for new opportunities to partner with whomever they can in order to do what they want to do.
And as a young analyst, you probably had a lot of dealings with Andropov, the head of the KGB in the early 80s, and he was very focused on this active measure campaign.
Well, yes, as a young analyst, I wouldn't have had direct interaction with Andropov, but I have studied Russian intelligence activities over the years and have seen it, again, manifest in many different of our counterintelligence cases, and how they have been able to get people, including inside of CIA, to become treasonous, and frequently individuals who go along that treasonous path do not even realize they're along that path until it gets to be a bit too late. And that's why, again, my radar goes up early when I see certain things that I know what the Russians are trying to do, and I don't know whether or not the targets of their efforts are as mindful of the Russian intentions as they need to be.
Thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The young lady goes back. Mr. Quigley, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for your service. So you said you became aware of U.S. persons' interactions with the Russians, and you've mentioned your radar going up. Is a part of that who the Russians were that were meeting?
I'm sorry?
Was part of your concern not just the fact that there were interactions, but who the particular Russians were?
Yes, it was on both sides, yeah. not just the nature of the context and the communicants or the
yeah, and it's not just the fact that they met.
right.
You said, and I want to make sure I had your words correctly. You knew that meant there was a basis to pull these threads. Can you elaborate on what that means generally?
Well, frequently, and even totally divorced from the presidential election issue, if there are known or suspected Russian intelligence officers who seem to be cultivating contacts with U.S. persons, and there are reasons for CIA or others to be concerned about what's happening there, we would make sure the Bureau is aware of it. We wouldn't know what those follow-up investigative steps were taken by the Bureau because of appropriate privacy rights and civil liberties of U.S. persons. But the Bureau has the primary responsibility in U.S. soil to follow its counterintelligence leads wherever they may go. CIA has very unique counterintelligence authorities as well, and we have a unique collection of authorities that make us the closest partner with the Bureau in this matter, because we have the intelligence liaison relationships with our foreign sister services. We have covert action responsibilities. We have clandestine collection responsibilities and authorities. We have all sorts of analytic capabilities, the best analysts in the U.S. government, bar none. And so that combination of talent and capabilities is able to give the Bureau what they need. And that's why any type of suspicion that we have that something may be afoot here, that the Russians are trying to get, and it's not just the Russians, it's other foreign services as well, we make sure the Bureau is fully apprised of that. And that's why we have FBI agents who are serving inside of CIA's counterintelligence elements.
Thank you. Switching topics here. Ms. Spear mentioned the sanctions and how they're impacting the Russians. You talked about how the Russians are attempting to avoid these sanctions or getting aid from others, but they also use money laundering, correct?
Yes, they do.
And can you elaborate just how extensive that is and where they're doing it primarily?
I would defer to some of the experts in CIA as well as Department of Treasury and others, but money laundering is a long practiced effort on the part of Russian businesses, Russian government officials and others, as well as Russian intelligence services, in order to cover their tracks and be able to carry out their illegal, illicit, even immoral activities.
Avoid taxes, sanctions.
I'm sorry?
Avoiding taxes, sanctions.
Oh, avoiding any number of problems for them, and they become very adept over the years at money laundering.
Are you familiar with which particular country or countries that they're principally involved with money laundering?
I'm aware of some, but again, I would defer to the agency at this time to identify the priority ones.
Cyprus?
They use banking institutions in a number of countries. A lot of times what they're doing with some of the financial elements in countries is unbeknownst to the governments. And so there are a number of financial centers around the world that the Russians have become quite active in.
And I agree that the home country may not be aware and probably isn't aware of all that's taking place, but you would certainly be aware and concerned if there were U.S. persons involved with those financial institutions, correct?
Anything that we might uncover related to that, we would make sure that the Bureau, Department of Treasury, and others are aware of it. They're the ones that need to follow up in terms of whether or not there's any criminal activity.
And were there areas concerned in Cyprus involving this with U.S. persons and financial institutions there?
Well, I think it's a well-known fact that there is a large Russian presence, a large business interest, a large financial interest on the part of Russia in Cyprus. And so, again, any type of involvement of U.S. persons or companies, it would be the responsibility of the FBI and other U.S. agencies, not CIA, to follow up on that.
Finally, if a U.S. president asked any intel official not to pursue an investigation, would you construe that as obstruction?
I do not have a legal basis to determine what constitutes obstruction of justice.
How would you react if a president asked you not to pursue an investigation?
I have never been asked that, and if I was, I certainly would not. I would not follow such a directive.
Thank you. I yield back.
Jimmy yields back. Mr. Turner, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brennan, in turning back to the exchange that you had with Mr. Gowdy, you stated, and by the way, I want to also thank you, as others have, for the specificity that you provide to us. These are difficult issues and concepts, different standards, intelligence assessments, evidence. We've got the FBI, the CIA. Each of you do different jobs, and your expertise is certainly helpful to us to unwind, as we're dealing with elements of this, what we're looking at and what this means as we try to move forward with an investigation. So you indicated that you saw, when asked about whether or not you'd seen evidence of collusion or collaboration, you said that you saw intelligence that indicated that there had been contacts with individuals, with Russians, that were of a nature that bore investigation. You said that those contacts might have been benign, might not have been, but they rose to the level of indicating that they need to be reviewed for their nature and looking into an investigation. Did I characterize that correctly?
Yes, but I don't want to take this out of context. We see contacts and interactions between Russian officials and U.S. persons all the time. It is when it's in the context that there's something else going on. And so we knew at the time that the Russians were involved in this effort to try to interfere in our election. So with that backdrop and increasing indications that they were involved in that, seeing these types of contacts and interactions during the same period of time raised my concern.
Excellent. I appreciate that qualification. But if someone left this hearing today and said that you had indicated that those contacts were evidence of collusion or collaboration, they would be misrepresenting your statements, correct?
They would have misheard my response to the very good questions that were asked of me. I'm trying to be as clear as possible in terms of what I know, what I assess, and what I can say.
So you would say that's a misrepresentation of your statement, yes?
I would say that it was not an accurate portrayal of my statement. Absolutely. Excellent. It was inconsistent with my
remarks. So let me go to the next step. If someone saw what you saw, and only what you saw, with respect to those contacts, if they looked at the intelligence that you saw, where you said it might have been benign, might not have been benign, and then they characterize what they saw as having been evidence of collusion or collaboration, they'd be misrepresenting the intelligence, would they not?
I don't know what else they have seen that could corroborate or is correlated.
Only what you saw. They would be misrepresenting the intelligence, correct?
I presume they would be misrepresenting what it is that I saw. Again, I don't
Excellent.
know.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I do believe that there are members of this committee that deserve that counsel, because your specificity gives us an understanding of what we're reviewing, and I do believe that there are those who review some of the information that you have seen and represent it to the public absolutely incorrectly and misrepresent it. And I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Gowdy.
Sorry, I was colluding with my friend from Florida. And I want to pick up where well, I want to do this. The last time you and I talked, you had referred information to the Bureau. Am I right? What you had seen, you referred to the Bureau.
Okay.
What?
I don't know if that was the last thing that we talked about, but I'll grant you that we talked about that, yes.
One of the last.
Yes.
It wasn't a trick question. One of the last things, you referred to the Bureau what you saw. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you also refer to Director Clapper?
Not everything that was shared with the Bureau was shared with Director Clapper.
And why would that be?
Because on counterintelligence matters dealing with U.S. person information of a very sensitive nature, the Office of the DNI and the DNI does not have that type of operational responsibility. And what we try to do is to make sure that there is as little exposure of that information as possible. I would keep General Clapper informed about the nature of my engagements, but the materials that were shared with the Bureau would not have been shared with the DNI.
Do you know if the Bureau opened a matter? Well, first of all, when was that? With as much specificity as you can give us, when did you refer that information to the Bureau?
Would you accept last year as the answer? It was during the summertime, and but even previous, there are ongoing sharing of information with the Bureau, and so it was over the course of the year.
All right. In conclusion, because I'm out of time, sometime in the summer, you shared the information with Director Comey at the Bureau?
Sometime over the summer, there was information that the CIA had that was shared with the Bureau, but it wasn't the only period of time where such information was shared with the Bureau.
Good enough. Thanks.
Jim yields back. Mr. Swalwell, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. Since you passed that information to the FBI, Director, have you reviewed the FBI's development of that evidence or any other evidence?
I am unaware of what the Bureau has done with that information, and I have no knowledge of anything even that the agency has done since January 20th.
Are you aware of what the Bureau has briefed this committee with respect to evidence of collusion?
I watched Jim Comey's hearing and his comments, and I've gone through his transcript, so I'm aware of it, yes.
Are you aware of what the FBI has briefed this committee in a classified setting with respect to evidence of collusion?
No, I'm not. Totally not.
Director, May 10th of this year produced an unsettling image inside the Oval Office. President Trump standing and laughing with Russia's Ambassador Kislyak and Foreign Minister Lavrov. It's been further reported that President Trump shared highly sensitive code word information with Russia, putting at risk U.S. lives and jeopardizing sources and methods. Director, are the Russians worthy of receiving such information in the manner alleged?
I believe it's important for the U.S. Intelligence to provide to any of our foreign partners any information related to terrorist threats to foreign countries or their citizens. And that's why I authorized the provision of classified information numerous times to the Russians that I believe saved Russian lives. As I mentioned, there is an appropriate manner and procedure for doing that. They need to be followed scrupulously so that there's not going to be a undermining of those collection capabilities and systems.
Director, you warned Bortnikov that there would be consequences if they meddled in our elections. When you look at that picture and the manner in which allegedly classified information was conveyed to the Russians, do you see consequences for their actions?
Again, I don't know the totality of the actions that have been taken against the Russians. I know that, again, the Obama administration in January took actions against them. So I believe that depending on how this investigation proceeds by the FBI and special counsel, as well as by the work of the committees. And I agree that the appointment of a special counsel should not in any way stop these committees, intelligence committees in the Senate and the House from doing its work, because you're supposed to be looking at what do we need to do to strengthen our system so that we're better prepared to it. So I believe that consequences need to be levied on the Russians for it, but I would defer to policymakers in Congress to decide that.
Director, with respect to the contacts between Russia and Trump campaign persons that you referenced earlier, and whether they were innocent or benign contacts, when you see a multiplicity of contacts between one country and one campaign, when does it, in your mind, when you're deciding whether to refer it to the FBI, when does it move from mere coincidences to a pattern? And in this case, when did it?
I guess it's all sort of very sui generis as far as the instances are concerned, but as I said, there was a backdrop there of known Russian efforts to interfere in our election, and there were a variety of activities taking place that wondered whether or not they were part of that campaign and strategy. We don't have a totality of insight into all the things that the Russians were doing, and I left it up to the professionals, the counterintelligence and Russian experts, to make sure that whatever information that they deemed appropriate to share with the Bureau because it could be relevant to their investigation, they did that. So I wasn't the one to make decisions, share this with the Bureau, share this with. It was based on long-held practices on the part of the CIA to make sure that we're not holding back from our Bureau colleagues.
Director, there is what is referred to as consciousness of guilt evidence. That's when somebody lies about a material fact, and that fact, the fact of them lying, can be used against that person because it would be, in essence, an effort to cover up what happened, meaning if you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have anything to cover up. With respect to some of the contacts that you've referred to between Russia and Trump campaign officials, are you aware of any of those U.S. persons who had contacts with Russia either making false statements about those contacts or failing to disclose those contacts?
I think that's something that you can we can pursue in closed session.
And Director, with respect to the contacts that you have seen, have you ever seen in your history working as an intelligence official this number of contacts between a foreign adversary and a presidential campaign?
I think our collection systems have increased over the years, and so I don't know whether or not it's a result of better collection or because there were more contacts this time than not. I just do not have a basis to make a determination about that.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman is back to Dr. Winstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for being here today and your candor in this conversation. Have you ever been asked to give your opinion to the FBI about whether intelligence you gathered should lead to an investigation? Do they engage you in that way? You said there's FBI engaged in the CIA, so I didn't know if they have an opinion or ask your opinion on that.
Well, we would make a referral to the Department of Justice in many instances when we saw classified information appear in the public in an unauthorized fashion. And so that referral is made to the Department of Justice to determine whether or not there should be a follow-up investigation. And it's the FBI that then takes a look at the circumstances and makes the decision. So that would be the referral we make.
Okay. And we've pretty much established that Russians, Soviet Union, they've tried to meddle with our elections for years. Now, you came in as director after the last election. And which leads me to something Mr. Himes was talking about. He says, you know, the rules of the Russian playbook or whatever, they try to build relationships, especially with influential Americans, and you would agree with that. That's one of the things that you're kind of looking out for, these relationships. At least I believe that's what you've said. So I'm just trying to understand process here a little bit. What sets up a red flag? What type of conversation do you hear that says, maybe we need to take a little bit further look into this or refer it on? And I can't help but think back to the previous election when we see on videotape President Obama says, this is my last election. After my election, I have more flexibility. And President Medvedev, who he's speaking to, says, I understand, I'll transmit this information to Vladimir, and I stand with you. Now, you talk about the playbook. It sounds like I stand with you. That's a pretty strong relationship. This is certainly an influential American, and we're talking openly about elections. So again, I'm not trying to launch another investigation here, but I am concerned about the process. So you weren't sitting as a director at that time, but, you know, as Mr. Swalwell used the term, that's a pretty disturbing image, I think, to a lot of Americans, is what kind of relationship. So would you question this interaction where that type of conversation is taking place? And again, I'm just trying to understand process of how it moves from CIA to FBI to DOJ.
It was a direct conversation between the heads of government and state between two countries. I'm not going to respond to your...
Okay, but I think that's what we're talking. I'm just, again, trying to get some understanding of what sets off a red flag. You know, and when do you refer to law enforcement? I know you weren't the director at that time, but boy, that just hits all the things you were talking about in the playbook. Elections, influential American, and building a relationship. I stand by you. So just, again, trying to get to the substance there. But that's interesting. You can't respond to a personal conversation, but this is what we're talking about. Anyway, with that, I yield back.
I try to
Go ahead.
I try to avoid getting involved in political issues, partisan issues, and so with respect to Mr. Winstrup, I just will not recognize that question.
Thank you. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Gowdy.
Thank you, Dr. Winstrup. Congressman Rooney and you were discussing generally the motive, and I think it is, let's just assume it's given that the Russians did not like Secretary Clinton, did not like President Obama for that matter, and desired negative things for her. But they also thought she was going to win. Was it your testimony that all of the information stolen was not publicly disseminated?
No, I said if they had collected additional information, as I think was implied, that the effort to try to further hurt her if she became president, that information, any type of derogatory information about her, could have been husbanded for post-election period.
All right. But do you know if negative information was husband, to use your word, and not disseminated?
Again, I think that would be inappropriate to talk about in an open session like this.
Is it inappropriate to both? I get not asking you about the nature of it. Is it inappropriate to answer yes or no whether or not that information was husband but not disseminated?
My request would be that we could talk about that in closed session.
Okay. I'll honor your request, and we'll talk about it in a little bit.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Castro, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Brennan, for your testimony here today. Over the course of the last several months, the intelligence agencies have been berated by the President for the possibility of leaks. Are you aware of his tweets and other
to talk about in an open session like this?
Is it inappropriate to both? I get not asking you about the nature of it. Is it inappropriate to answer yes or no whether or not that information was husband but not disseminated?
My request would be that we could talk about that in closed session.
Okay. I'll honor your request, and we'll talk about it in a little bit.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Castro, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Brennan, for your testimony here today. Over the course of the last several months, the intelligence agencies have been berated by the President for the possibility of leaks. Are you aware of his tweets and other criticisms he's made about leaking in the intelligence agencies?
I know that there have been a number of allegations made publicly about intelligence officials being responsible for those leaks. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Are you aware of a story that when he returns to D.C.?
I'm unaware of that story or the facts, if any, underneath it.
If the story is true, and we don't know whether it is or not, but if it's true that there may have been people who leaked classified info at the White House, first, could you tell us, it seems like an obvious question, should be an obvious answer, are there people at the White House that would have classified information that they could leak to journalists?
White House officials, if they have the appropriate security clearances based on their position, they would have access to classified information, yes.
Okay. And then the second part of that is, if the White House has determined that leaks are coming from within their operation, could you tell us how they would go about determining that? How would they figure out that they have leakers in the White House?
If there is a sense that there are unauthorized disclosures of classified information from within the White House, I think it's imperative that the FBI be brought into the matter so that there can be an appropriate investigation to determine whether or not that conduct was criminal or not. And there shouldn't be just a independent investigation that takes place. They can do some efforts to try to contain any hemorrhaging of information, but it really is the responsibility of law enforcement and the Bureau to investigate criminal leaks of classified information.
Oh, thank you. Now, I have some questions about the IC assessment itself and the declassified report, because there has been a lot of disinformation and confusion about the intelligence assessment, and it's been attacked also. So, Mr. Brennan, when did the IC start warning about the Russian threat, and how was the assessment produced? Do you believe that the people working on it had the requisite skills and expertise to write such an important assessment?
Well, the intelligence community assessment that was produced in early January was initiated by President Obama in early December to ensure that there was going to be a full accounting of Russian activities, and directed that there be a classified and unclassified version of that. The effort to uncover the Russian activities took place prior to that, and in both instances, I believe that the right people with the requisite array of skills were involved in the initial collection effort and assessment effort about Russian activities up to and even in the aftermath of the election in November. And then there were additional individuals who were added to a group that could draft that assessment so that it could be produced in early January.
And let me ask you, how and why did all three agencies come to such a high degree of confidence about their assessment?
I think that they rigorously interrogated the data, had very careful and deep discussions about what the data told them about their assessments, and so therefore there was a unanimous consensus among the three agencies and the ODNI about the judgments. There was one variation as far as the NSA's confidence level in terms of the Russian advocacy for Mr. Trump, but with that lone exception, it was a consensus assessment.
And the report also talked extensively about the role of WikiLeaks in working with Russia on this covert action campaign. Can you talk a bit more about how they fit in?
Well, I think as the assessment says that the Russians used a cutout for the WikiLeaks exposure. And when you look at the WikiLeaks releases over time, you can see that sometimes they are timed to coincide with certain events, and they, I think, are always intended to undermine U.S. national security. And Russian protests that they are not working with WikiLeaks, and WikiLeaks protests they're not working with the Russians, I think on both parts are disingenuous.
And then let me ask my final question, because I'm running out of time, back to the leaking at the White House or potential leaking. What surveillance methods would the President or the White House have authorization to engage in on its own staffers that would be legal, and where might they cross the line?
I am not a lawyer, and you would have to go to the Department of Justice and the FBI in terms of what statutory authorities they might have, which I just am not aware. I don't know.
Thank you, Director.
Gentleman's time expired. Mr. Stewart, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Director, for, again, your many years of service. I'm going to go very quickly because I want to reserve as much time as I can for our task force and the attorneys. I want to go through and make one point. It's a point worth making, but before I do, I'm just going to add that I've reviewed the raw intelligence of the CIA regarding the analysis of whether they preferred Mr. Trump. I don't agree with the conclusion, particularly that it's such a high level of confidence. I just think there should have been allowances made for some of the ambiguity in that, and especially for those who didn't also share in the conclusion that it was a high degree of confidence. But having said that, I do think we can agree that Russia wants a weakened U.S. president. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes, certainly. And in regards to Secretary Clinton, you have said that their primary goals seem to be to weaken her candidacy so that she would be a weakened U.S. president. My question to you is, would the same thing be true now? Would Russia want a weakened U.S. president, Mr. Trump?
Well, I think they want to be able to weaken U.S. policies, especially on the international stage. I do think that there is an interest on the part of the Russians to improve relations with the United States, and I do think it's important that relations between Washington and Moscow be improved, because...
But even if they want improved relationships, they would want that on their terms as much as able, and that would be better accomplished by having a weakened U.S. president, regardless of who it is. Wouldn't you say that's true?
One can argue the point, or that a stronger president is able to make have an accommodation with Russia out of strength as opposed to out of weakness.
Okay, I would agree with you that there are some circumstances, but I think in general, a weakened U.S., a weakened U.S. Western influence in the world, and a weakened U.S. president is in their interest. And I'll just conclude with this. These active measures, the propaganda, the false news reports, et cetera, they don't end with the U.S. election. And I think it's appropriate that we would warn the American people that these active measures, again, propaganda, fake news stories, et cetera, would be applicable today as well, and that they would be trying to weaken our U.S. president and trying to weaken foreign leaders as well as we look at upcoming elections. Would you agree with that?
Yes, generally speaking,
thank you.
yes.
And with that, I yield the remainder of my time over to, I believe, Mr. Gowdy.
I thank my friend from Utah. Director Brennan, why is it important to protect the identity of U.S. persons as part of our surveillance programs?
Because there is, I think, a right of all Americans to privacy, and that sometimes information is collected about U.S. persons who may or may not be involved in any manner of criminal activity. And therefore, respecting that privacy of U.S. citizens, the intelligence community goes to great lengths to cover the identities of U.S. persons if they happen to be included in an intelligence collection.
For all those reasons and others, and again, we're not talking about leaks. We're talking about masking within the intelligence community, right? We're not talking about reading it on the front page of newspapers. We're talking about prohibitions that you place on yourself with respect to identifying U.S. persons as part of our surveillance programs, right?
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
And you just cited some of the very important reasons that we do that, and I would assume that there is a process, a protocol under which the intelligence community goes through if they seek to unmask a U.S. person's name.
That's correct.
Have you ever requested that a U.S. person's name be unmasked?
Yes, I have.
Have you also either approved or denied requests of others that a U.S. person's name be unmasked?
I don't recall in my tenure at CIA any decision on unmasking for someone else coming up to my level. It would have been, that decision would have been made at a lower level within the agency.
Are you aware of any requests within the community that were denied?
I do not. I didn't have visibility into requests that were being made across the government, so I don't recall one that I was denied.
Do you recall any U.S. ambassadors asking that names be unmasked?
I don't know. Maybe it's ringing a vague bell, but I could not answer with any confidence.
Do you remember what your last day on the job was at the CIA? What was the date?
It was noon on January 20th when I gave up my responsibilities as director of CIA.
On either January 19th or up till noon on January the 20th, did you make any unmasking request?
I do not believe I did.
So you did not make any request on the last day that you were employed?
No, I was not in the agency on the last day I was employed. I definitely know that on the last day I was employed, I definitely did not make such a request.
Thank you, Director.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck,
Mr. Chairman.
I just want to make sure you're awake down there, Mr. Heck.
All over it, Mike.
Right,
Thank you, sir. Director Brennan, thanks for being here. I want to freely confess to you that there's an element to this Russian investigation with which I've struggled, and it is this. How do I explain why this should matter and why people should care? What words do I use to explain this to folks who have a lot of other things on their mind, things like their kids, like keeping their job, like managing their debt, like caring for an elderly parent? Why should people care that the Russians hacked into our computers and then selectively disclose that information with the express purpose of swaying an election? Why should they care that the Russians are doing this in other Western democracies and will continue to do so, by the way, at minimal investment? And points in between. Why should they care? Why do you care, sir?
Because for the last 241 years, this nation and its citizens have cherished the freedom and liberty that this country was founded upon. Many, many Americans, brave Americans over the years, have lost their lives to be able to protect that freedom and liberty. They've lost their lives also to protect the freedom and liberties of other countries and other peoples around the world. Our ability to choose our elected leaders as we see fit is, I believe, an inalienable right that we must protect with all of our resources and all of our authority and power. And the fact that the Russians tried to influence that election so that the will of the American people was not going to be realized by that election, I find outrageous and something that we need to, with every last ounce of devotion to this country, resist and to try to act to prevent further instances of that. And so, therefore, I believe that this is something that's critically important to every American. It's certainly, it's very important to me, for my children and grandchildren, to make sure that never again will a foreign country try to influence and interfere in the foundation stone of this country, which is electing our democratic leaders.
In other words, sir, because you love your country.
That's the Cliff Note version of it, yes.
Well, I believe much is at stake here, including the following: whether America will have elections that we can trust, that are continuing measures of self-determination free from foreign interference, whether we will smartly arm ourselves against any future such digital invasion, whether we are strong enough to make good on the promise to be a nation of rule by law, whether we will hold those accountable who seek to abrade our cherished institutions, whether we will stand up for democracy or enable this insidious autocracy and kleptocracy. Much is at stake. No one should be misled, however, because this isn't just about Russia. This is about us and our mettle. The famous American diplomat George Kennan said at the outset of the Cold War, much depends on the health and vigor of our own society. And indeed it does. We're being tested. We're divided. We've gone to our respective corners and claimed our own set of facts. Anger has become the currency of our civic discourse. Reason has been replaced with decibel level. But you know what? People also yearn for a reaffirmation of the value of narrative of America, which is the very thing that makes us great. That's what I hear when I'm home, whether I'm playing cards with my buddies or out to a movie with my wife Paula or having coffee in the narthex of church. And do you know why? Do you know why Americans yearn for this? It's because it's what makes it possible for us to be for something bigger than ourselves. And that is precisely what America is hoping, if not counting on us on this dais to do, to be for something bigger for ourselves and to put our country above party. And I pray that that's what we'll do. Thank you, sir, for your decades of service and for your presence here today.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will yield to the gentleman from South Carolina. You may ask Mr. Gowdy.
I thank my friend from Arkansas. Director Brennan, do you know who commissioned the Steele dossier?
I don't.
Do you know if the FBI paid for any portion of the Steele dossier?
I don't know. I know that there are press reports related to that, but I don't know. I have no firsthand knowledge of that.
Do you know whether any of the underlying allegations made in the Steele dossier were ever tested, probed, examined, cross-examined, whether the sources were examined for reliability, credibility?
I know that there were efforts made by the Bureau to try to understand whether or not any of the information in that was valid, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge of it.
Do you know if the Bureau ever relied on the Steele dossier as part of any court filings, applications, petitions, pleadings?
I have no awareness.
Did the CIA rely on it?
No.
Why not?
Because we didn't. It wasn't part of the corpus of intelligence information that we had. It was not in any way used as a basis for the intelligence community assessment that was done. It was not.
All right, this is my last line of question. I hope I have waited sufficiently long enough to ask you about leaks to not inflame the anger of our friends in the media who think Republicans are hyper-focused on it, so we'll just do it last. Some of your colleagues have testified that our surveillance programs are critical, vital, indispensable to our national security. Do you agree with their assessment?
Speaking generally, yes, some of those programs are absolutely essential and vital to our national security.
Do you agree that there is at least a tacit agreement between the American people and their government that they will allow us certain power, certain freedoms in exchange for safeguarding the privacy of the information collected?
I think there is certainly an expectation that there would be a protection of privacy as the government carries out its responsibilities, yes.
And you and I discussed some of those privacy protections even within the intelligence community as it relates to U.S. persons. And you've been very clear this morning. In fact, I've noted the times you've said U.S. persons. You could have inserted a name, but you did not. You had the discipline to say U.S. person. And that discipline is practiced throughout the intelligence community unless and until there is a request to unmask that U.S. person's name, correct?
I would like to think that discipline is still exercised even if a request to unmask a name is made.
All right. So we protect U.S. persons even within those like yourself and Director Pompeo and Admiral Rogers and Director Comey and the people that we trust with awesome powers. We still impose some restrictions on them, and that they have to request an unmasking. There has to be, I assume, a justification. You can't just wake up in the morning and say, hey, I feel like knowing who participated in X, Y, and Z. There has to be a justification, right?
Yes.
All right. So how do we get from that to names being on the front pages of certain major U.S. newspapers?
It's an excellent question.
What would be an equally excellent answer?
That somebody violated their oath to protect classified information and violated that oath and shared that information in an unauthorized fashion with members of the media.
Well, my friend from Washington, and he is my friend, I was impressed not only with his eloquence, but the conviction with which he just spoke. But I've got other colleagues, not from Washington, that tend to minimize the nature of leaks as if there is somehow a weighing and a balancing that needs to take place between how interesting we may find the underlying information, how interesting we may find the underlying names. I have seen attempts, unfortunately, by members of this very body to mitigate and explain away and minimize what it does to the surveillance programs to have leaks of classified information. So I will finish with this. I believe there's some surveillance programs that are up for reauthorization. What would you say to the American people as names are unmasked on the last day that people are in office and classified information appears on the front pages of major U.S. newspapers? How would you tell your constituents, let's reauthorize this program again despite the fact that we have abuses? Help us make that argument when we go home.
Mr. Gowdy, you and your colleagues here are going to have to make that argument based on the merits of the program and the importance of it to our national security, as well as trying to send a reassuring message to them that if there have been any abuses of the accesses to that information, either because of the number of people involved or those who were, in fact, violating their oath of office, that you and your colleagues will do everything possible to make sure you work with the executive branch to minimize and mitigate that danger and that prospect.
Gentleman's time expired. Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Brennan, for your service. My questions will be focused on the process and development of the intelligence community assessment. As you know, the previous administration directed the intelligence community to produce a comprehensive intelligence report assessing Russian activities and intentions on December 9th. The unclassified version of that report incorporated information as of December 29th. In your experience as an analyst and as the director, what is the average time that it typically takes to produce an IC assessment?
It can range from days to months to years, in fact, depending on the complexity of the matter, as well as the urgency of getting something out, but it really does vary widely.
So you noted that the complexity can have an impact on the timeliness to produce a comprehensive report. This report was produced in just 20 days in December. Was there anything about this interagency process that differed? The timeline, the approval process, the editing, or the staffing?
I think it followed the general model of how you want to do something like this, with some notable exceptions. It only involved the FBI, NSA, and CIA, as well as the Office of Director of National Intelligence. It wasn't a full interagency community assessment that was coordinated among the 17 agencies. And for good reason, because of the nature and the sensitivity of the information, trying to once again keep that tightly compartmented. But in terms of the rigor and the analytic tradecraft, as well as the sourcing, and as you, I think, know in the classified version, there it's extensively sourced, it tried to adhere to the general standards.
So at no point there was never an individual within the administration outside of the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, or the DNI that reviewed, edited, or was part of the staffing process?
Not to my knowledge. but I wasn't overseeing the production process and the review process.
The DNI was overseeing the production process?
Yes, it was a DNI-produced assessment.
So it's unclear whether anyone else on the NSC or the White House was part of the approval or review process from the knowledge that you have?
They naturally would not have been part of any type of review or editing process, no.
What happened between December 29th, the date of the last information listed in the ICA, and January 6th, when the report was published? Were there any additional edits or approval process outside of the norm?
I think it was those last few days were used to further refine. People worked over the holiday period, but again, it was trying to make sure that the products could be provided to the former president and the current president in that first week of January.
As we know from your testimony, the Russian role in hacking of U.S. political entities was first reported in July 2016 and was publicly acknowledged by the IC in October of 2016. Why wasn't the intelligence community-wide assessment of these activities ordered until December?
There were ongoing assessments that were done, and as I mentioned in my opening testimony, it was used to brief the senior-most government officials, as well as to ensure that the FBI and DHS could do what they needed to do to protect the government institutions that were affected. And so, again, there were periodic assessments as we were learning more through the process. It was additional detail. It also allowed us to note that we weren't seeing certain things that we were concerned about. And so the intelligence community assessment that was done in December, published in January, was the culmination of the work, the assessment, the collection that had taken place in the months before.
For the record, it's of concern to me that there was a 2-month lag for the administration to direct the DNI to produce a comprehensive report when this was publicly acknowledged as an issue months earlier during the year. I want to touch upon the previous administration's actions on December 29th in response to the Russian government's harassment of U.S. officials and cyber operations, which declared persona non grata 35 Russian intelligence operatives and the closure of 2 Russian compounds in the U.S. Did you recommend any action to the administration prior to December 29th or prior to the November election?
I wasn't recommending. We had discussed what different options might be.
So let me ask, did you suggest or present different options prior to the election or prior to December 29th to the administration?
That's something that could be discussed in a closed setting.
Thank you. My time has expired, or is about to, and I yield back.
Mr. Hurd, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Brennan, I would like to join my colleagues in thanking you for your years of service, some of which we overlapped in the CIA, and I hope you are enjoying not getting late calls at night. And you look fresh. My first question, and I apologize in advance for asking some questions about what did you know when at certain times. I have difficulty remembering what happened this morning, but nonetheless, I'm going to continue. In 2016, was collecting intelligence on foreign entities' attempts to influence our election a collection priority?
And when was that?
Last year in 2016.
It was a collection priority, yes.
It was. So does that fall under the broader counterintelligence collection priorities of the CIA?
Yes, counterintelligence as well as Russia collection efforts.
What is ops intel?
It's operational intelligence that is not maybe formally disseminated as intelligence community, but it is something of operational value to, for example, an investigation.
So prior to the full accounting that happened in December 2016 of we're going to do a complete intelligence assessment, was there any ops intel that was used or changed into intelligence actually disseminated to the broader community during that assessment?
There was an effort to make sure that all relevant intelligence that needed to be tapped for the drafting of this intelligence assessment was made available to the appropriate individuals. Yes.
So is it your understanding that there was information that was in operational channels that wasn't available to the entire analytical community, and that was included in that December, ultimately the report that was dated January 6th?
I think and again, I would defer to the folks at the agency, that classified intelligence report is exceptionally well documented and sourced. And just because something is produced as an intelligence report, it doesn't mean that it goes to everybody in the community. There are recipient lists for that. And depending on the sensitivity of the information, it is either broadly disseminated or very narrowly disseminated.
One of the issues that this committee is focused on is figuring out what was the U.S. government's response to these Russian active measures, and what do we need to do to protect ourselves and our allies in the future. And one of my concerns is, did we escalate soon enough, quickly enough? Did we notify those that were being targeted soon enough? And did we recognize the intelligence or the information that we had access to at the time that it was actually collected? And so my question is, knowing what you know now, would you have directed the CIA to do things differently?
You know, I've asked myself that question. I feel as though we tried to do everything that we could to fulfill our responsibilities, which was to learn as much as we could about the Russian efforts, because we didn't know, again, the extent of it. And so we had to be very careful about what we did so that we would protect certain capabilities in the community as a whole, as well as to try to assess what was happening. Kept the executive branch seniors informed, National Security Council informed, the Gang of Eight informed. And so, 20/20 hindsight is always, I think a lot maybe clearer to some folks. That's what I think this committee and the other committee and the Senate is going to take a look at. Was it perfect? I don't think anything in this world is perfect, but I think we tried to do the best job that we could.
So is the intelligence community prepared or ready to counter covert action directed against us, or direct measures, as the Russians like to call that? How do we develop a strategy to counter covert action against us? And I only have 7 seconds, so I know that's difficult.
And that's why it's easy for me to say is refer to closed session as well as to current agency and other officials.
Good copy. I yield back, Chairman.
I do want to take this opportunity to say that I misspoke earlier in response to Mr. Gowdy. I was at CIA headquarters on the morning of January 20th. I went there to collect some final personal materials, as well as to pay my last respects to our memorial wall. But I was there for a brief period of time, and just to take care of some final things that were important to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Brennan, thank you very much. This is we're at the end of our open hearing. Our committee is charged with answering some really important questions. As several of my colleagues have said, the ultimate success of the Russians' disinformation campaign and/or active measures lies with the American citizens, and whether or not they're successful or not is up to us as citizens to not let that happen. A part of that is how well we inform them of what happened and where, when, and what, all those kind of good things. And so thank you for being a part of that exercise this morning. We intend to have a closed session that will start in about 30 minutes downstairs in the spaces. We've got sandwiches available for you if you'd like. But with that, we are recessed until we get to closed sessions downstairs. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. Well, as you just heard, they are on recess now. So what we're going to do is take you to Rome, Air Force One. Touching down there just a second ago, Air Force One has landed in Rome. We are going to monitor this and watch as President Trump gets off the plane. Stay tuned for that. Carrying this live here on News Now. All right, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at a live feed coming in from Rome. President Trump making his final stop on his world trip. President Trump in Saudi Arabia over the weekend, the president in Israel yesterday. We watched that coverage here on News Now. And now the president himself has landed in Rome. This is a live feed. As you can see, Air Force One in Rome. The president expected to meet with the Pope during this trip. And as you can see, another government plane has arrived. This may be the Air Force One carrying the president. Let's watch and see.
So we need to stay close to this, okay? Yeah. We have to stay close to this.
To deliberately target innocent children is cowardice in its most heinous form. So we should not be surprised that ISIS has claimed responsibility for this attack. But we will never bow or bend to radical Islamic terror. In Manchester, we have seen hotels taking in survivors. We've seen local residents offering beds to those who are stranded. We've seen taxi cabs driving back and forth through the night offering free rides to bring people to safety. And as we speak, people on social media are reaching out to connect families with their loved ones. Terror is a threat that we all faced together, and with our might and with our humanity too. In that spirit, I want to express solidarity of the whole House of Representatives to Prime Minister May and her government. We stand ready to help in any way we can, because freedom, compassion, and peace will always prevail over violence and hate.
In the face of heinous acts of violence, we must stand united against those who want to harm us, our allies, and our way of life, especially, as you've just heard from the speaker, when they put young, innocent lives in their crosshairs. My heart and my prayers, along with those of my colleagues, are with the victims, the family, the friends of those killed, the law enforcement officers who continue to work to investigate this despicable act, and to reunite the families, as the speaker just said, separated in the chaos last night. It is our responsibility to protect our children, and it's government's first job to protect our citizens. That's why I've joined a bipartisan group of colleagues to offer a bill, which is what we intended to come out and talk about this morning initially. It's called Protecting Young Victims from Sexual Abuse Act. Unfortunately, under the current law, amateur athletic governing bodies, organizations responsible for training our Olympic hopefuls, claimed that they had not been required to promptly report allegations of sexual abuse that they received to the law enforcement authorities. Most recently, the Indianapolis Star investigative report uncovered that over the last 20 years, at least 368 children, Olympic hopefuls, reported instances of abuse to USA Gymnastics, based in Indianapolis. But USA Gymnastics allowed these allegations to remain dormant and unreported to law enforcement. Our bill ensures that national governing bodies entrusted with the health and well-being of young athletes and future Olympians promptly report any allegations of physical abuse to law enforcement and implement much stronger policies and procedures to prevent abuse of coaches, trainers, or medical personnel from continuing to prey on young athletes. In the face of violence and fear, we must be a force for justice. Our prayers are with the victims and their families this morning.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this event from earlier because we have a live event now. Senator Bernie Sanders speaking about health care. Bernie Sanders speaking about health care. We're going to take you there live now here on News Now. We will take you back to this GOP press conference in a little bit, but again, we're getting to feed Bernie Sanders talking about health care in D.C. Stay tuned. All right, again, guys, it looks like we were told we were going to get this.
Make it harder for our children to get a decent education, harder for working families to get the health care they desperately need, harder for families to put food on the table, harder to protect our environment, and harder for the elderly to live out their retirement years in dignity. This is a budget that is immoral and that will cause an enormous amount of pain for the most vulnerable people in our nation. This is a budget that will be rejected by the American people and must not see the light of day here in Congress. John Yarmuth is the ranking member of the Budget Committee in the House. John, thanks a lot for being with us.
Senator. The budget released today by the Trump administration is shockingly extreme and the antithesis of what the American people have said they want from their government. The President's budget leaves no question about what his administration values: greater gains for millionaires, corporations, and special interests at the expense of American families, economic progress, and our national security. It is a total embrace of the Robin Hood in reverse mentality we saw with the Republican health care repeal bill and the administration's tax proposal, both of which have been overwhelmingly rejected by the American people. This budget actually targets assistance for people with disabilities, cutting Social Security disability insurance, despite the President's pledge to not touch Social Security at all. Yes, the President's budget is a betrayal, a line-by-line tally of broken promises he made to the American people. But above all, it's a trail of broken dreams and the loss of hope and opportunity for millions of families. This budget starts by taking away health care, then food, then housing, then education, then job opportunities. For nearly every American family struggling to get ahead, this budget makes it that much harder, if not impossible. The level of cuts to investments that the American people need is astonishing, and the consequences of these cuts, as Bernie said, are frankly immoral. The Trump administration makes all these harmful cuts for one simple, disgraceful reason: to try to hide the fact that their huge tax breaks for millionaires, corporations, and special interests will explode the debt. And they even do this in a dishonest way. This budget relies on absurd economic projections and pretend revenues that no credible economist would validate. It provides no real information on their tax reform other than to claim that it's revenue neutral. I guess this is the President's "believe me" part of his budget. If Donald Trump used these budgeting techniques in his business, not even the Russians would invest in his projects. With all due respect to the President, we aren't going to take his word for it, particularly when no one else will. We have been down this road before, more than once, and all the evidence proves is that tax cuts for corporations and the wealthiest Americans do not pay for themselves. Instead, they explode our deficit, rob our country of needed investments, and make those at the top even richer. This is not what the American people want or deserve. The American people do not want us pitting teachers against soldiers or choosing to update tanks over textbooks. They want us to ensure that our military and our American families both have the tools needed for success. In fact, that is our responsibility, and it's also our responsibility to invest in their future and help grow our economy. Education, health care, job training, innovation, and infrastructure, investments that help individuals with nowhere left to turn, and a tax code that helps families get ahead. These are American priorities, and they should be the priorities of the Congress. And now, I have the pleasure of introducing, I
have a trick question. After hearing each of them speak, which one is from Brooklyn and which one is from Kentucky? Anyway, it's great to be here. I want to thank our leaders of the Budget Committee, Senator Sanders and Congressman Yarmouth, and thank to Leader Pelosi, who will be joining us shortly. Now, in case you haven't had time to review the President's budget, let me sum it up for you. The Trump budget takes a sledgehammer to the middle class and to working class Americans, lavishes tax breaks on the wealthy, and imagines all of the deficit problems away with fantasy math. This budget exists somewhere over the rainbow, where the dreams of Mick Mulvaney, Paul Ryan, and the Koch brothers really do come true. But of course, these dreams are a nightmare for the average working American. The Trump budget cuts transportation funding, education funding, programs that help students repay their student debt, one of the greatest burdens on middle-class kids and something that's slowing the country's housing recovery. The Trump budget, which seeks more than $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid and health care, would decimate health care options for rural Americans, children, seniors, and pull the rug on many of our rural hospitals throughout the country. Now, earlier, our colleague, Senator Cornyn of Texas, stated that this budget is, quote, a proposal of the President's priorities. Well, if that's true, it's clear the President has prioritized breaking his promises to the working people of America. For example, on the campaign trail, he promised over and over again he wouldn't cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. With this budget, he cuts 2 out of 3. He cuts Social Security disability benefits and cuts Medicaid by $1 trillion. The great irony of the Trump agenda is it hurts many of the people who supported him in the campaign. There is no clearer example of this irony than his budget. When you add it all up, the Trump budget is comic book villain bad, and just like comic books, it relies on fantasy to make all the numbers work. It's the kind of budget you might expect from someone who is rooting for a government shutdown. I'm optimistic it'll be roundly rejected by both parties here in the Congress. The way that we can reach a funding agreement in September is to do what we did last month, work together on a bipartisan basis, reject this extreme budget, tell President Trump and Mick Mulvaney to stay out of the negotiations, and come up with a plan that will help the American people and create jobs here at home. Leader Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Leader Schumer. It's an honor to be here with you and the distinguished ranking member of the Senate Budget Committee, as well as the distinguished ranking member of the House Budget Committee. I associate myself with their remarks, which I heard by phone on the way over. Here we are. President Trump's budget is a stark showcase of President Trump's broken promises to America's hardworking families. Jobs. As his own words, the president promised he would be the greatest job producer that God ever created. Instead, his budget steals hundreds of billions of dollars from critical job-creating investments in infrastructure, education, and clean energy. Healthcare. The president promised that he would, quote, free the earth from the miseries of disease. Instead, in addition to the devastation of Trump care, he wants to chop more than $7 billion from the National Institutes of Health, 1/5 of its budget. National Institute, the biblical power to cure, where you have scientific opportunity, you should put resources. Cuts, 1/5 of the budget. Social Security and Medicare has been mentioned by the leader and others. The president promised he would not cut Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. Instead, and this bears repeating, the budget slashes Social Security disability insurance benefits. And what's strange about it is when asked about it, Director Mulvaney said, we didn't cut Social Security. No, they cut Social Security disability insurance. That's cutting Social Security. Steals another $610 billion from Medicaid on top of the already staggering $840 billion Medicaid cut in Trump care. So we're talking about 1.4, almost $1.5 trillion. Thank you. $1 trillion in cuts in Medicare in Medicaid. The president promised, in terms of clean air and clean water, to make sure, he said, we have clean air and clean water. Instead, he is ransacking the EPA and slashing funding for cleaning up hazardous substances and for enforcing clean air and clean water laws. This is awful. The president's budget is short-sighted, based on false assumptions, goofy assumptions, and a cruel plan that perfectly reflects what Republicans in Congress have been trying to inflict on America for years. It's important to note this because some members are saying, oh, it's dead on arrival. Well, in the House, this budget is a step down the same road, and Mr. Yarmouth can attest to this, the same road to ruin advanced by years of House Republican budgets under Speaker Ryan and Chairman Price. Budgets which ransacked our investments in jobs, education, and for hardworking families. Budgets which sought to hand massive new tax breaks to the rich by stealing from food stamps and slashing Medicaid. All of this to give a tax break to the wealthiest people in our country. The budget, a national budget, should be a statement of our national values. What's important to us as a country should be reflected in how we allocate our resources. This budget fails to recognize that education is the greatest investment we can make in people reaching their aspirations and keeping America number one. And he also fails to recognize that nothing brings more to the Treasury than the education of the American people, early childhood, K through 12, higher education, lifetime learning. Nothing brings more money to the Treasury to reduce the deficit. So it's a false economy. It's one of the dumbest budget moves, with stiff competition, mind you, but one of the dumbest budget moves they can make. President Trump's budget shows that he does not value the future of our seniors, children, and our working families, and it should be rejected. Thank you, Mr. Leader.
I gotta go.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you.
Can we talk for a moment about, you and I spoke yesterday about this, you said you didn't think any sane Republican, your words, would vote for this. Do you feel, though, that because this budget is so extreme now that you...
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this because we are getting a live feed in now from the UK. A live feed coming in from the UK. A vigil underway for the attack that took place in Manchester.
people of Manchester from all communities have come together at this vigil to condemn last night's atrocity, to remember the victims, many of them children and other young people, and to express solidarity with the families. In particular, as we've just done, we thank the emergency services. People of Manchester will remember the victims forever, and we will defy the terrorists by all our diverse communities, working together for music. Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is an unbelievable turnout tonight. It shows that they are the very few, but we are the many. We are Manchester. As a small boy, I passed this town hall every school day on my way from home to my education. And it symbolises what's great about this city. It symbolises the unity that we've had ever since we first were the city. A unity that's been strengthened by our diversity. We are the successful world city we are because people have come from all parts of the world and we have welcomed them and they have made that here. And they last night because we will stand together, whatever our background, whatever our religion, or whatever our beliefs or our politics, we will stand together to say that this city is created with the forces to align itself against. As we say that, we're sending a signal not just to Manchester, but across the world.
The doctor's back there.
Cannot defeat us because love, the end, is always stronger than hate.
Police are going.
Doctor.
10 metres.
We can direct those feelings in a positive direction. Our grief can help us draw close to those who lost loved ones at this time. Our compassion, our care can help us draw close to those who need support, not just this day and this next week, but those young people whose lives have been changed for decades of life they still have ahead. We need to look after them and see that we're there for them, not just for now, as long as they need us, because they too, whether they were local people or from farther away, from now on, they are Manchester too. Even our anger can be a force for good. We redirect it not towards hatred, but towards a determination that terrorists can't be. We direct it towards a determination to work together to fight for the future of this city as our ancestors fought for its future in their generations. This town hall, which symbolises so much of our civic life, is once again tonight a symbol of unity for Manchester as people of whatever faith. Please pray for us, hold us in your thoughts, your hearts this night. For that in itself too will strengthen us. Remember this warm, sunny evening in Manchester. from the world into our hearts, to see us and breathe, to know that our grief will not destroy us, but repay us. Thank you.
record. And you, number one, and make us agree, why don't you? Go on, and make us feel proud that we're winning the league, and make us sing louder, and make us believe it, that this is the place that has helped shake the world, and that this is a place where a Manchester girl named Emmeline Pankhurst from the streets of Moss Side. With sisterhood pride. And this is the place with appliance of science. We're on it, atomic. We struck with defiance in the face of a challenge. We always stand tall. Mancunians in union, delivered it all, such as housing and libraries and health, education and unions and co-ops, the first railway station. So we're sorry. Bear with us. We invented commuters. We hope you forgive us. We invented computers. So this is the place to do business and dance, where go-getters and goal-setters know they've a chance. And this is the place where we first played as kids. Your mum lived and died here. And this is the place where our folks came to work, where they struggled in puddles, they hurt in the dirt, and they built us a city. They built us these towns, and they coughed on the cobbles to the deafening sound of the steaming machines and the screaming of slaves. They were scheming for greatness. They dreamed to their graves, and they left us a spirit. They left us a vibe, that Mancunian way, to survive and to thrive and to work. All the dreamers and schemers who still teem through these streets, because this is a place that has been through some hard times. Oppressions, recessions, depressions and dark times. But we keep fighting back with Greater Manchester spirit, northern grit, northern wit and Greater Manchester lyrics. And there's hard times again. And there's hard times again. There's hard times again in these streets of our city. But we won't take defeat. And we don't want your pity, because this is the place where we stand strong together with a smile on our face, Mancunians forever, because this is the place in our hearts, in our homes, because this is the place that's a part of our bones, because Manchester gives us such strength from the fact that this is the place. We should give something back. Always remember. Never forget. Forever Manchester. Choose love, Manchester. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us, Tony, that moment of defiance, a redefinition of what Manchester is. We're going to respond to your words very appropriately now with a minute's silence, a minute in which we quietly, each of us ourselves and our own hearts, hold up our own feelings this night for those who died, for those who were maimed, for all those caught up in the tragedy, and we pledge ourselves silently to build that Manchester. In silence. Thank you, Manchester. Thank you for that silence. Across many cultures and traditions, a candle is a sign of hope. We're going to light a candle. We're going to try and light it outside despite the wind around here. If that fails, we'll light it inside. But wherever it's lit, this candle may be tiny, maybe almost invisible against the bright sunlight of this evening, but this candle represents the unquenching light that darkness can never destroy. Thank you, people of Manchester. Manchester gathered here in Albert Square. Manchester, wherever you're joining us from tonight, thank you for being with us for this vigil. Our formal vigil is over, but feel free to stay in Albert Square for as long as you feel it appropriate to do so. Then go back to your places of work, to your homes, to your schools, your places of education, and go to build and rebuild this city in England's green and pleasant land.
All right, everyone. We just watched as this candlelight vigil wrapped up. Mike Pace joining me now. Mike, you and I were on this story throughout the day yesterday. You had the bulk of it because it
5
broke,
hours of it.
in the last half hour of my shift, and you watched as it unfolded. Initially, all we were told was that this was an incident. We knew nothing else. There were reports of an explosion. There were reports of maybe gunfire. Then people were thinking that a balloon just popped and made a big noise.
Yeah,
but
people scattered very, nervously.
And people were trampled. There were all these different theories out there. But really, when the news broke, it was heartbreaking.
Oh, yeah.
To know
and
the
it
real
trickled.
detail.
You're right. It trickled along the evening with, at first we learned that there could be about maybe 15 to 19 people dead.
Right.
And then it turns in later to 22 now.
Right. So I think it was initially 19, then it turned to 22 overnight, 59 people still injured. It is a tragedy. And that's the thing. There's 59 people injured. The sad thing is we don't know if those people are in critical condition,
Sure.
if they could succumb to their injuries. It's possible that the death toll could increase. And, I was just talking to our assignment editor, Christine, and it just hits close to home, especially because Ariana Grande is an American artist. She performed here in Phoenix not too long ago.
She kicked off the tour here in Phoenix.
Yeah, so it's just, every terror attack is heartbreaking, obviously, but for some reason this one affected me a lot. I couldn't step away from the TV yesterday because I know part of it is because it was the concert of an American
Yeah, you know what makes it so sad is these little kids that got hurt.
Right.
Now we're learning 8 to 10 years old, 18 years old victims here. One person getting hurt at a concert because of this is too much, but now when we're talking, 59 people hurt, 22 dead. These people just wanted to go and have a good time. They wanted to, for 2 hours, forget about the world and just think about the music and their favorite artist, Ariana Grande, and then it turned into pandemonium.
I know, it's just so sad.
Which is really the worst of it. Now they're attacking children.
I know there are reports, they are confirmed reports rather, that one of the victims was 8 years old.
Yeah, 8 years old. And today, President Trump calling them not monsters, ISIS, but losers.
Right.
He says, if I call them monsters, they would like that. They would embrace that. But he says they're big-time losers.
I know. It's just, I think it's still just one of those things that is shocking. It's something that we wish we didn't have to report on, but we've been covering it since yesterday. I know many viewers tuning in want the latest information, want the latest statements. Here are some pictures from last night. Some people may have not tuned into the news yesterday. They may have missed it. So for those of you who are not aware of the big news from yesterday, a suicide bomber is the reason that 22 people were killed at the end of an Ariana Grande concert. And people are like, well, how did he get in? Well, you have that foyer area in the front of the venue. I assume that that's an area where people can stand before tickets are checked. So perhaps it's open, a more open area.
Yeah.
And he went inside, and when people are leaving a concert, they're all rushing through the same area, leaving, and that's a huge crowd. And for someone who is hoping to incite terror,
yes,
it's an ideal target for them. And it's sad.
Very sad. And do you think they did it because there was an American performer there on stage? Do you think they wanted to make a statement like, hey, we're coming for you?
I definitely think that they strategically planned this attack. Of course, not only an American performer, but one of the biggest pop stars in the world.
Yes.
Known globally. Obviously, you don't go on a global tour like this unless you are huge worldwide. Her hits are consistently played on top 40 stations, played over and over again. She is, if you follow, top 40 music.
Yeah.
She's a household name. If you are someone that is under the age of 20, you've known of Ariana Grande. You probably followed her when she was a Nickelodeon star. You probably followed her when she was on shows like victorious. She had her own show, Sam and Cat. I mean,
Sure.
she did all of that. Then she decided to pivot and embrace another passion of hers, music. And that's, I think, when she became a musician, that's when she blew up. You know, she became a household name.
Now, her next concert is on Thursday in London, and there's talks that it may be postponed.
The whole world tour actually has been postponed.
Oh, the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah, so the world tour
Shoot.
itself is suspended for now.
Well, I was going to say, I hope they don't do that, because now it's like the terrorist won.
Right, but I don't even think it's a terrorism thing at this point. I mean, it's not about the terrorists winning or losing. I think it's more about Ariana Grande. I feel like
she's probably just shell-shocked. She's shell-shocked.
She probably doesn't want to perform right away.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
that's just such a terrible thing to know. Obviously, she's not responsible for these deaths that occurred, but you can imagine in her position that these thoughts might run through her head, like, oh, if I didn't have a concert, this wouldn't have happened. You know, you think all these things, and so I imagine for Ariana, it's a very difficult situation to be in. I mean, hours went by before she tweeted, and the first word she tweeted was broken.
Yeah.
And I think.
Now, do you think we'll have a benefit concert coming up with some acts getting together and really putting on a benefit concert for the victims?
You know, it's hard to say at this time.
Kind of like how they did for 9/11?
Right. I don't know. I mean, obviously, people think concert because this happened, you know, at a concert, and, you know, a lot of musicians reacting on Twitter just with shock, sending their condolences to the victims, to Ariana Grande.
Well, I was saying this yesterday on the show. I says, this is the world we live in now, unfortunately, where you can't feel safe at a school, can't feel safe at a mall, you can't feel safe now at a concert. I mean, what's happening?
It's sad. It's sad.
Think about it, folks.
It's unfortunate. It is sad. But it is the reality of the situation, you know? It's a sad situation. I want to go ahead and show viewers a live look at the venue now. This is a live look at the venue where the attack occurred. I believe this is the largest
in Europe.
Venue, not only in the UK, but in all of Europe.
Yeah, 22,000 they could fit in that arena.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the attacker knew that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you want to go for the biggest target. I mean, look at what they did to 9/11. They hit the World Trade Center.
I know.
2 big targets. They want big targets. They want a big show. They want the whole theatric about it.
And I obviously, 9/11 happened in 2001. We assume that this is an incident that was inspired by ISIS. ISIS didn't exist back in 2001. But either way, it's people that are hoping to do harm and incite fear and aren't afraid to take their own lives to do so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing scarier than dealing with someone who isn't scared to die. I mean, talk about a wild card of a individual or individuals when they're not scared to do what they have to do and kill themselves. I mean, now you're dealing with something that's just beyond measure.
Right, and now the question is, who else knew about this attack? I was seeing reports on Sky News in the last hour that officials had arrested a 23-year-old in connection with this attack. I don't have any other details regarding that, but obviously they are doing a thorough investigation there in the UK, and they're really trying to get to the bottom of this, figure out if this was an ISIS-orchestrated attack or an ISIS-inspired attack. Either way, a very unfortunate situation. I want to go back to one of the things you were talking about, Mike. The scariest thing is someone who's not afraid to die. I find that an interesting statement because I do remember last week when we were covering that incident in New York, that crash, that attack.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, a man drove into scores of people. People died, people were injured, and apparently he was trying to flee the car, and when officers arrived, I heard something about him saying, "You were supposed to shoot me. You were supposed to shoot me."
Oh,
yeah. You know.
He probably thought that he was just going to go out in a blaze of glory.
Well, yeah, I don't really, you know, no one views that as glory, but yeah, I mean, a lot of times people who commit these heinous acts don't intend to live following their destruction.
It's crazy when we're talking about this news, you know, and like it was coming out yesterday for your show, the first initial things almost sounded like it wasn't going to be that bad.
Right. Maybe it could have just been a simple. It could have been even a false alarm.
Yeah.
You know, they were just like, oh, we're hearing reports of something. You know, and sometimes we'll cover local events where a building will be on lockdown, and then police will give the all clear, and they'll discover that it was nothing. In this incident, it was much more severe. I mean, when you heard the early witness reports of people seeing blood, you know, you don't just see blood for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was something, you know, when you're covering the news sometimes, when you think about, if you think something's going to be a big event, it always turns out to be nothing. And then it seems like with the events that you're kind of just going through the motion with, and then it turns out to be something big.
Right. And it's interesting that you pointed that out, because we were one of the first outlets, at least one of the first American outlets, to cover this. I know that Sky News was on it early, obviously, because they're based there in the UK. But none of the cable channels were on it when we started covering reports of an incident in the UK. It was around 3:20 to 3:30 Arizona time, when a lot of the viewers, our loyal viewers in the chat room, started talking about it. So I went to Twitter, I started getting the information, I started showing viewers just, you know, tweets, videos, things like that, and tried to get whatever information I could. And, you know, it wasn't until about 15 minutes later that, you know, TV networks, cable networks started picking up that this was something serious.
Wow, and right now, you know who I feel really bad for? Obviously, the friends and the family members of these victims. I mean, I was talking about yesterday on the show, you know, since we live in a world where everybody has a cell phone and everybody's pretty much on social media, can you imagine the parents that had kids, or they're, you know, somebody that they knew at the concert, and they're trying to get a hold of them, and that phone just keeps on ringing and ringing, and you know something has terribly gone wrong.
Right, and as an investigator, when you're surveying the scene and you see dead bodies there, you're hearing those phone calls. You're hearing that ringing, and it's just, I mean, that's a tough position to be in as well.
Yes, yeah, it's unbelievable. I should bring up this story again too, because I have a friend that works in the federal government, and he is an investigator for firearms and explosives when situations happen. But I'll tell you a story that he told me, which is really unfortunate. So he was at Columbine the day after to investigate what happened, right? And then he tells me the story of when he had to go then back to Colorado for the movie theater shooting. And I said, well, what was different from the scene that you saw at the school compared then to years later at the movie theater? And he said the hardest part was the movie theater. It was harder to be in that situation because when he arrived about 8 hours after the incident. The bodies were still there, and all the phones were ringing from the victims. The family members and friends were trying to get a hold of them. And he says, you know, back in Columbine, that was 99, nobody had cell phones in school. So can you imagine just being in the movie theater and you just see the bodies, all the lights are up, and you just hear that ringing and ringing. And they can't stop the rings, you know?
You can't answer it.
No, you can't answer it. You can't move anything.
Right. Such a sad situation.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, thank you for giving your insight. Viewers, I want to go ahead and show you guys the scene today once again. I want to go ahead and start playing some clips for you now that I've downloaded. We'll be able to hear President Trump's reaction while he spoke in Israel, and lots more in just a minute. All right, well, President Trump was speaking or making remarks in the West Bank with Palestinian President Abbas. That is where he addressed this attack that took place. Let's go ahead and watch.
United States. I want to offer my deep appreciation to the Palestinians and President Abbas for hosting me today. It's an honor to join you in Bethlehem, the city that is precious to people from all over the world. It's a precious city. As I discussed with President Abbas in Washington earlier this month, I am committed to trying to achieve a peace agreement between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and I intend to do everything I can to help them achieve that goal. President Abbas assures me he is ready to work toward that goal in good faith, and Prime Minister Netanyahu has promised the same. I look forward to working with these leaders toward a lasting peace. I begin by offering my prayers to the people of Manchester. I also look forward to working with President Abbas on other important matters, such as unlocking the potential of the Palestinian economy, which is having a very rough time, and building on our very positive counterterrorism efforts. Several days ago in Saudi Arabia, I met with the leaders of the Muslim world and Arab nations from all across the region. It was an epic gathering. It was a historic event. King Salman of Saudi Arabia could not have been kinder, and I will tell you, he is a very wise man. I called on these leaders and asked them to join in a partnership to drive terrorism from their midst once and for all. It was a deeply productive meeting. People have said there have really never been anything even close in history. I believe that. Being there and seeing who was there and hearing the spirit and a lot of love, there has never been anything like that in history. And it was an honor to be involved, but great things can come from that meeting. I was gratified that President Abbas joined the summit and committed to taking firm but necessary steps to fight terrorism and confront its hateful ideology. And it's so interesting that our meeting took place on this very horrible morning of death to innocent young people. Peace can never take root in an environment where violence is tolerated, funded, and even rewarded. We must be resolute in condemning such acts in a single, unified voice. Peace is a choice we must make each day, and the United States is here to help make that dream possible for young Jewish, Christian, and Muslim children all across the region. In so doing, we will all enjoy a safer and brighter future and a safer and brighter world. On behalf of the people of the United States, in this spirit of hope, we come to Bethlehem, asking God for a more peaceful, safe, and far more tolerant world for all of us. I am truly hopeful that America can help Israel and the Palestinians forge peace and bring new hope to the region and its people. I also firmly believe that if Israel and the Palestinians can make peace, it will begin a process of peace all throughout the Middle East, and that would be an amazing accomplishment. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, I hope that it will go in history. The President Donald Trump was the American president who achieved peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Mr. President, I extend my hand to you to be your partner in this noble and possible mission.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to begin my remarks today by sending the thoughts and prayers of the entire American people to the victims of the terrorist attack in Manchester. You know, you've all been watching, you've seen just a horrible thing going on. I want to send our condolences to the many families who lost their loved ones. Horrific, horrific injuries. Terrible. Dozens of innocent people, beautiful young children, savagely murdered in this heinous attack upon humanity. I repeat again that we must drive out the terrorists and the extremists from our midst, obliterate this evil ideology, and protect and defend our citizens and people of the world. I stand in awe of the accomplishments of the Jewish people, and I make this promise to you. My administration will always stand with Israel. Today, gathered with friends, I call upon all people, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and every faith, every tribe, every creed, to draw inspiration from this ancient city, to set aside our sectarian differences, to overcome oppression and hatred, and to give all children the freedom and hope and dignity written into our souls. Earlier this week, I spoke at a very historic summit in Saudi Arabia. I was hosted by King Salman, a very wise man. There, I urged our friends in the Muslim world to join us in creating stability, safety, and security. And I was deeply encouraged by the desire of many leaders to join us in cooperation toward these shared and vital goals. Conflict cannot continue forever. The only question is when nations will decide that they have had enough bloodshed, enough killing. That historic summit represents a new opportunity for people throughout the Middle East to overcome sectarian and religious divisions, to extinguish the fires of extremism, and to find common ground and shared responsibility in making the future of this region so much better than it is right now. Change must come from within. It can only come from within. Israelis have experienced firsthand the hatred and terror of radical violence. Israelis are murdered by terrorists wielding knives and bombs. Hamas and Hezbollah launch rockets into Israeli communities where school children have to be trained to hear the sirens and to run to the bomb shelters with fear, but with speed. ISIS targets Jewish neighborhoods, synagogues, and storefronts. And Iran's leaders routinely call for Israel's destruction. Not with Donald J. Trump, believe me. And no international body should question the contributions Israel makes to the region and indeed the world. Today, let us pray for that peace and for a more hopeful future across the Middle East. There are those who present a false choice. They say that we must choose between supporting Israel and supporting Arab and Muslim nations in the region. That is completely wrong. All decent people want to live in peace, and all humanity is threatened by the evils of terrorism. Diverse nations can unite around the goal of protecting innocent life, upholding human dignity, and promoting peace and stability in the region. My administration is committed to pursuing such a coalition, and we have already made substantial progress during this trip. We know that peace is possible if we put aside the pain and disagreements of the past and commit together to finally resolving this crisis, which has dragged on for nearly half a century or more. As I have repeatedly said, I'm personally committed to helping Israelis and Palestinians achieve a peace agreement. And I had a meeting this morning with President Abbas and can tell you that the Palestinians are ready to reach for peace. I know you've heard it before. I am telling you, that's what I do. They are ready to reach for peace. And my meeting with my very good friend, Benjamin, I can tell you also that he is reaching for peace. He wants peace. He loves people. He especially loves the Israeli people. Benjamin Netanyahu wants peace. Making peace, however, will not be easy. We all know that. Both sides will face tough decisions. But with determination, compromise, and the belief that peace is possible, Israelis and Palestinians can make a deal. The United States is firmly committed to keep Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and halting their support of terrorists and militias. So we are telling you right now that Iran will not have nuclear weapons. America's security partnership with Israel is stronger than ever. Under my administration, you see the difference. Big, big, beautiful difference. Including the Iron Dome missile defense program, which has been keeping the Israeli people safe from short-range rockets launched by Hezbollah and Hamas, and David Sling, which guards against long-range missiles. It is my hope that someday, very soon, Israeli children will never need to rush towards shelters again as sirens ring out loud and clear. Finally, the United States is proud that Israeli Air Force pilots are flying the incredible new American F-35 planes.
All right, so that wraps up our clip from Trump in Israel. We were just given certain sound bites from Fox National. Here is a live look again at Manchester, the venue where that attack occurred. We're going to continue to show you this. Mike Page will be joining you with more news now in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you all, and what a horrible, horrible day that we all had together here on this stream yesterday afternoon and into the evening hours. Thank you all so much for being part of the stream yesterday, as we had thousands watching worldwide on Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live as well, right here on our YouTube page. So thanks to everyone out there being so great in the chat rooms and everything for watching and appreciating our coverage, as it at times was very hard to bring you because we were talking about such a sad incident that happened there in Manchester. So hopefully that is all over with and we don't have to elevate the numbers anymore, but I'm thinking that we're going to hear higher than 22 today, unfortunately. So hope that isn't the case, but when you have that many people injured, 59 people injured, you know some aren't going to make it. All right, folks, we're going to continue on here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. I do have a big briefing to show you guys. This happened today with the Office of Management and Budget Director Mick Mulvaney talking about President Trump's taxpayer first budget. Take a look.
Things that are probably more important than the numbers, and folks like me sometimes get caught up in the numbers. I want to talk very briefly about what happened in Manchester, England. I think the president this morning summed it up emotionally for a lot of us. He just called these people who perpetrated this, one person, there may be more, evil losers. The president has I think Barron's 11 or 12. I took my son to his first concert when he was 11 or 12, and I think all of us who have children that age and take them to concerts, this is something that hits especially close to home. And we stand shoulder to shoulder with our ally and our friends in the UK, and also have the victims and their families in our hearts as we talk about these other things that somehow pale in comparison. With that said, let's talk about the budget. And I know that some of you were here yesterday, and some of what I say at the opening be a repeat, but a lot of folks were not here. So let's talk about what this is. This is the President's FY 2018 budget. The name on the cover is the New Foundation for American Greatness. Okay? As I read through it over the weekend, as I did, in fact, we've been working on this since before I actually got here, it struck me that the title should have been different, that the title should have been a taxpayer first budget, because that's what this is. And as I was trying to reconcile those two things, well, it's called the New Foundation for American Greatness, but I wanted to call it the taxpayer first budget. It struck me that that was what was really new, or one of the things that was new about this budget, that we looked at this budget through the eyes of the people who were actually paying the bills. I think for years and years, we've simply looked at a budget in terms of the folks who are on the back end of the programs, the recipients of the taxpayer money, and we haven't spent nearly enough time focusing our attention on the people who pay the taxes. I got a couple questions yesterday. I know I will today about compassion. Compassion needs to be on both sides of that equation. Yes, you have to have compassion for folks who are receiving the federal funds, but also you have to have compassion for the folks who are paying it. And that is one of the things that is new about this president's budget. What else is new? It's new in that it balances for the first time in at least 10 years. The last time we looked, we couldn't find a President Obama budget that balanced ever. I think he tried a couple times to convince us that primary balance, which was balance without regard for interest payments on the debt, was balanced. We reject that. We get to an actual balance on this budget within the 10-year window. It begins to reduce the size of the debt relative to the size of the economy in year one. Okay? That's how important it was and is to this president to try and bring some fiscal discipline. Again, if you're looking through the perspective of the people who pay, you'd like to be able to tell them at some point in the foreseeable future you're going to be able to balance. The previous administration completely gave up on that. As I've said before to the previous administration, if you borrow money, if I take money from you and I have no intention of ever giving it back, that is not debt, that is theft. And if we're going to borrow money from people, we have to have a plan for how we are going to pay it back. And that's what this budget does, and that's one of the things that is new about this budget. The next word in the title is foundation. What is the foundation that we're trying to build here? And I sum it up this way. Again, I saw an article a couple weeks ago about what is Trumponomics. And the Trumponomics is part of the foundation here. What is it? It's sustained 3% economic growth. Everything that we do in this administration, every single time I am called into the Oval Office, whether it's on immigration policy, healthcare policy, tax reform policy, trade policy, budgets and spending, the focus is sustained 3% economic growth. We have been attacked stunningly by some folks on the left and even in the mainstream who say that that's an unreasonable assumption. We should stop and think how absurd that is to think that 3% growth in an American economy is to some people an absurd assumption. It used to be normal. 10 years ago, it was normal. In fact, it's been normal for the history of the country. I think the average over the 240-odd years that we've been a country has been over 3%. It's certainly been over 3% since World War II. The 1.9% growth rates that the previous administration assumed towards the end of their administration, and the 1.9% growth rates for the entire 10-year window that the CBO growth rates that the CBO assumes, the Congressional Budget Office assumes, are something we simply reject. That is a pessimistic look at what the potential for this country and for what this country's people is. We reject that pessimism and say, you know what, we probably should have gone in and assumed 3.5% or 4% growth, because that would be aggressive. 3% growth is just getting back to normal. I've said it before, I say it again. If you are 30 years old and you are watching this or you're sitting here, you have never had a job as an adult in a healthy American economy. It's either been a recession or a slow, sluggish economy stumbling along at less than 2% growth. The differences between 2% growth and 3% growth doesn't sound like much. In fact, I cringe when I hear people say it's only a 1% difference. It's not. It's a 50% difference, but that's just math. The difference in that is tangible. At 3% economic growth in a healthy American economy, if you don't like your job, you can quit because you know you can go get another job. If you get laid off, you know you can go off and start your own business. These are the opportunities that people have forgotten about. And these are the things, the optimism in the country, the dynamism in the country that the president is so eager to push back and to bring back to the country. It's what drives every one of our policies, especially when it comes to anything dealing with jobs and the economy. We will bring back 3% economic growth to this country, and those numbers are assumed in this budget. By the way, if you don't, the budget will never balance. If you assume 1.9% growth, my guess is you'll never see a balanced budget again. So we refuse to accept that that's the new normal in this country. 3% is the old normal. 3% will be the new normal again under the Trump administration, and that is part and parcel, one of the foundations of this budget. Along those same lines, the budget also speaks to and funds a lot of the president's priorities. We've talked about this since March when we unveiled, the budget blueprint. National security, obviously, a priority for this president. Border security, another priority for him. We can talk at length if you want to today about the details of the additional money that we spend in those areas. The total plus up again for the 2018 budget is $54 billion. Over the Congressional Budget Office baseline. Law enforcement gets a significant increase here. That's both at the federal and the state and local level as we follow through on our efforts to enforce the law. Veterans see more money here. That's a classic example of looking at the budget through the eyes of the taxpayer. I put myself in the role of the person who's actually taking the money from you as taxpayer and giving the money to someone else in terms of a benefit. And if I can look you in the eye and say, look, I need to take this money from you so that I can help this injured vet, I can do that in good conscience. I can look you in the eye, and my guess is you're okay with that. I am a lot less comfortable to the point of not wanting to look you in the eye and say, look, I need to take this money from you to give to this person over here who really isn't disabled but is getting a disabled benefit, or this person over here who is supposed to use the money to go to school but isn't actually going, or a program that is supposed to encourage you to graduate from high school or from college but is only 6% effective. That's the type of compassion we talk about, and that's the type of different perspective that we bring to the budget. And it's one of the things that I like to talk about when we talk about the veterans. People don't mind paying their taxes as long as they know that that money is not being wasted and frittered away. We also increased spending for school choice and paid parental leave, making this president the first president of either party to propose a nationwide paid parental leave program for parents and adopted parents. There's $20 billion in that over the course of the 10-year window. I think I gave an incorrect number yesterday at 25. What are those, by the way? National security, border security, law enforcement, veteran school choice, paid parental leave. They are all campaign promises that the president made while he was running for office. And that's why I say these numbers are simply the president's policies put onto paper. We took the president's speeches, we took his priorities, we turned them into numbers, and that's what's in the document. Does not, along the same lines, not a single thing in here touches Social Security retirement or Medicare. Why? Because that's what the president said when he was campaigning, that he would not change those things. In fact, I've told the story several times of sitting in the president's office with a list of possible reforms to mandatory, what some people call entitlement spending, and have the president at the end of the list go, yes, yes, no, 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 no. And the no, no, no's were always Social Security, retirement, and Medicare. Didn't change those at all because he promised people that he wouldn't. We can do all that and balance at the same time because we look at spending differently. We're no longer going to measure compassion by the number of programs or the number of people on those programs, but by the number of people we help get off of those programs. We're not going to measure compassion by the amount of money that we spend, but by the number of people that we help. And that is how you can get 3% economic growth. That is how you can balance the budget in 10 years. That is how you can borrow money from people with still promising and intending to pay it back from them. That is how you can help people take charge of their own lives again. And that is the part of the budget that deals with the American greatness. So with that, I'll take questions for a little bit. I know there's a couple. Yes, ma'am.
So President Trump sticking to his campaign promise not to touch Medicare or Social Security retirement benefits, but not Medicaid. So how does he intend to square that with his supporters?
Yeah, a couple things about Medicaid. And this is one of my favorite stories to tell about Washington spending. Keeping in mind, and I know that y'all probably get this, but if you're watching this at home, in Washington, D.C., if you spent $100 last year on something, okay, and we spent $100 on it this year on that same thing, in Washington, people call that a cut, okay? 100 last year, 100 this year. Y'all call it a cut. In fact, I've seen several occasions where we spent $100 last year and $102 this year, and many people will still call that a cut because the budget is hardwired by the Congressional Budget Office to go up every single year. And if the Congressional Budget Office says we spent $100 last year and we're supposed to spend $106 this year, for a lot of people, anything less than 107 is a cut. In fact, I've actually heard 106 referred to as a freeze because it simply stays in line with the Congressional Budget Office. A classic example of how Washington speaks differently than the world back home. So a couple things about Medicaid. Okay? There are no Medicaid cuts in the terms of what ordinary human beings would refer to as a cut. We are not spending less money one year than we spent before. What we are doing is growing Medicaid more slowly over the 10-year budget window than the Congressional Budget Office says that we should or says that we will under current law. Why do we change it? We change it, and we change those growth rates in Medicaid spending because of the American Health Care Act, which this president does support. But we've said from the very beginning we support the House efforts. We're looking forward and are working right now with the Senate on working on what their health care bill would look like. But we support the American Health Care Act, and that does change Medicaid. How does it change it? And this is something that I don't think enough people are talking about. It makes it a lot better and a lot more able to deliver the necessary services to the people who need it. Here's how. Medicaid is funded in large part by the states. In fact, I was in the state legislature, and our second largest line item, I think, after K-12 education was Medicaid. And we would see this program come down from Washington with all these instructions on how to use it and say, goodness gracious, this won't work in South Carolina. We happen to think, for example, that Medicaid is designed for more of an urban poor population than a rural poor, as predominates in South Carolina. And we would ask them every single year, would ask them, the federal government, give us more control over how this money gets spent. We think we can do it better. We think we can either provide the same services to the same number of people cheaper, or we can provide better service to more people at the same amount of money if you let us do it better. And the federal government always said no. In the American Health Care Act, we say yes. And we give the governors and the state legislatures a lot more control over Medicaid. Everyone is interested in seeing the truly needy in their state and in our nation get the care that we promise them in Medicaid. But there's a better way to do it than under current law, which is Obamacare. We can also talk about what a failure that is. But there's a better way to do it, and that's what the American Health Care Act does. In the back, yes, sir.
You mentioned the previous administration, the stagnant growth, and that the deficit has actually doubled since 2008, from about $10 trillion to $20 trillion. But a member of that administration, Larry Summers, today actually went on the attack. I'm curious how you would respond to his assessment of the budget. He called it simply ludicrous, and that the administration is double counting the tax cut and the benefit from growth.
I did get a chance to just see the piece that Mr. Summers wrote on the way out the door. And I could, just the ideas were rushing into my head what I might say to Larry if he were here. So if he's hiding in the back, now would be a good time for him to come out and identify himself. I went back and looked at some of the economic assumptions that the Obama administration made in its first couple of years. And I want to say, on a couple of different occasions, their assumed growth rate was more than 4.5%. Keep in mind, this is the first administration in history, okay? It was the first decade, the first 8-year period in history not to have a 3% growth rate. Yet they were promising us 4.5% growth. So if Larry wants to talk about unreasonable assumptions, we talk about my 3% growth rate and his 4.5%. And we'll talk about who actually is closer to reality. Regarding the double counting, here's one of the things I think that a lot of folks have overlooked. And we did it on purpose because it's sort of hard to count this and you don't want to make too many assumptions. You have to make assumptions about a budget. You're talking about a document that will look 10 years into the future. So it's natural for both administrations from either party to make some assumptions. But one of the assumptions we didn't make was that we didn't close any of the tax gap. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, the tax gap is the amount of money that we should collect in taxes every single year, but don't. 2016, that number is $486 billion, almost enough to close the deficit that year. And we don't assume an additional penny of that being closed as part of our tax reform. Why is that important? There's probably three reasons people don't want to pay tax. Number one, they just don't pay tax, and there's always a certain number of people who don't want to do that. Number two, it's just too hard for them to do it. It's too complicated for them to do it. 2 reasons. Now I feel like I'm a Monty Python skit. The 2 reasons. And we think that, exactly, that if it's a simpler tax code, okay, that people are more likely to pay. That simply makes sense. If you can really fill out your tax returns on a single piece of paper, you're much more likely to actually do it. It's also easier for us to see if you're paying the right amount. A simpler code is easier for you to pay and easier for the government to see if you're paying the right amount, which would allow us very reasonably to assume a reduction in the tax gap. And we don't do a single penny of that. So I'm aware of the criticisms, and I would simply come back and say, look, there's other places where we were probably overly conservative in our accounting. We stand by the numbers. We thought that the assumption that the tax reform would be deficit neutral was the most reasonable of the 3 options that we had. We could either assume that our tax reform was deficit neutral, we could assume it would reduce the deficit, we would assume it would add to the deficit. And given the fact that we're this early in the process about dealing with tax reform, we thought that assuming that middle road was the best way to do it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Director. Can you characterize the treatment of climate science programs and the cuts to those? And do you describe those as a taxpayer waste if you do cut them?
You tell me. I think the National Science Foundation last year used your taxpayer money to fund a climate change musical. Do you think that's a waste of your money?
What about climate science?
I'll take that as a yes, by the way. So you see my point. What I think you saw happen during the previous administration is the pendulum went too far to one side, where we were spending too much of your money on climate change and not very efficiently. We don't get rid of it here. Do we target it? Sure. Do a lot of the EPA reductions aimed at reducing the focus on climate science? Yes. Does it mean that we are anti-science? Absolutely not. We're simply trying to get things back in order to where we can look at the folks who pay the taxes and say, look, yeah, we want to do some climate science, but we're not going to do some of the crazy stuff the previous administration did. And I will note for the record that you didn't say anything about about the musical. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, you were talking about making assumptions. What are your assumptions and expectations for the budget in reference to the wall? I mean, Congress really seems to have come on the record and say they're not in support of funding it. So what are your expectations?
Well, some folks aren't in support of it. Some folks are very much in support of it. By the way, I did read something, and I was really disappointed yesterday. I don't know if there's anybody here from the folks who broke the embargo, but I thought there was only one. I don't think it was anybody here. Somebody did, but I read the article yesterday about how we supposedly dramatically reduced our request for the wall funding. It's not accurate. The 2017 request was $1.5 billion for border security and $3.0 billion in additional DHS funding, and the request in the proposal in the 2018 is 2.6 for border security, almost twice as much, and 4.5 for total DHS. Again, a much larger number than 2017. So I'm not really sure how the person got to that number. But let me address your question. We are absolutely dead serious about the wall. In fact, after taking care of the national security and the vets, my guess is it's in the president's top 3. In fact, I know for a fact that it is. And we made that very clear to the folks on the Hill, that while we did not get as much money as we wanted for border security in the 2017 omnibus, we did get a lot. Many of you were here for the presentation I gave on that. And we will see increased border security between today and the end of the calendar year. By the same token, we're going to continue to press on. We do think there's a role for technology, a role for additional people, all of which we ask for in those in this 2018 budget request. But it is absolutely a priority for the president. Yes, sir.
You said you reject the premise of the economy not growing at 3%.
Yep.
Did you set the 3% target and then reverse engineer the figures in order to achieve that?
No.
Give us the math.
Yeah, keep in mind, we had, because there was a lot of numbers that were floated during the campaign, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. And we didn't start with any of those numbers and work back. What we sat down and did is this, in fact, it was the group of, it was myself, Secretary Mnuchin, Director Cohn from the NEC, who at the time I think was playing, and still is playing the, filling the role often filled by the head of the Council of Economic Advisors. And what we did is we sat down and said, we looked at the CBO baseline numbers and said, okay, what will our tax policy increase GDP by? And what are the ranges for that? What will our regulatory policy impact GDP by, and what could the ranges be for that? What does repealing Obamacare do for increasing GDP? By the way, the Congressional Budget Office actually has hard numbers on that. The Congressional Budget Office assumes that if you repeal Obamacare, it will increase GDP because Obamacare creates a disincentive to work. So we went through the methodology item by item and arrived at the 3%. And I also think that you'll see that as well in the ramp up to that 3%. We don't assume 3% in year 1, for example. I think our assumption for this year is 2.3, then 2.5, then 2.7 or 8, and then 3% out. So we think it's a very reasonable and very defensible macroeconomic assumption. Digging a little bit deeper into the numbers, we also think that our numbers regarding the related interest rates and unemployment rates are likewise defensible. We get a lot of questions sometimes about productivity, about, we hear these stories now. There's an interesting story in one of the leading newspapers, I can't remember if it was the Times or the Post yesterday, about a business in Utah that can't find enough people to work. And people say, oh, how are you going to grow the economy at 3% if we're already facing a tight employment market? I'm going to pull the numbers up here so I don't butcher these. Of course, as soon as I say that, I can't pull the numbers up. The difference between the U6 rate and the U3 rate is, I think the number was in excess of 6 million people. What does that mean? The U3 rate is what we call the unemployment rate. It's what everybody calls the unemployment rate. The U6 rate is those folks who are unemployed. Okay, they're in the labor force looking for work, but they can't find it. Plus the people who are marginally attached or working part-time for economic reasons, working part-time because they can't find full-time work. Okay. That difference, that delta, is over 6 million people. So we believe that we should be able to drive U3 and U6 together and get those folks into full-time employment, and that's one of the ways you get productivity gains.
You're saying that U6, a measure that goes back to 1994, you can have it equal the U3 measure?
We think that's, in a properly functioning economy, that would be the case, because keep in mind, what's the difference? Marginally attached and part-time, against your will. You want to work full-time, but you're not. So you're technically not unemployed, because that's not the technical definition of the U3 unemployment rate, but you want to be doing more. You want to be more productive, to go back to the economic terms. And we do believe that we bring those people back to the job place, they will end up adding to productivity.
Director Mulvaney, thanks for doing this. On the day that he came down the escalator famously and became candidate Trump, he said, we're going to save Medicare, excuse me, we're going to save Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security without cuts. Have to do it. I recognize that he's going to be saving Social Security retirement, but he's not saving Social Security disability insurance, which benefits more than 10 million Americans. So is the president keeping his promise on that program?
Thank you for that. Yes, he absolutely is, and here's why. The fact that it's called Social Security disability insurance, I think is well, put it to you this way. We propose to do parental paid leave in this budget. Again, the first president of either party to do that. We propose to do that using the tools that already exist through the state unemployment insurance. Okay. By the way, I think that's the same way that Canada does it now. There are a couple of states, New York, New Jersey, I think California, who already provide statewide paid parental leave. They do it through their disability insurance programs, their employment disability. That does not mean that parental leave is unemployment, and it does not mean that parental leave is a disability. It simply means that that program is managed through the infrastructure that already existed at the time it was set up. And the same is true with Social Security disability. It is a welfare program for the long-term disabled. It is not what most people would consider to be Social Security.
So will any of those individuals who presently receive SSDI receive less as a result of this budget?
I hope so. If there are people who are getting SSDI who should not be getting it,
Those people who should be getting it,
oh no,
they receive less.
oh no. If people are really disabled, and there are folks who need this program, listen, that's.
So how are you going to better determine who is getting it that shouldn't be getting it? There's so many anti-fraud programs that exist already.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I could get down in the weeds. But one of the ones we have, one of the proposals we have is actually how we pick the administrative law judges. Because I think it's a lifetime appointment on day one, and we try and phase them in to make sure they're not. There's been several judges accused of sort of abusing the program. But to your point is an excellent one. We are not kicking anybody off of any program who really needs it. That's not. We have plenty of money in this country to take care of the people who need help. Okay, and we will do that. We don't have enough money to take care of everybody who doesn't need help. So what we try and do is look at these programs, again, through the perspective of the people paying for it, and say, SNAP, for example. I know I haven't been asked a question about it. 42 million Americans, I thought it was 44. I'll take your word for it on 42. It is. I think the high was 47, and that was during the recession. Pre-recession, the numbers were as low as 28. It spiked during the recession, okay, which you would expect on a counter-cyclical program like food stamps. During bad economic times, more people will go on to food stamps. So it's completely within reason to look at that number. It went from 28 million on food stamps before the recession to 47 at the height. It's 44 or 42 today. Yet here we are, 8 years removed from the end of the recession. We've had economic growth, albeit slow. We're at what we consider to be full employment with the limitations of U3 and U6. Why is the number still that high? Is it possible, if you're paying for it, isn't it reasonable for you to at least ask the question, are there people on that program who shouldn't be on there? And shouldn't it be up to the government to make sure we can look folks who are paying the taxes in the eye and say, you know what, we did everything we could to make sure that everybody on SSDI is really disabled. We don't think that's unreasonable. In fact, we think that is the definition of compassionate, a compassion that is balanced between the people who get the benefits and the people who pay them. Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about the provisions affecting federal employees and how to strengthen your plans to strengthen the federal government?
I'll deal with federal. Let's talk about federal retirement, because that's gotten a little bit of, and that's one of our largest changes. Simply put, we try and make federal retirement closer to the private sector. So we've increased the contribution that they make to their 401k programs. I think on one program we got rid of a cost of living adjustment that was there, but keep in mind those are folks who will also be participating in Social Security at the same time, which is a cost of living adjusted. So we thought they were common sense reforms to try and bring the federal government benefit programs closer to the private sector. I'm a federal worker, okay? I have a pension and a 401k. Raise your hand if you're in the private sector and you have a pension and a 401k. My guess is, oh, maybe one did. Did you really? In the back? Okay, all right. So no, she wanted to ask the next question. So we're simply trying to get some common sense back into that program. And we don't think that's an unreasonable thing to do. Again, it's the right thing to do on behalf of the taxpayers. In the back, yes, sir.
Can you talk about the $1.6 billion for brick and mortar border security? What are the American people going to see with that money? Are we talking about more replacement wall, new wall, and if so, how much new wall?
Yeah, the number, just to be clear, the 1.5 was the request for 2017. 2.6 is the request for 2018, reflecting the fact that there are 12 months in 2018. There's only 5 months in 2017 when we were dealing with that. So the answer to your question, what are they going to see, is all of the above. That would be replacement wall. That would be new wall. That would be land acquisition. That would be infrastructure. Keep in mind, you can't just you don't automatically, magically build a wall in the middle of nowhere. You have to build a road to get there. You often have to run utility services out to it if you're going to do lighting, for example. So it's all of the above, and part of the president's commitment. We haven't decided yet on the best kind of wall. I think we're going through a competition right now, and I think they're either 4 or 8, and I lose track of, depends on how you want to count it, different prototypes that are in the process of being designed and built right now as we try and figure out what the most appropriate type of wall is. And it's maybe all be, by the way, in fact, we fully expect that different barriers will serve best in different areas.
Just a quick follow-up. Are you projecting out, a lot of this budget has to do with projections as many as 10 years out. Are you projecting out how much money you're going to need in the following years to complete the president's promise during the campaign?
Yeah, we don't, the way this works, and it's a great question, keep in mind that the federal budget is a budget in name only. It's really its own thing. I guess they called it a budget because they didn't know what else to call it. But it's got 2 big pieces to it. It has a spending proposal for the first year, okay? And that's where you get a good bit of detail. And then you have these policies and broader brush sort of approaches for the next years 2 through 10. So the answer to your question is, yes, we get very specific in where we would spend DHS money in 2018, but as you go further and further away, we get less specific. We do plug in numbers, for example, for DHS, but we don't say what number that would be for the wall. We'll take the last question. Yes, ma'am.
Energy question for you.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Yeah.
And the proposal to sell off half of the stocks.
Yeah.
How concerned are you that doing that would hurt domestic producers by pressuring prices lower? And does the administration plan to break with its agreement with other OECD nations to keep 90 days worth of oil supplies in reserves?
I can't speak to the OECD because I'm not familiar with that. What I will tell you is we do not believe that the proposals that we've got will harm the domestic production ability. In fact, one of the reasons we believe that we can reduce prices, and of course if you do it slowly, if you telegraph it over the course of time, there's a way to do it without having a dramatic impact on prices. The reason that we're, by the way, what she's talking about is we propose to reduce the size of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which was put in place back in the 1970s. It may have been the early 1980s by the time they actually got it funded. And at that time, I think we were importing over 6 million barrels of oil a day from the Middle East. And we had limited domestic production. I think what you've seen in the last, and that's why you do it, right? It was a national security argument. If we're going to rely so heavily on imported oil, then there might be a national security and certainly a national economic argument to not exposing ourselves to the risks like the oil shocks that we had in the 1970s. That risk goes down dramatically when we have increased domestic production like we do today. In fact, I think you saw Congress last year approve for the first time since the 1970s crude oil exports out of this country. So we have the opportunity now to do that.
Susan,
we also
what we do is
produce more
we
oil because of
actually-
hydraulic fracking. We also produce more natural gas and other hydrocarbons. So we think it's a responsible thing to do. It's no longer necessary. Again, go back to that perception of the taxpayers. I don't need to take this much of your money to bury it in the ground out in West Texas someplace for domestic security and national security reasons when we have domestic surpluses or supplies like we do. Thank you all very much. Again, we'll be available for questions. You can reach out to John. Snap. I will talk. Yes, thank you. No, I will. Thank you for that. We'll take Snap, and then I will go. Thank you. And I talked about it a little bit, but go ahead. What's your? I thought I answered the Snap question.
Well, you touched on it, but I had a follow-up on the Snap question
Okay.
from yesterday. You said that you would be phasing in the work requirements, and I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about that process and how quickly you expect that to happen, and also if you could tell us what you would say to the able-bodied Americans you referenced who were saying, I want to work, but I can't find work.
Gotcha. The answer to your question is I'm not familiar with the details of how we phase it in over time, so I apologize. We have to get back to you on that one. But in terms of what we'd say to people is, great, thank you. Thank you for wanting to work, because we need you as a nation to do that. So we are starting on the exact same page. So we are going to do everything we can to help you find a job that you are suited to and a job that you can use to help take care of you, yourself, and your family. That's not the problem. Okay, the folks who are out there who are on food stamps and want to work, we'll be able to work with them to solve the problem. Okay, they are not what's causing the difficulties in SNAP. It's the folks who are on there who don't want to work. And that's what we're trying to point out to people is, look, if there's 44 million people on there, 8 years removed from the end of the recession, maybe it's reasonable to ask if there are folks who are on there who shouldn't be. That is a reasonable question to ask. I would even suggest to you it's a compassionate question to ask. But I can assure you, if you're in this country and you want to work, there's good news, because Donald Trump is president, and we're going to get 3% growth, and we're going to give you the opportunity to go back to work. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream for the Fox10Phoenix.com. We were taking a look at Director Mick Mulvaney there outlining Trump's 28 budget plan there, and we're going to take a look. We're going to show you this a little bit later as we are taking a look at the Senate Democrats leaving the podium. Don't worry, we'll have that for you in full. Don't you worry here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do stream 12 hours long, 12 hours strong. All right, folks, coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to take you out to Florida, where officials there conducted a cyber spring sweep. Sheriff Judd of Polk County, Florida, details on 29 arrested in the county for soliciting prostitution and sex with minors. So let's take a look at that press conference happening there just moments ago.
Our ICAC task force and our colleagues here today are the reason that we keep the people of this state safe, and particularly our children. Let me introduce you. We have Captain Jim McCullough from Sanford Police Department with Investigator Irwin. We have Captain Mike Kosicka. We have Mike is with Seminole PD, or SO. We have Captain Corey Stanish from Sarasota PD, Sergeant Lisa Persius from Tampa PD. I'll probably mess that up. Captain Ruben Delgado from Tampa PD. And they're here today representing not only their agencies, but they're representing the strength that we have in Florida. Make no mistake about it. We all work together to fight crime, and this is but one more example. But today I'm going to give you an overview first, and then we're going to talk about our favorite deviants of the day in just a minute. In this particular operation, there were two phases. The most important phase, obviously, we were in search of child predators. We were in search of deviants who were seeking out children as young as 10 years old to violate their childhood, to sexually batter them. And that's our primary mission. But we don't ever want to miss out on the opportunity to also go after those who are victims in human trafficking. And how do you look for and attempt to identify victims of human trafficking? Where you have prostitution sweeps. So we had two operations occurring at one time. The ICAC operation, and separate from that was the prostitution-related operation. We're going to focus today, obviously, on the more serious events. And the most serious events are the 19 adults, men, that intentionally engaged what they thought to be young children, very young children, online in order to have sex with them. And then they actually traveled from their home throughout Central Florida for the most part, but one from Jacksonville, to engage these children in sex. 6 of our child predators were from Polk County. 13 were from different communities across Florida, mostly Central Florida. 10 suspects thought that it was a setup and mentioned the fact that they thought it was a setup. But despite the fact If you walk a little further over here, you can get in front of all the cameras. Despite the fact that they said online they thought it was a setup, they still showed up. And that's how deviant these folks really are. They are so focused on trying to find children, your children, they'll disregard their common sense and attack anyway. They did things such as bring whipped cream and a six-pack of beer and marijuana. You know, I'm sure it was medical marijuana, of course, because, heck, they wouldn't have done this for recreational purposes. Do you hear what I'm saying? They're bringing marijuana to have sex with children. Amazing. And then, of course, there were 19 human trafficking and or prostitution-related cases. But let's get into the ones that we have highlighted here. Please make no mistake about it. Each of these 19 people are dangerous because they not only chatted thinking they were talking to children, but all 19 of them were willing to show up. All 19 were willing to show up and take advantage of children. But for the sake of time and brevity, we are only highlighting a few of them, and you have information on the rest should they be of any particular interest to you. How about Robert Hines? Robert left his fiancée and 6 children to travel to the operation location after communicating online to have sex with a 14-year-old child. Now, I realize some of what I'm going to tell you here today certainly is not worthy of putting on television, nor would we ever want on television. But as reporters of your ultimate story, you need to understand the deviant thought process. So he's running this scam with this child that he thinks he's got ED. And he wanted to see if he really had ED or if it was just his fiancée that he had a problem with. So he wanted to have sex with this child. And he said, oh, by the way, can you invite another one of your 14-year-old girlfriends to be with you when we engage in this sex? He said he liked handcuffs and blindfolds. Well, the good news for him is he got his handcuffs. They're put on him. We didn't give him a blindfold. He resisted when we arrested him. Ultimately, he was tased. And when we got him calmed down, he said, I just want to go home. I want to go home. He was fighting us to get away from us to go home. And then after we had him calm down and we're going through the booking process, he said, listen, do you think we can hurry up and get through this thing so I can get home and in bed before my fiancée realizes that I'm gone? These people are nuts. And then there's Alan Lovejoy, and you can't make that name up. He's 41. He lives with his mother, and she drove him to the location to have sex. Now, after a thorough investigation, there was no indication that she knew it was a child, so she was not criminally charged. Did you hear me? His mama drove him there to have sex. I mean, what do you say to your son when you're letting him out of the car there? Have a good time? Be safe? Make mama proud? He admitted to the detectives, he said, I deserved this, I knew what it was, but he told what he thought to be young child that age isn't important to me, as long as you're clean and safe. He confessed. I still can't get over Mama driving him to have sex with anyone. Maybe she qualifies for the all-American mom, someone who will do anything for their child. How about Arnaldo Madeira? He thought he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old child. Listen, are you ready for this? He offered to pick the child up from school. He was going to come to the child's school to pick her up. Then he described in graphic, vile detail what he wanted to do to the child. And he also said, and I know everybody feels better about this, that he was not a monster like those other men who wanted to pick up children. He admitted that he understood that there were monsters out there. He needs to look in the mirror. Or how about Joseph Vincent? His preference was 13-year-old girls. Now, we had an undercover operator that was posing as the father of a 13-year-old child. So this guy comes on board and says, hey, if you'll let me have sex with your 13-year-old daughter, I'll bring you $100 and a six-pack of beer so you can drink beer and watch me have sex with your daughter. Yeah, he did. He showed up with a six-pack of beer and the $100. If there's ever any doubt in your mind that they're deviants, there's your sign. How about Robert Wright? We tell them clearly how old we are pretending to be. 12 years old. Now, this ad clearly showed that this child was 12. Robert went online to chat despite being warned over and over and over. He was grooming this child and talked about all the beautiful clothes that he would buy her and all the things that he would do for her. Throughout the content and the communication, before he traveled to meet what he thought was a 12-year-old girl, and he's in his 50s, he would refer to her as little girl, my little girl, my little girl. Now we got him in a little jail cell. We thought he ought to have something little for his efforts. How about Eric Norse? He comes to us from Jacksonville to have sex with what he thinks is a 12-year-old girl. He said during the conversation that he's had sex with other children, a 14-year-old girl, and he has molested children as young as 8, according to him, in his communication with this 12-year-old child. Now, he's having this kind of sexual contact and discussing with what he thinks is a 12-year-old child, bragging about his other sexual encounters. Obviously, this is under more investigation to see if he's just posing and talking or if it's for real. He talked about how he likes child pornography. He was very, very graphic in his language and what he wanted to do. He not only wanted to teach this child about sex, but he wanted to teach her violent sexual activity. Did you hear me? Eric Norris came from Jacksonville thinking he was going to have sex with a 12-year-old child and teach her violent conduct. These folks are scary folks. And then there's Victor. Victor likes 14-year-old children, and he wanted to teach the children how to engage in sexual conduct. Hey, I guess that's reasonable since he's a tutor at Hillsborough Community College, that he would take that teaching over into his perverse environment. He said he likes young children because they don't have, you're not going to believe this. He likes young children, minors, because they don't have STDs and they're virgins. He said that. Here's Matthew Booth. Matthew Booth graduated from high school, as we're told, with a high school GPA beyond 4.0. He's a second-year criminal justice major at UCF, University of Central Florida. He actually received a scholarship from the Florida Sheriff's Association, according to the website. He said he wanted to be a law enforcement officer, and specifically a canine officer. He solicited a 10-year-old child. He was very, very graphic in his communication. He sent images and guides and instructional material to this 10-year-old child, as well as sending his body part photographs to this child, what he thought was a 10-year-old child. He said he would teach her and train her. Do you see a common theme here as they're dealing with and grooming these children? I want to teach, I want to train, I want to teach, I want to train. Well, he's not going to have a canine. He's not going to have a career in criminal justice, but he is going to get a first-hand view of the other side of the criminal justice system. He's locked up under no bond at the South County Jail. He provided a full confession. Here's our person that we caught with child pornography. This was not a direct piece of this proactive investigation, but rather it was a response to and a search warrant served as part of our ongoing proactive investigations. Todd Sebring. Let me tell you, this is a very dangerous guy. He was in possession of child pornography, 1 count. And he also was charged with promotion of child pornography, 1 count. And you go, 1 count? Well, he not only has the ability to erase, he has the ability to lock you out of his system. You see, he is employed as a computer programmer. And he works for a very large national group. And when we called the business owners and explained our problem, they gave us the code to get in his computer that quick. They were 1,000% cooperative, and they said, we have a very elaborate system. When we give you this code, you've got to get in the computer within the next 3 minutes or the code changes. They totally cooperated. But let me show you what makes these folks dangerous. You look at this and you go, hey, looks like just like the guy next door. He's married to a wife that has a great job, 2 children, 2 boys under 12. He's a soccer coach in Lake Wales. He's a volunteer at his children's elementary school. He was a deacon at his church. He's since resigned. And he's very active in the Lake Wales Football Club. And he's currently the coach of the under 10 or the 10 or under league. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see on the outside is the appearance of an all-American dad. What you see on the inside is a deviant in possession of child porn and distribution of child porn. He moved it on. Because of his incredible abilities, we certainly didn't catch him with all the child porn we suspect that he's been dealing with, because he's an eraser. Okay, I've asked my colleagues if they wanted to speak today, and they said, no, that's okay. But they would stand up as a representation of their agency. And you must understand, it's because of them and our partnerships that this operation could happen today. It's not just the Sheriff's Office in Polk County, but it's the Tampa Police Department and the Sanford Police Department and Sarasota and Seminole Sheriff's Office and all of our other colleagues that are listed here. But we all stand for any questions you may have.
Any concerns that Mr. Sebring may have molested some of the kids that he coaches?
At this time, there is absolutely no indication of that. It's our thoughts, and we believe that while he is coaching, there are other parents and other coaches around. Now, do we want to hear from if all of a sudden Coach Sebring has taken children on field trips, sleepovers, inappropriate activity? Absolutely. At this point in the investigation, we don't see that, but please understand, when we talk about these cases, you're seeing our instant charges. You're not seeing the detailed follow-up that goes into every one of these cases. But a very important part of this is the media and the social media, because if you know these people and you know of other environments they may have been in, or you know of people they may have victimized, we want to know, because there's nothing that warms our heart more to file more criminal charges against them. We look forward to that.
Sure. Taken in the church, did he have contact with kids, or did he specifically deal with kids in any way?
Yeah, I can't speak of that, but deacons in the church obviously are well thought of and are traditionally counselors to families, as well as running the church business. The church was remarkably upset, as you can understand, and they immediately accepted his resignation. But once again, that shows how dangerous these folks are, because they otherwise live what you would think to be a normal life.
Sheriff, as many of these things as you've done and as much publicity as they get, what kind of insight do you have, maybe talking with these people or seeing the reports about how in the world they think they're going to get away with it?
Do you know, thankfully, they continue to show up. And I say thankfully, because if they're not showing up at our undercover operations, then they may be showing up at real children's homes or real children's schools to pick them up, or meeting them someplace else. Now, I can tell you that there was a lot of people that engaged us in initial conversation, and when we said that we were children, they said, "Time out, I'm out of here. I don't want anything to do with that," which is the appropriate response. There were others, however, that said, "Time out, Polk County, I'm not going there." But we move these operations all around Florida, so don't think that you're evading capture because we happen to do this one in Polk County, because if we didn't get you this time, we'll catch you in another part of the state next time, because we all work together. You see, the cyber world has no city or county or state borders. And we have no city or county or state borders. We will chase you to the ends of the earth, and I have empirical evidence to support that. We just brought a guy back from Australia to face charges in Polk County, Florida, for his deviant conduct. So don't think you can hide someplace else, because we'll come get you and bring you back and give you a jail cell until we can send you to state prison.
A Just let me re-ask the question real quick. What do you think is their mental state that thinks, I'm going to get away with this?
I can quote one of these predators that I talked to several years ago at the end of the operation. I sat down with this guy and I said, does this look like To Catch a Predator on television? He said, exactly like it. I said, do you watch it? He said, every time it's on. I said, what are you doing here? He said, my common sense told me it was a police sting. But my desire to have sex with children overrode all that common sense. We catch these folks because their proclivity is to have sex with children. And that's not easy to do because parents, by and large, watch out. When the opportunity comes, they don't want to miss it. But by the same token, when the opportunity comes for us to arrest them, we don't want to miss it either. We do the happy dance every time we arrest one of these. Yes, sir.
On these guys, can you identify the ones who said, we thought that we suspected it was a sting, and when did they tell you that? Was this when they were still communicating online or after the arrest?
Yes, we'll be more than happy to do that. It was 10 of the 19, and our PIOs can point them out to you individually when the meeting's over, so that we'll get you that information.
Okay. Did they say it while they were before?
Oh yeah.
Before they came, they eat during the
during the chat. During the chat.
Okay.
But you've got to understand, these are deviants.
Yeah.
And they're criminals. And they're after your children. And they're out there every day. And that's why we tell folks, you've got to monitor all of their communication devices, because these folks have charisma and personality to groom children. And they have charisma and personality to groom parents so that they get to them. Yes, ma'am.
Were there any specific sites that they went to, or were they all kind of?
Different social media sites. We use several different sites. But what we used was sites that children would be on, because they go to sites where children are. Now, for example, when people are exchanging child pornography, they can go off by themselves and make it more difficult for us to find them. But in these cases, these folks have to surface to come to where the children are. And that's what makes them so dangerous, is they're coming to where the children are. This is the virtual playground. This is the virtual library. This is the virtual sports park where parents of yesteryear used to say, look out for the people at the parks, at the libraries. Now, they're online looking for your children. And because of the work by these men and women and our colleagues, we stopped these folks from engaging children in inappropriate behavior, and that's what they thought they were going to do during this last week.
And how does this start? Do they usually reach out to you? Do you say something to them first?
They come to us. They come to us. It's just like fishing in a barrel. What they don't realize, that barrel's full of piranha, and it's piranha or us.
You mentioned Sebring, I believe it was, or one of them bragged about having sex with, maybe it was one of the others.
Yes.
Having sex before.
It wasn't Sebring. It was a guy from Jacksonville.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that any of these guys, in fact, have sex?
What we're doing, that is part of the follow-up investigation. This is the proactive investigation, and now the follow-up
Chevy is the
comes. And part of that follow-up investigation involves all of you, because you're here to make the community aware that these are sexual predators, And if they've been around your child in some venue or some setting that we don't know about at this point in the investigation, because understand, we dealt with them undercover, and we have arrested them, and what we have right now is simply what they've told us and what we've dug up from previous criminal history. Now here's where the community kicks in to help us determine if they have any other knowledge of the evil content and conduct that they may have been engaged in. And I can tell you folks, it is so disgusting and so filthy. I mean, what I've told you, most of, you can't put on television, and I've cleaned it up from XXX to just like PG. You have no idea the way these deviants talk to these perceived children. It's frightening. Questions for any of my colleagues? Any other questions?
We do have a list of those who are up here. If you want to list here, and Sheriff, the beer and the whipped cream were down there, so I don't know if anybody wants them under.
Do you know I was looking for that because I asked where that was, and I thought Scott said, I don't want him showing that, so hide it. This is not an advertisement for whipped cream. This is one of the tools that one of the predators brought to use on the children. And of course, this is so Dad could enjoy his beer and his $100 bill while he watched a guy allegedly have sex with his 13-year-old child. Do you think there's a problem here? We do. Have a beer and a squirt. Anything else? See y'all later. We'll gather together to badmouth somebody else before long.
All right, everyone, some shocking information there in Florida. Just really puts into focus just at any time, any moment, our children there are very vulnerable to attacks like that from the internet. Very, very disturbing testimony there from Florida. All right, going to continue here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Our next video up here, we are going to show you the Senate Republicans holding a press conference today. And then we will hear from the Senate Democrats immediately following.
People in this country from a failing Obamacare system. And the reason it's failing is because costs are way too high. Premiums, deductibles, co-pays, out-of-pocket costs are skyrocketing. Taxes are way too high, and the options are way too few. We now have 1 in 3 counties in this country where there is only one option on the Obamacare exchanges, and that affects 26 states across the country. So obviously this has to be fixed. We believe the American people deserve better. A system of health insurance coverage in this country that gives them more choices and more options, greater competition, and puts downward pressure on prices, because I think most Americans want more than anything else to see the cost of their insurance go down, not up, which is what they've had with Obamacare. So that's something that as we work through this process, and it is something that's entailing right now an intense amount of focus from our conference. At the end of this, we hope we'll get a result that will be better for the American people and bring that cost curve down in a direction that will improve their lives and make it less expensive for them to cover their families.
The reason we're spending so much time on health care is because Obamacare is too costly and it is collapsing. Insurance companies continue to pull out around the country, so people have few choices. And for those people who do have choices, they're noticing that the costs continue to go up in spite of the fact. So when you take a look around the country and the choices people have, in my home state of Wyoming, we're down to 1. 2/3 of the country are down to either 1 or 2. And the Democrats say, well, there's a mandate. People have to buy it. In spite of the mandate, over 20 million people chose not to sign up. Either they chose to say, no, I'm not going to buy it, I'll just pay the fine, or they got an exemption from paying the fine. And the Democrats' solution to that is now a single-payer health care system. Remember, they tried that in Vermont a couple of years ago. They had to pull back because it was just too expensive. But that's not stopped them in California, where there's now a proposal for single-payer health care in California. The cost estimates by the state of California are $400 billion, and yet the whole general fund budget for the state of California is less than half of that amount. So the proposal that they're having is over twice the cost of the general fund of California. At that cost, the Democrats' answer is, well, we'll just raise taxes some more. The Democrats' approach is government control and higher costs and higher taxes. We're working to lower the costs and give people more personal, individual freedom.
So our members are going to the floor every week talking about who is talking to them and what we're hearing from the people we work for. Just a couple of stories. Holly in southeast Missouri lost her insurance policy because that company dropped out of the system. She's a cancer survivor, and none of the 4 doctors that she's had over the last several years are available to her under the policy she can get now. If you've survived cancer and you've got doctors you trust, not being able to get an insurance policy that lets you go to any of those doctors is truly a crisis. Ken in Kansas City, Missouri, lost the policy he had, dropped out of the exchange in 2015, so he got a new policy. It dropped out of that company dropped out of the exchange in January of 2017. So in that 3-year period of time, he's now dealing with 3 different insurance companies who all have each had a higher deductible than Ken had before. That's what people are facing all over the country. That's why this system has to be changed, and it has to be changed in a way that makes sense for people who want to have more choices and more access than they have now.
I just want to continue the theme that Roy started with. A business owner from Aurora, Colorado, said that as a business owner, they pay their own insurance and Obamacare is not working for them. Last year, their premium went up 20% for less insurance with a higher deductible and less coverage. This past year, they just got a cancellation notice that their insurance plan will no longer be offered and that they have to start looking for a new plan. In Lafayette, Colorado, a father wrote to my office talking about a bronze HSA plan that covered himself, his wife, and his 2 daughters. They just received a renewal notice from the insurer that informed them that their premium for 2017 would increase by nearly 40%. They end it with, this is unconscionable, the ACA needs to be repealed immediately.
Yeah.
How does the Trump budget affect rural poor voters in your state of Kentucky?
Well, how the rural voters react to all of this health care depends upon what we craft.
I'm talking about the budget.
Oh, the budget?
The budget.
Well, look, the president's budget, as we all know, is a recommendation. Every president since I've been here, and that covers a good period of time, has made a recommendation, and then we decide what we're going to do with those recommendations. So we'll be taking into account what the president's recommending, but it will not be determinative in every respect.
That doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement of this document that was sent here.
Well, I didn't engage in a ringing endorsement of President Bush's budgets either. I mean, these are all recommendations. You all may recall that from time to time we've voted on president's budgets, and members of the party of the president, I know this happened during the Obama administration, the Democrats voted against President Obama's budget. So it's a recommendation. We'll take these things into consideration and we'll move forward. What I do like about it is it clearly focuses on increasing defense spending, which we know is absolutely critical given the threats that we face.
There's no pattern of the president trying to interfere in some way with ongoing investigations. Apparently told James Comey that he should drop this one investigation, and now the courts have been urging his intelligence to downplay the issue of collusion. Does this concern you in any way?
Well, as all of you know, this investigation is going to be handled by 2 entities, the special counsel and the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I'm confident that both of them will handle it well.
Back to the budget for a second. You mentioned Medicaid at the top of your remarks. On that point specifically, the president's budget would make deep cuts to Medicaid. Is that something Republicans in Congress want?
Well, as I said before, the president's made his recommendations. We're in the process right now of deciding what we think ought to be done with Medicaid. We had the head of CMS up here just a few minutes ago talking about this, and that's why we've been having 3 meetings a week to determine exactly what kind of health care repeal and replacement we're going to have up for a vote here in the Senate.
Leader McConnell, you can't pass a budget while the health care debate is going on, but yet you want to move the appropriations bill. So what are you going to use to set the top line numbers? Will it be the PCA cap?
Well, we'll have to negotiate the top line with Senate Democrats. We know that. They will not be irrelevant in the process. And at some point here in the near future, those discussions will begin.
Senator McConnell. One of your Republican colleagues complained that you're only talking to Republicans, not holding hearings on health care, and doing this behind closed doors. How do you respond to that?
Well, of course not. The Democrats are not interested in fixing this problem. They've made it very, very clear they have no interest whatsoever in fixing the status quo. And my colleagues have already explained what the status quo represents: higher premiums, higher co-payments, higher deductibles, lack of choices. They're apparently happy with that because they don't want to discuss getting something better. So we're not going to waste our time talking to people who have no interest in fixing the problem. Thank you.
Republican side of the aisle are very focused on rescuing people in this country from a failing Obamacare system.
All right, folks, and here is the Democrats' response.
We're gym buddies, so we can talk like that to each other.
What does he call you?
I don't know. Well, let me tell you, he looks a lot better in the gym than I do, let me tell you. And he lifts a lot more weights and does a lot more exercise. Okay, everyone here, I'm delighted to be joined by my colleagues, Bernie Sanders, who's the ranking member on our Budget Committee, and Debbie Stabenow and Jeff Merkley, who are members of the committee. Now, let me say this. Simply put, the Trump budget takes a sledgehammer to the middle class and working Americans, lavishes tax breaks on the very wealthy, and imagines all of the deficit problems away with fantasy math. This budget exists somewhere over the rainbow, where the dreams of Mick Mulvaney, Paul Ryan, and the Koch brothers really do come true. Of course, those dreams are a nightmare for working families in America. If you'd ever want to see a budget that reveals what an administration is all about, this is it. It's just brutal to the very people Donald Trump campaigned with and who voted for him. And it gives huge rewards to the wealthiest people in America. God bless them, but they're doing just fine. And every place you look in this budget, there are new awful surprises. And they're going to continue to surprise us for the next while. It is no wonder that Mitch McConnell did not embrace the budget. In fact, he distanced himself from it. I think most Republicans will do that too, which shows you how out of touch Donald Trump is with America and how far away he is from where he campaigned, how far away he is from helping Americans, how he is breaking promise after promise after promise to the working Americans. The budget cuts transportation funding, education funding. It makes it harder for students to repay their student loan debt. Cuts an $800 billion, an additional $600 billion in Medicaid, in addition to the over $800 billion the House health care bill cut. And Medicaid, make no mistake about it, it helps the poor, and that's a good thing, but it has become a middle-class program. 60% of the people in nursing homes, Medicaid is what helps them pay for it. And so this is going to affect many average Americans. You're a family, a couple, 45 years old. You have you're a couple. You're each 45. You have 3 kids. You're saving for college. You're struggling to pay the bills. But at least you know that Dad, who's ill, is in a nursing home. After this bill passes, the choice is going to be pay thousands of dollars more a month out of your own pocket or take Dad home, and there may be no room for him. It's just everywhere you look. Senator Cornyn stated the budget's a proposal of the president's priorities. If we could assemble every American in a football stadium and just tell them what this budget is about, Trump's numbers would go down to about 5%. And that's why our Republicans are running away from it. So, and one more thing. On the campaign trail, presidential candidate Trump said he's not going to cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. Well, so far, 2 out of those 3 are now being cut. Social Security disability, which so many people need, and make no mistake about it, if the hard right gets away with cutting Social Security disability, they'll be after Social Security old age benefits next. And of course, they clobber Medicaid. The irony of the Trump budget is that it hurts many of the people who supported him most in the campaign. That's the great irony of the budget. When you add it all up, the Trump budget is a comic book villain bad budget. And just like comic books, it relies on fantasy to make the numbers work. There's only one bit of optimism here. Our Republican colleagues dislike this budget almost as much as we do. And so if the likelihood is what happened with the 2017 budget will happen here. Democrats and Republicans will tell President Trump and his minions to stay at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Let us work out a budget together that will make America a better place. Bernie Sanders.
Thanks, Chuck. Let me concur with what Chuck just said. But let me add this. What this budget amounts to is an unprecedented transfer of wealth in the United States from the middle class and working families to the very, very wealthiest people in this country. Listen to this. By repealing the estate tax, the Walton family, worth $130 billion, will get up to a $53 billion tax break at the same time as this budget will drive children off of the Children's Health Insurance Program, deny millions of people the health care they desperately need, make it harder for working-class kids to go to college, slash environmental protections. So what we are seeing is unprecedented tax breaks for the people who don't
All right, everybody,
need it.
we are going to be leaving this coverage to take you to live aerials. This is in Florida, Boca Raton, Florida. Live aerials of Ariana Grande's home, where she just came home from the devastating concert last night there in Manchester. All right, looks like the shot's going a little bit in and out. All right, folks, so that shot is now over. We just got the tail end of her house there. I'm going to take you back out to Senate Democrats.
Health insurance program, deny millions of people the health care they desperately need, make it harder for working class kids to go to college, slash environmental protections. So what we are seeing is unprecedented tax breaks for the people who don't need it and devastating cuts for programs that the middle class, working families, and lower income people do need. This is a budget that is bad economics. It is immoral. It is a budget that the American people will reject, and it is a budget that must not see the light of day in Congress.
Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you. First, let me underscore what my colleagues have said so far. This is a budget for the wealthiest Americans, puts more money in their pocket, and turns its back on everybody trying to stay in the middle class or trying to get into the middle class. It's really quite shocking when you look at the priorities that are revealed. And I want to specifically talk about small towns in rural America where I grew up in northern Michigan. Farmers and families in every small town will be hurt by this budget. 21% across the board cut in the Department of Agriculture, plus another $231 billion in rural opportunities and jobs, all across Michigan, all across the country. Can you imagine zeroing out funding for rural and water sewer projects in small towns? Zeroing out help for small businesses to get started or expand and create new businesses. Small airports. Many parts of the country, it's very difficult to be able to connect for medical care or for jobs, and they, again, attack small airports and police and fire services and hospitals that we've talked so much about. My mother was director of nursing at a small town hospital in Clare, and under these Medicaid cuts, which, by the way, phase in over 10 years to about a 50% cut in Medicaid, hospitals like where my mom was a nurse will close. Doctors will go away, and oftentimes this is the largest employer, and those jobs will be gone as well. Telehealth or housing or the 25% cut in food assistance, where this disproportionately goes to small towns and poverty and rural communities around America. And on top of that, we're at a time for agriculture where prices are down and many family farmers are just trying to hold on. What I hear all the time from people around Michigan is they want their small town to be a place where their children will come back after going to college, to come back and be part of the community. If you got the quality of life and the jobs and you don't support technology like broadband so that you can live and grow and have a business in small towns, we won't have small towns. And it's shocking to see how Donald Trump has turned his back on them.
Jeff Merkley.
This is not an America First budget. This is a billionaire's first budget. And it's a rural America last budget. Rural development, cut 30%. Rural business services, wiped out. Rural renting, rural rental housing, diminished. Rural transportation, affected profoundly. Payment in lieu of taxes, so important to those of us in the West who have large amounts of federal land, decreased. And of course, CDBG and home, which are used flexibly by our rural communities to take on some of their worst and most challenging problems, and even rural postal service threatened by a $46 billion cut. And then throw in the airports, throw in the ag budget, the things that my colleague from Michigan has mentioned. It's a nightmare for rural America and a nightmare for working Americans.
Questions for any of us?
Senator Schumer, do you think that General Flynn should come before the Intelligence Committee, and even though he's going to invoke the Fifth, sit there, take questions, be peppered? We've seen that side of that type of exercise
Well,
before.
first he ought to comply with their request for documents. there is no immunity from or Fifth Amendment rights when it comes to documents, and therefore he ought to send those over. My strong suspicion is that the committees will then ask him to come, and I think he should come.
What would the next step to that be? Would you be in favor of holding him in contempt if he does not comply ultimately?
Well, we'll leave that up to the committees, but he should comply, and there will be consequences if he
All
doesn't.
right, everyone, we are going to be taking you out to a brush fire right now. Wait till we get the very latest information here for you. Sky Fox up in the air. Right, folks, so what we are learning, the LA County Fire is sending a full brush assignment to Yellowwood Drive and Wellbrook Drive in Westlake Village. You can see their homes are being threatened at this hour. All right, everybody, we are learning that 15 homes so far have been evacuated due to this brush fire in Westlake Village there. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We're taking a live look here. Sky Fox up in the air of this brush fire in LA County in the subdivision of West Lake Village here. You could see that homes right now are being threatened. We are learning that 15 homes so far have been evacuated by officials because look how close that fire is getting to the homes, and that smoke is spreading into that subdivision as well. We're hoping for the very best for those firefighters that are battling the blaze there. Hoping for the absolute best for them. And everyone, we are learning also that the firefighters right now are battling a first alarm fire in the Westlake Village area. And everyone, if you're just joining us, welcome to the stream here. 15 homes so far have been evacuated due to this brush fire. There are crews on scene, and airdrops right now are being assessed at this very moment. You can see their air support teams as well from the fire department, LA County, assessing the fire that is tearing through a subdivision right now. 15 homes under evacuation. That number could go up. As you can see, lots of homes there very close to this brush fire. Once again, folks, we are part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Thanks to all our viewers right now watching live on the News Now, either on Facebook Live or on our YouTube page. We do stream breaking news events Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific time. That means we go all the way to midnight on the East Coast here for you. 12 hours long, 12 hours strong of coverage. And right now, 15 homes have to be evacuated in the area of Westlake Village there in LA County because of this brush fire. Working to get you guys the very latest details. Thank you for continuing to stream with us. And for those of you just joining and watching our coverage now worldwide on Fox 10 and News Now or on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, you're taking a live look here at LA County brush fire near Yellowwood Drive and Wellbrook Drive in the Westlake Village area. We're learning that 15 homes so far have been evacuated, and we are seeing firefighters there on the ground and more being dispatched in the area to combat this fire and try to save the homes that are being threatened right now. And everybody, you could see the firefighters there trying to create a line to combat these fires, and now we have more coming to help out and to aid the others, to give them a break so they could take a little break to get some water, some ice packs, and get back at it. But we are taking a live look here. Sky Fox up in the air, LA County brush fire. You're all watching live with us here.
All right, everyone, as you can see, the chopper is leaving this LA County brush fire, so we are going to switch things up, take you to a hearing, a congressional hearing, where the NSA Director, National Security Agency Director, Rogers is testifying. We're going to take you there live now.
In personnel, what flexibility do you need in contracting, what flexibility do you need to fully utilize and even develop a formal framework so you're using active component, reserve, guard, as well as the contractor community?
So among the ways that we try to ask ourselves, so if we're going to go with a service-based approach, which is really what we're executing, how would you do it? We came up with a couple of baseline principles, if you will. The first is, it doesn't matter what your service is, and it doesn't matter if you're guard or reserve. We build to one standard. And so we have created with it a joint framework for every position within the Cyber Mission Force. We can tell you what the pay grade is, and we can tell you what the qualification standards are, and we can tell you what the duties are that are assigned to the position. Because I said, look, we've got to create one integrated force. And if we do 1,000 different variants, I can't optimize that. The second thing we said was the structure of the teams needs to be the same, regardless of whether it's a particular service, guard, or reserve. The analogy I used was, it doesn't matter if we have an F-16 squadron in the Guard or in the active force. There's one squadron nomenclature for an F-16 that we can then employ anywhere globally because we know everybody's built to the same standard. Even as we acknowledge there are some variances, but everybody's built to the same standard. So that was another principle I said. The only way we can make a service-based approach work is that active or reserve, guard or reserve, it doesn't matter. We're building to one standard. If we stick to that framework, I'm very comfortable that we can make a service approach work for us. If we insist on variance, if we insist on everybody doing their own thing, then I'm the first to admit, boy, this is not a model that's going to generate the outcomes that we need. I'm the first to acknowledge that.
And the role of the private sector?
So the private sector, when I look at them, a couple of things come to mind. Number one, they're the ones who are going to provide the human capital, whether that human capital ends up wearing a uniform, whether it's part of our civilian government workforce, or it's contractor force. They all start in the private sector. So it's one of the reasons why I spend a fair amount of time as Cyber Command and as the director of NSA for that, to the same extent in some ways, with the academic world, with private industry about, so tell me how you create a workforce. What works for you? What incentives are you using? What has failed? That in hindsight you say to yourself, boy, don't go down this road because it really failed spectacularly for us. Even as I acknowledge there's a difference between government and the private sector, but I still think there's some things that we can learn from each other. In addition, I think two other areas come to mind for me with the private sector. The first is technology. The days when DOD is going to be the engine for technological innovation and change, I think, are long behind us. That's just not the DOD model. That's why we created the point of partnership in Silicon Valley and in Boston. It's why I thought the acquisition piece was so important for us. We've got to be able to tap into that private sector in terms of acquisition of technology and capability. And then the last area, which is a little bit counterintuitive in some ways, when it comes to the generation of policy, concepts, thought, the private sector can play a huge role here. I think back to the beginnings of nuclear deterrence and nuclear policy, for example. If you go back in the 1950s and you read much of the thought process, much as that was flowing from the academic world, hardly anybody remembers now that Henry Kissinger in the 1950s and early 1960s was a professor at Harvard who was writing about concepts of nuclear deterrence, nuclear employment, that he and others ended up shaping the strategic vision we had. And I'd like to see us do the same thing in cyber.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Cheney.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Admiral Rogers, for your service and for being here today. Secretary Mattis, before he became Secretary, in talking about the Budget Control Act and sequestration, said no foe in the field could do our military as much harm as has been done to us through sequestration and the Budget Control Act. As we begin the process of looking at the 2018 budget, I'm interested to know to what extent you were able to factor in strategy and threats and sort of strategic thinking about what needs to be done as you put together the budget for Cyber Command, and to what extent you've still been hamstrung by the BCA and by those cap numbers?
So, like any entity, it's all about prioritization for us. So we spend a lot of time figuring out, with finite resources, even with growth, with finite resources, how are we going to prioritize? So our input for the fiscal year 18 budget in Truth in Lending, we just rolled it out as a government, as a department this afternoon and during the midday today, so I have not yet seen the specifics yet. I know what the broad number for us is, but I haven't seen the sub-elements of that, so I'll talk broadly. I apologize, but I'll talk broadly. For the 18 input, we tried to identify those priorities. In a macro sense, in no particular order, I've been arguing manpower, investment in core capabilities, and then number 3, how can I accelerate number 1 and number 2? How can I do both of those faster? Because in some ways, even though as the WannaCrypt ransomware issue that we've been going through shows, there's capability in the department. There's a lot of motivated men and women who are doing some good work. We were not impacted by WannaCrypt, and that wasn't from a lack of effort. We had spent significant time starting in March asking ourselves, how might this play out? How do we position ourselves in the case of, because Microsoft had put out the patch for the vulnerability, we as Microsoft users saw that and started asking ourselves, how might an opponent attempt to exploit this vulnerability even as we were working to patch? It's one of the reasons why we use a defense in depth strategy. There's no one single solution. There's no one single way to fix this problem. It's layers built on top of each other. That really has been the key to our success. So we're asking ourselves, how can we do this faster? Every day, one of my biggest concerns is, and I've never really had this same viewpoint in almost 36 years of commissioned service. Every day, I literally think to myself, we are in a race to generate more capacity and more capability at the same time that I'm watching a host of global actors do the exact same thing. And so we're trying to sustain both staying up with them, but quite frankly, my objective is to get ahead of the problem set. I don't like reacting to things. It's not an effective or efficient way to do business, and I don't think that's what the nation wants from us. So until I'm able to bore into the specifics of the budget, that kind of gives you a broad sense of what I thought we needed to focus on.
So would you say, Admiral, that the budget as it's been proposed provides the resources necessary to regain superiority in areas that we've lost it?
It certainly moves us along that road, but no one should think for one moment that this mission set, not unlike some others, is going to require increased and sustained investment over time. This is not going to be, hey, 1 or 2 years, we've increased you by some reasonable number, which has been the case for the last 2 years, and that's all you're going to need. If you look at the scope of the challenges associated with this mission set and from where we're starting, we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us.
And would you talk a little bit about how you're going to measure success and how you're going to measure progress along that path of regaining superiority?
So there's a couple components to it. First, we've developed a set of, or we're in the process of developing a set of metrics. So how do we truly assess readiness for this force that we've created? We focused for the first few years on assessing initial operating capability and final operating capability. It's when you hear us talk and slang about IOC and FOC, and you heard me in my remarks. We achieved IOC essentially on time, October 2016. We have until 30 September 2018 to achieve FOC. I think we're on track for that. But one of the things I tell the team is that doesn't get to warfighting. And in the end, it's about our ability to actually operate in a sustained heavy environment. Just like when we're building a brand new carrier or a brand new fighter wing, for example. It's not enough just to say, we've got all the pilots, we've got all the parts. It's about training, it's about assessing readiness. So we're working our way through how are we going to do that. Then it's other things like we ask ourselves, are we driving down defensive penetrations? Are we driving down malware infections? There's some specific metrics that we think that we can use that give us a sense, particularly on the defensive side, are we being more effective or not?
Thank you very much. My time's expired.
Mr. O'Rourke.
Thank you. Help me understand a little bit how we make clear to other countries in the world the consequences of cyber attacks. With conventional weapons in conventional wars, there may be an understanding of what the consequences will be should one country attack another with a certain kind of weapon. What is our level of dialogue with other countries, including those countries we view as threats, including those countries who I think we know have attacked us, about what the consequences are going forward?
So if I could, in an unclassified session, I'm not going to get into specifics associated with particular nation states. And it hasn't been a one-size-fits-all approach, which is true broadly for strategy for us, I would argue, as a nation. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We try to optimize the way we're looking at this particular challenge set based on whatever the particular actor that we're dealing with. What works for one won't necessarily have the same kind of impact as what will work for another. There's a couple, first let me talk about a couple basic things. We have been very public and acknowledge the fact that we are using cyber offensively against ISIS, not just because we want ISIS to know that we are contesting them, but because, quite frankly, we also think it's in our best interest for others to have a level of awareness that we are investing in capability and we are employing it within a legal law of armed conflict framework, not indiscriminately, but we are employing it. We've also acknowledged very publicly in unclassified strategy documents, for example, for the Department of Cyberspace strategy, that we are developing offensive capability, that we believe that deterrence is an important concept that we've got to work our way through. We're trying to communicate to the world around us that we're aware of the kinds of activity we're seeing out there. Some of it we view with concern. As a result, we think it's in our own nation's best interest to have a set of capabilities that both generate greater options for our policymakers and our operational commanders, but at the same time help communicate to others around us, you don't want to go down this road with us. I think the reaction or the way WannaCrypt played out in the United States, for example, is a very good example of that. Hey, look, in a major malware effort that took down many systems in lots of other parts of the world, did not have the same level of effectiveness here in the United States.
Let me ask you a question
Not
about
by
that.
chance.
To what degree are we treaty bound to assist an ally who is attacked through cyber, not kinetically? And are we already assisting allies who are, maybe to use that most recent example that you just gave?
So that's a bit of a legal question, and that's just not my lane, but I'll give you my thoughts from my perspective as an operational commander. We, for example, NATO has been very direct in saying that they view cyber as a natural continuation of the standing Article 5 framework, where attack against one is an attack against all. Even as NATO acknowledges, the application of Article 5 is through a decision framework in the North Atlantic Council, and it's done on a case-by-case basis. But broadly, that's the intent. And that's been communicated in multiple forms, in multiple ways. For other nations, you'd have to ask somebody who's a little bit smarter about the specifics of the standing mutual defense treaties that we have.
Let me ask another question then. Sure. Because we know the Russians attacked the integrity of our elections here, because we know they've done that in other countries, because past behavior is a good predictor of future behavior. Whose responsibility is it in this country? And then kind of to, maybe for the record on for our allies, when our allies' elections are attacked. But is it Cyber Command? Is it DHS? Is it both? Should the RNC or the DNC be attacked going forward, for example? Whose responsibility is that?
So under the current framework, which could change, but under the current framework, the Department of Homeland Security has overall responsibility for the provision of capability and capacity within the federal government in support of the private sector, broadly. Cyber Command, in its defined mission of, if directed, to, as I said, to support the defense of critical infrastructure, we would partner with DHS to do that. We would do that, Cyber Command, by attempting to interdict that activity before it ever reached that U.S. network. Quite frankly, we wouldn't focus on blue or friendly space. We'd be out in gray and red space, if we will, trying to stop the activity from ever getting
It's
done.
yours before it gets here. Once it gets here, it's DHS.
And then once it gets here, DHS has created a sector framework. Cyber Command also has a set of capabilities in the form of national cyber protection teams that we would also deploy in partnership with DHS to support among those 16 specific critical infrastructure areas. Again, it's one of the things I mentioned early that I want to test. We're going to start using one particular sector that's a little bit more mature than some of the other 15.
Thank you.
Mr. Franks.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Admiral Rogers. Thank you for your service to the country, and your job is so very important to us all. You stated that your first mission priority is defense of DoD information networks. Would you suggest that that means that defensive operations doctrinally will take precedence over offensive operations?
No, because I remind the team, look, we have 3 missions, and we have to be capable of executing all of them. I can't go to my bosses and say, hey, I really just chose to focus on number 1. Now, don't get me wrong, like any commander, I have to prioritize. And so as I'm looking at the challenges out there, I have told the team we will prioritize against number 1, even as we acknowledge we still have to execute those other 2 missions. Yeah. But like any other operational organization, at times I have to prioritize resources, focus. But it isn't, well, it's just one and not the others. We've got to do all of them.
Yeah. Well, as you know, the DoD relies upon the civilian power grid for 99% of its power requirements, without which I'm told that it becomes impossible in CONUS to affect the DoD mission. Do your priorities include protecting the U.S. power grid and other critical infrastructure against cyber attacks?
So again, I don't have responsibility for the defense of that in the United States. I will say one of the things I'm interested to see if we can maybe look at doing differently, and I'm having this conversation in particular with Transcom at the moment. Right now, when it comes, for example, to critical infrastructure that the DoD accounts on to do its mission, when it comes to clear defense contractors who either are generating the capabilities that we use, advanced fighters, for example, and other platforms, as well as private industry, for example, for Transcom that provides services, lift, movement of cargo. Under the current structure, the Defense Security Service has overall responsibility for the interface with those private companies, not Transcom, for example, even though they work for Transcom or they provide a service based on a contractual relationship with Transcom, and not necessarily with us. I'd like to see, is there a way to bring those operational commands, Cyber Command, DSS, and that private sector together in a much more integrated way? Because what we're finding right now is I will become aware of activity, I will pass that to DSS, DSS passes that to the private sector. That doesn't come across to me always as the fastest, most efficient, most agile way to do business, and I'd like to see if we could maybe try to change that.
Well, Admiral, you know that that's been one of the challenges in the past, that sometimes, you know, the whole notion of protecting the grid from cyber security challenges is kind of walks the 13th floor of humanity, because we, in the department, your department, consider that a civilian responsibility. Of course, the civilian response is that is a national security issue and should not be our responsibility. And my fear, of course, is that neither put the sufficient focus on it necessary, and given your stated
yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's worth always touching base on. How will Cyber Command's posture improve once it's elevated? Do you believe you'll have all the resources and authorities you require to accomplish your assigned missions? And what do you expect your number 1 challenge will be in terms of Russia, China, Iran, ISIS, someone else?
Okay, so let me try to unpackage them. If I forget one, please just let me know, sir. So first, what's the benefit of elevation? You know, why have I and others recommended that that's a smart course of action? Even as I acknowledge, the decision's not mine, as we've already talked. That's outlined within legislation. Now it's a timing issue, absent a change to the legislation. In the department's processes, when it comes to how we develop budgets, how we articulate prioritization, how we develop broad policy, it is generally built around the idea that the combatant commanders are the primary voices for the operational end of those processes, not sub-unified commands, combatant commanders. So one of my concerns has been, we talk about the importance of cyber, and I acknowledge that there are other priorities in the department, and yet for some, not all, but for some of our processes, the cyber expertise is not embedded in the current structure because you put it one level below. So I believe that elevation plugs us more directly into the primary decision-making processes within the department, which are really optimized for combatant commanders. It also makes us faster because now I've got one less layer that I have to work through. I've been very blessed in my time as Cyber Command. The strategic command commanders I have worked with, General Hyten, and boy, how quickly we forget. I can picture, he was a good flag officer friend. They were great to team with because I would tell them, look, if we're going to insist everything I do flows through Offutt, I can't get to timeliness, I can't get to speed, and this helps address that.
Time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apparently, two of our colleagues have introduced a bill that would allow private sector U.S. companies to hack back active defense. I hadn't realized before that this is apparently illegal today, absent a law change. So could you reflect on this proposal and whether it's a good idea or not?
So broadly, and I'll only speak for Mike Rogers because I'm not in the policy lane, but I have an opinion. As an operational commander, my concern is, while there's certainly historic precedents for this, nation states have often gone to the private sector when we lacked government capacity or capability. We did that in the Revolutionary War, letters of marque. We didn't have a navy. We went to the private sector, gave them authority and protection via our government to say, go out and capture cargoes from the Royal Navy and from the British merchant fleet. My concern is be leery of putting more gunfighters out on the street in the Wild West. As an individual tasked with protecting our networks, I'm thinking to myself, we've got enough cyber actors out there already. Just putting more out there, I'm not sure is in everybody's best interest. And I would also be concerned about the legal liability you might, and I'm not a lawyer, but the legal liability, I would think that you have some liability issues associated with taking actions with second and third order effects that you don't truly understand when you actually execute it. That's just my concern.
Are other countries doing this? Are you familiar with any other countries that have enabled their private sector to be aggressive?
There may be equivalent legal frameworks out there. I certainly not that have come to my attention and not that I've had a discussion about.
I was curious you used a gunfighter analogy because some people have thought that the NRA might set up a whole new wing of activity for this. But to the extent that private business in this country feels disconnected from government, or that, as you pointed out earlier, government response is too slow, or that certain national security interests are not recognized as being national security interests, even when it's protecting the grid, I think you're probably going to see greater pressure.
Right, I would agree. In some ways, it goes back to, again, showing you my war college education. I don't want you to think as a taxpayer I didn't listen when I was sent to service colleges. In the Westphalian construct, the application of force has generally, for the last several centuries, been viewed as a mission or a right of a sovereign state, not something that the private sector does. We don't use, for example, for us, we don't use contracts to actually drop and fire weapons. We don't use mercenaries to do that. We use uniformed military. I would just be concerned that going that route, again, argues against the broad principles we've used about the role of the state in applying force kinetically or non-kinetically.
We don't use those tools, but in our degraded Westphalian system, we don't know who we're being attacked by. They might be state actors, quasi-state actors, possibly private actors. Who knows?
Although it depends on the situation, but I'm the first to acknowledge 100% attribution is probably a standard we're going to be driving for a long time and not necessarily achieve immediately.
What percentage of accuracy and attribution would you give us today?
Oh, it depends on the actor. If you take, for example, speaking now as on the NSA side, if you take a look at the efforts we did in the intelligence community assessment with respect to Russian efforts to influence the 2016 election process, really high confidence, a very fine-grained attribution. If you take a look at WannaCrypt, for example, we're 10 days into this, and collectively, both the private sector and the government, we're still working our way through who's the actor or actors associated with this. So it tends to vary. There's no single concrete. answer.
So with the elections, we're close to 90%, 95%, and with this, we're 60, but raising it?
I don't know. I've never really thought about it from a number.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Admiral, it's a long way from Auburn University, and
War Eagle, sir.
I hope you never lose a war or win a ball game. I'm a University of Georgia graduate.
Oh, I have a brother who went to the University of Georgia and a sister.
He's a good man. He's a good man.
Misguided individuals.
Was he the one?
I love them, but they're misguided.
Was he the one holding Ugo when he bit the Auburn player? All kidding aside, thank you for your service. And we talk a lot about how fast technology changes, and the acquisition process being a problem throughout the department. But I'd like to hear your comments on the personnel. Again, you speak to this in your comments. When you get the young man, the young woman out there that's the best and the brightest, there are opportunities in the private sector versus there are opportunities in the public sector under your command. The challenges there, and the issue of what percentage of your personnel are civilian versus uniform?
Roughly, we're about 80% military, about 20% civilian. That's kind of what we're building to. It varies in some areas, but it's about 80-20.
I know we have a tremendous number of wonderful people in uniform. Some of the people that we see that seem to be the best and the brightest in the technology field aren't exactly the people that you imagine going to boot camp. How do we recruit in case, do we have a system in place to allow those people to serve?
So it's one of the reasons why we've tried to come up with a total force concept for us. Active, guard.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this. We're going to take you live now to the United Kingdom. A live look at the United Kingdom. Theresa May, the Prime Minister, expected to make a statement following yesterday's devastating attack at the Ariana Grande concert in Manchester. 22 dead, 59 wounded, 59 injured, taken to the hospital. We are expecting that statement momentarily.
No. Yeah, I will be, but I've got 5 cameras.
Is it really bad, the sound of that? The aircon sound?
That's aircon from outside. That's the...
Oh, okay, it's the outside.
So if
we shut the window and it's so hot there, but is it really interfering with the sound?
You can hear it in the background because it's such a
slow... Try shutting the window and see. Is it the cold? It's just
there's nothing coming out there. That noise is coming through that window.
All right, while we wait for the Prime Minister to arrive for this statement, I'm going to go ahead and play a clip in the corner of your screen. The hospital held a press conference earlier today regarding some of the victims. We're going to go ahead and play that for you now.
Okay. Good, Jay?
by ambulance. There were also walking wounded. Salford Royal Foundation Trust, another trauma centre, received 6 patients. Royal Manchester Children's Hospital received the most patients. They received 12 patients. University Hospital of South Manchester received 6 patients. Stepping Hill Hospital in Stockport received 6 patients. Bolton Hospital received 8 patients. Oldham Hospital, Royal Oldham Hospital received 7 patients, and North Manchester Hospital received 5 patients. There were also a good number of walking wounded, which we obviously didn't transport.
And so we've been able to care for everybody within Greater Manchester this time, but we want to say, both from the perspective of the ambulance service but also the rest of the NHS as well, how overwhelmed we've been by the offers of support that we've received from other parts of the country. People have just not been able to do enough for us, and if you ever wanted to have a sense of one national health service, one NHS, everybody working together from frontline staff through to deeply specialist doctors, this has been the night and morning to experience that and everything that makes our NHS special.
And I would really like to echo that. So the local team leadership shown at the scene by people working in incredibly difficult circumstances was fantastic. So I was listening throughout the night from the control centre. We have a live feed all the time in our ears to the people speaking on the ground. Everything was calm, everything was controlled, and the patients were cared for in a way that the specialist staff have been prepared for many years. We had doctors at scene, we had highly specialised paramedics and rescue teams at scene, and the patients were evacuated very, very quickly to a safe area where they were stabilised and moved to the hospital.
John, you practice for mass casualty events. How did the reality differ from all those drills?
Well, in reality, we tested a scenario not that dissimilar to this 1 month ago. So we'd already got all our pre-dispersal plans in place. So it was literally a case of pulling those documents out from the outset and saying, we made a plan, we believe it's a good plan, we know where these individuals need to be taken because of the types of injuries that we can see that they're presenting. And now it's a case of getting them to those hospitals which specialise in that type of care. And that's what we did.
Can you describe what type of injuries you were having to deal with?
David's protected.
I wouldn't like to go into too many details. We have to realise that the patients that are involved in here have families, and these families, we know in these incidents that some of the distress that comes after the shock of the initial incident becomes when they start to really think about what's happened and the implications for their lives. You can imagine what injuries there might be through such a terrible, terrible device being left in a crowded space, but I wouldn't like to detail the injuries that we saw last night.
Dr. Asher, Anita with the BBC News Channel, could you possibly give us a breakdown of how many adults and children are being treated? I know you mentioned there are 12 children specifically.
So 12 children went to Royal Manchester Children's Hospital,
yes,
and they're the children that we took to that hospital. The other hospital received mostly adults, and then there were walking wounded which will have gone to different centres, some of which would have been children, to those centres. I don't really want to extrapolate on the number of children and the number of adults, as for the same reasons that I've just mentioned, is that we don't want to start imagining things around what happened last night, especially for the families that were involved.
Can you say how many are critically ill and how many are stable?
No, that would be a situation for each individual hospital to report on according to who is in their care. But what we can say is that clearly there are a number of individuals who have very, very serious injuries and are requiring intensive care, and people who are going to be in hospital for a long time in terms of that treatment. So one of the things we now have to plan for, including mutual support from other areas, is how we ensure that we don't put too much pressure on our hospitals as they are treating and
59 people remain injured, and many of them have life-threatening conditions. As Greater Manchester Police confirmed earlier today, the perpetrator was Salman Ramadan Abidi, a 22-year-old who was born and brought up in Britain. And as the emergency services have confirmed throughout the day, his victims were innocent children, young people and their families. Our thoughts and prayers are with them all. I want to reiterate what I said this morning about the professionalism of the emergency services and the bravery of the people of Manchester. Through their actions, they proved that cowardice will always be defeated by bravery, that evil can be overcome by good, and that our values, the liberal, pluralistic values of Britain, will always prevail over the hateful ideology of the terrorists. In my statement earlier today, I said that the police and security services needed to investigate whether or not a BD was acting alone. Those investigations continue, but the work undertaken throughout the day has revealed that it is a possibility we cannot ignore that there is a wider group of individuals linked to this attack. This morning I said that the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, the independent organisation responsible for setting the threat level on the basis of the intelligence available, was keeping the threat level under constant review. It has now concluded, on the basis of today's investigations, that the threat level should be increased for the time being from severe to critical. This means that their assessment is not only that an attack remains highly likely, but that a further attack may be imminent. The change in the threat level means that there will be additional resources and support made available to the police as they work to keep us all safe. As a result of JTAC's decision, the police have asked for authorisation from the Secretary of State for Defence to deploy a number of armed military personnel in support of their armed officers. This request is part of a well-established plan known as Operation Tempora, in which both the armed forces and the police officers involved are well trained and well prepared to work in this kind of environment. The Secretary of State for Defence has approved this request, and Operation Tempora is now in force. This means that armed police officers responsible for duties such as guarding key sites will be replaced by members of the armed forces, which will allow the police to significantly increase the number of armed officers on patrol in key locations. You might also see military personnel deployed at certain events, such as concerts and sports matches, helping the police to keep the public safe. In all circumstances, members of the armed forces who are deployed in this way will be under the command of police officers. Precisely how the military and armed police officers will be deployed is an operational decision for police commanders, and Assistant Commissioner Mark Rowley of the Metropolitan Police will be making a statement giving further details at New Scotland Yard later this evening. In the coming days and weeks, there will of course be many events hosted up and down the country. The police will work with the organisers and hosts of these events to come to a judgment about how they can go ahead while making sure the people who attend them are safe and secure. I do not want the public to feel unduly alarmed. We have faced a serious terrorist threat in our country for many years, and the operational response I have just outlined is a proportionate and sensible response to the threat that our security experts judge we face. I ask everybody to be vigilant and to cooperate with and support the police as they go about their important work. I want to end by repeating the important message I gave in my statement earlier today. We will take every measure available to us and provide every additional resource we can to the police and the security services as they work to protect the public. And while we mourn the victims of last night's appalling attack, we stand defiant. The spirit of Manchester and the spirit of Britain is far mightier than the sick plots of depraved terrorists. That is why the terrorists will never win, and we will prevail.
All right, everyone. So that was the UK Prime Minister Theresa May speaking out on yesterday's deadly attack. You are looking at video from yesterday of the scene there. Again, the arena in Manchester. 22 people killed, 59 injured. No word yet on how severe some of those injured are. It's possible the death toll could rise. We are hearing reports that there are some people still unconscious in critical condition at the hospital. So again, it's possible that that death toll does indeed rise. Many of you may be wondering what the latest updates are in regards to this attack that took place in Manchester. The suicide bomber was named and identified British Libyan Salman Abedi, killed. We know another person, a 23-year-old, has been arrested with some sort of connection to this incident. Ariana Grande and her mother leaving the UK, boarding a private jet and going back to the United States. They landed in Florida earlier this afternoon. According to the Daily Mail, Taylor Swift offered Ariana Grande her private jet to get her back home as soon as possible. Again, ISIS is claiming responsibility for the attack, but authorities have not yet confirmed that, as ISIS claims responsibility for all attacks. As of now, 3 of the 22 dead have been identified. One is an 8-year-old girl, another is an 18-year-old Ariana Grande superfan who actually met Ariana Grande 2 years ago, and another was a 26-year-old man that was there at the concert. I want to go ahead and play a few different clips from today following this attack in London. President Trump commenting on it. Prime Minister Theresa May also made comments earlier today. In addition to what you just heard, let's go ahead and play this for you now.
Police and security services believe that the attack was carried out by one man, but they now need to know whether he was acting alone or as part of a wider group. It will take some time to establish these facts, and the investigation will continue. The police and security services will be given all the resources they need to complete that task. The police and security services believe they know the identity of the perpetrator, but at this stage of their investigations, we cannot confirm his name. Significant resources have been deployed to the police investigation, and there continue to be visible patrols around Manchester, which include the deployment of armed officers. For people who live and work in Manchester, there remains a large cordon in place around Manchester Arena and Victoria Station, which will be in place for some time. The station is closed and will remain closed while a detailed forensic search is underway. The threat level remains at severe. That means that a terrorist attack remains highly likely. But the Independent Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, which sets the threat level on the basis of the intelligence available to them, will continue to assess this throughout today and in the days ahead. At terrible moments like these, it is customary for leaders, politicians and others to condemn the perpetrators and declare that the terrorists will not win. But the fact that we have been here before, and the fact that we need to say this again, does not make it any less true. For as so often while we experienced the worst of humanity in Manchester last night, we also saw the best. The cowardice of the attacker met the bravery of the emergency services and the people of Manchester. The attempt to divide us met countless acts of kindness that brought people closer together. And in the days ahead, those must be the things we remember. The images we hold in our minds should not be those of senseless slaughter, but of the ordinary men and women who put concerns about their own safety to one side.
We also have Netanyahu commenting on what happened in Manchester.
Years, Israel has had many friends, but Israel has never had and will never have a better friend than the United States of America. Standing next to you, President Abbas condemned the horrific attack in Manchester. Well, I hope this heralds a real change, because if the attacker had been Palestinian and the victims had been Israeli children, the suicide bomber's family would have received a stipend from the Palestinian Authority. That's Palestinian law. That law must be changed. I hope that President Abbas heeds the principles, the clear, strong, moral, and practical principles that you enunciated today, President Trump. Stop rewarding terrorists, stop glorifying murderers. I believe that this is the first and the crucial step towards the road to a genuine peace that Israel seeks and that I believe that together with you we can achieve. President Trump, working with you, I believe we can advance a durable peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors, as well as the Palestinians, because of the common danger that the...
All right, so that was the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu commenting briefly on the Manchester attack. Here's the next clip. A Manchester mother fears for her missing daughter. Warning, this could get emotional.
Been a bomb. There'd been an explosion at Manchester Arena. Is Ollie safe? I run downstairs and put the news on, tried to get hold of Olivia, couldn't get hold of her. There was many phone calls then. Phoned the police. They weren't really helpful at that time because it was so fresh. I'm heartbroken at the moment because I don't know where she is. I don't know if she's alive even yet. They're just trying every social media site going. We're constantly ringing her phone, but it's just going straight through to it cannot be connected at the moment. She was with a friend from school. He's been found. He is in hospital. He's with his family. Everything, every possible scenario that she's just going to walk through this door any minute like she's not even known what's going on, that she's in a hospital somewhere wanting me, but no one can get hold of me because they don't know who she is, or that she's dead, because I just don't know. If anybody has seen her, please contact me. If anyone knows where she is or is even with her, give her a phone. She knows my number. Just let her phone me. Just even if you think it's her and she can't remember her name, just contact me on social media, take a picture of her, send me a picture and I'll let you know if it's her. I've tried all the hospitals and no one's got her on record of being there yet. I'm waiting for a phone call back from the police at the moment with an update. And she's not at any of the hotels where children are supposed to be at the moment. No, it wasn't expected to happen. It was a children's-based concert. You wouldn't think people would do this to children. Children are innocent. What have they done? They've done nothing. I thought she'd be quite safe. She's done it before. I thought she'd be safe. My reaction is that whoever has done it is sick. The children, they're innocent. They've never done no wrong in their lives. They don't even know half of the stuff that's going on or why it's going on. Why children? Olivia, Mummy loves you. Please just phone me and come home, please.
You're now looking at some of the video from Manchester. That was a very emotional interview being given by a woman who cannot get a hold of her daughter. A very emotional moment for her. Now, as I mentioned, some of the victims have been identified. I'm going to go ahead and put this image on the screen. This is an 18-year-old who was killed in the attack. She was able to meet her idol, Ariana Grande, pictured right here, 2 years ago. A very sad day for her and her family. Again, 18-year-olds killed in that unfortunate attack. There is one other photo of her. She is one of 3 people killed who have been identified. I want to go ahead and play this press conference from Manchester. This press conference was earlier today. It's just a few clips from this press conference by police.
Coming out now, Ben. Come to us now, Ben.
Come now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ian Hopkins, the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police. This has been the most horrific incident we have ever faced here in Greater Manchester, and one that we all hoped we would never see. Families and many young people were out to enjoy a concert at the Manchester Arena and have very sadly lost their lives. Our thoughts are with those 22 victims that we now know have died, the 59 people who have been injured, and their loved ones. We continue to do all we can to support them, and they are being treated at 8 hospitals across Greater Manchester. As you will appreciate, this is a fast-moving investigation, and we have significant resources deployed to both the investigation and the visible patrols that people will see across Greater Manchester as they wake up to the news of the events of last night. This will include armed officers, as people would expect, and more than 400 officers have been deployed on this operation throughout the night. To remind you, we were called at about 10:33 p.m. to reports of an explosion at the Manchester Arena. This was at the conclusion of the Ariana Grande concert. We then received more than 240 calls, and emergency services responded very quickly to the scene. We have been treating this as a terrorist incident, and we believe at this stage the attack last night was conducted by one man. The priority is to establish whether he was acting alone or as part of a network. The attacker, I can confirm, died at the arena. We believe the attacker was carrying an improvised explosive device which he detonated, causing this atrocity. We would ask people not to speculate on his details or share names. This is a complex and wide-ranging investigation. Our priority is to work with the National Counter-Terrorist Policing Network and UK intelligence services to establish more details about the individual who carried out this attack. We have received tremendous support from across the police service in England and Wales and partner agencies throughout the night. We regularly carry out exercises to test our ability to respond to such incidents, and this has ensured a very swift response from local and national agencies. I want to thank all members of those emergency services and other agencies who have worked tirelessly throughout the night in very difficult circumstances. Their response has been quite outstanding. There remains a large cordon in place around Manchester Arena and the Victoria train station, which will be in place for some time. The station will remain closed while a detailed forensic search is underway, and people should plan their route to work and follow Transport for Greater Manchester for updates. Terrorists will attempt to disrupt our lives and create distrust and fear in our communities. We have a long history here in Greater Manchester of our communities standing together during difficult times. In the coming days, we will be working very closely with community leaders to address any concerns or issues that our communities may have. It is important that we all continue to remain vigilant, but that we go about our daily lives. We would ask members of the public to be alert and report any suspicious activity to the Police Anti-Terror Hotline, the number of which is 0800 789 321,
or of course ring 999. As people are waking up to the tragic news of what is a sad day for Greater Manchester, the officers and staff of Greater Manchester Police, the other emergency services and our partners will continue to do all they can to help us get through the difficult days ahead. Finally, I'd like to appeal to any members of the public that may have images or footage from last night that they believe can assist in our investigations. If they could upload them to ukpoliceimageappeal.co.uk or ukpoliceimageappeal.com, we would be very grateful.
So this is video, dashboard video. This is some of the first video to come out yesterday of the explosion. So you can see the time there. There's a timestamp on this video indicating that this happened exactly at about 9:31 dash cam time. We're going to play this over for you. Pay attention to this area. This area right here, you will see a light and then hear a boom come from that area.
No!
Alright, I am just going through some of the video that we're getting in following the attack. Here's a video titled Celebrities React to the Manchester Explosion.
See that green? It's weird. I feel it's very surreal to be under pressure like this.
Maybe I do have some advice. I mean, to a certain extent, always, I think. Yeah, but it's devastating what happened out there, and that's really unfortunate. So my heart goes out to everyone out there, and I hope she's okay, and I hope that her fans and everyone involved is all right.
Certain interviews, and you were one. I was like, I want to Andy, every packet.
Well, I mean, I just heard about it, and first of all, those are kids, mostly like, you know, young kids. And I think as people are getting so desensitized to everything that's happening, because every morning we read about something new, and it's not okay. And it's on us to be able to, like, I don't know, figure out that is this the world that we're going to raise our kids in? I'm really shocked, and you know, my condolences.
AJ was just telling me about an explosion in a concert in Manchester, and we had this horrendous accident in Times Square here last week, so just a little lightheartedness, you know.
Does it make you more concerned about your own safety?
You know, in the day after something happens, you're a little bit more aware, but you really can't walk around scared. You have to keep on living. Obviously, be aware.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and show you guys more video from the attack, some video from last night. Manchester police outside the arena. Let's listen.
The wound is not too bad. Yeah. Not so far.
Excuse me, what's happening?
We have no idea. We have no idea.
Excuse me, is anyone hurt?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's going on?
I don't know. I'll be there.
So you can see in that video, the person filming the video keeps asking what happened. And now we have sound from some of the witnesses. Interviews with them.
Well, I was sitting in my living room with my boyfriend and we were just chatting away and we both heard these two loud bangs and we didn't understand like what it was. We didn't know if it was just someone outside with the bins or an actual bomb, which we thought, the second thought we thought it might have been, because after we knew Ariana Grande was performing live in the MEN Arena. So when we were sitting there for like 5 minutes afterwards and my boyfriend's dad woke up and said, "Did you hear that?" So then he came in and showed me the phone and showed me like it's on the news that the bombs actually happened.
And so you look over the steps at the back. When you looked out of the window, describe to me exactly what you saw.
The first second when I looked out the window, I was seeing about 5 ambulances behind each other going towards the arena. And then behind that, there was about 6 police cars and about 6 riot vans. But that was obviously going towards the front of the arena where Victoria Station starts, and there was a few police cars and ambulances at the back where the car park starts.
Did you see any... What happened next? What did you see next?
After that, I just thought it has to be something serious if there's that much like emergency service coming to the actual scene. So then when I seen all that, I looked on my phone on the news and I actually seen a picture of someone that they uploaded on Facebook, I think it was, and they seen smoke coming from the top of the arena. Which made me think that's more than just a speaker blowing up, which people was presuming it was.
And when you looked out the window, did you see anyone coming out of the arena?
As soon as I looked out the window, there was people outside my house, apartment, and people was hugging each other crying, and they had these big pink balloons that obviously was appearing in the arena because Ariana Grande was wanting them. But there were people crying, so I thought there must be something serious and there must be some like fate, like really deaths or something severe.
Did you see anyone injured?
I didn't see anyone injured, but I seen people running towards my house, which is away from the arena, which is going down towards like south of Manchester. So it was kind of like there must be something serious if people are running away from that area.
All right, now here is some information about New York security following the incident. New York security after the incident in Manchester. Video coming in from New York. We'll also get some sound. Again, you can see increased security around Madison Square Garden there in New York, in the heart of New York. A very tragic incident taking place in London and in Manchester, and authorities in New York not taking it lightly.
A bomb like this could be detonated virtually in any location where there's still a lot of people leaving the arena, leaving the venue. So very, very demanding for police or law enforcement to protect against something like this.
As a New York resident, it makes me feel so much safer in that way that we're just being on top of it.
that's the only thing you can do.
It does give people comfort. We thought something may have happened when we did see the police come out.
New York is like a city, it's a beacon of hope for a lot of people. So to see this response and see that, it's like, feels like kind of the one thing you can count on right now.
And now these are aerials from this morning, the scene of the crime following yesterday's devastating attack. You can see they're zooming in on the exact area where the incident took place. So you can see this part of the arena is the area where the deadly attack occurred. A very tragic incident that took place there in Manchester. Theresa May commenting on it earlier today. I'm going to go ahead and play more of her comments here.
I have just chaired a meeting of the Government's Emergency Committee, COBRA, where we discussed the details of and the response to the appalling events in Manchester last night. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and the families and friends of all those affected. It is now beyond doubt that the people of Manchester and of this country have fallen victim to a callous terrorist attack, an attack that targeted some of the youngest people in our society with cold calculation. This was among the worst terrorist incidents we have ever experienced in the United Kingdom. And although it is not the first time Manchester has suffered in this way, it is the worst attack the city has experienced and the worst ever to hit the north of England. The police and security services are working at speed to establish the complete picture, but I want to tell you what I can at this stage. At 10:33 last night, the police were called to reports of an explosion at Manchester Arena in Manchester city centre near Victoria train station. We now know that a single terrorist detonated his improvised explosive device near one of the exits of the venue, deliberately choosing the time and place to cause maximum carnage and to kill and injure indiscriminately. The explosion coincided with the conclusion of a pop concert, which was attended by many young families and groups of children. All acts of terrorism are cowardly attacks on innocent people, but this attack stands out for its appalling, sickening cowardice, deliberately targeting innocent, defenseless children and young people who should have been enjoying one of the most memorable nights of their lives. As things stand, I can tell you that, in addition to the attacker, 22 people have died and 59 people have been injured. Those who were injured are being treated in 8 different hospitals across Greater Manchester. Many are being treated for life-threatening conditions. And we know that among those killed and injured were many children and young people. We struggle to comprehend the warped and twisted mind that sees a room packed with young children not as a scene to cherish, but as an opportunity for carnage. But we can continue to resolve to thwart such attacks in future, to take on and defeat the ideology that often fuels this violence, and if there turn out to be others responsible for this attack, to seek them out and bring them to justice.
All right, now this is video of the U.S. reaction following the incident, the New York Stock Exchange having a moment of silence there. Again, that was the moment of silence at the New York Stock Exchange. The DNI chief, Coates, reacting to the Manchester attack during a hearing this morning. I'm going to go ahead and play Coates' reaction.
Last night's horrific attack in Manchester was a gruesome reminder that the world is on fire. Everywhere we turn, we can see threats to the world's rules-based order that underpins global security and prosperity. Yet when it comes to the great national security challenges we face, U.S. policy and strategy are consistently lacking. Whether it's China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, or radical Islamist terrorism, I have heard few compelling answers about how the United States intends to use its alliances, its trades, its diplomacy, its values, but most of all its military to protect and defend our national interest and the rules-based order that supports them, especially with sequestration still the law of the land. This is still a young administration. Cogent, coherent policy and strategy take time to develop, but we should be ever mindful that our adversaries are not waiting for us to get our act together. Time is of the essence.
I'm pleased to be before you, Chairman McCain and Ranking Member Reid and members of the committee. I must admit, when I walked through the door, instinctively I made the right turn trying to find my seat up on the panel and said, oh yeah, that's right, I got to come down here.
You're welcome at any time to come and take a trip down memory lane.
Thank you. Let me just reiterate what the chairman said relative to what happened in Manchester last evening. I just returned from London a couple of days ago and met with all of my intelligence community colleagues there. We spent a significant amount of time discussing threats to our respective homelands, and it's a tragic situation that we see all too much of happening in countries around the world, in particular our allies. So it once again reminds us that this threat is real, it is not going away, and needs significant attention to do everything we can to protect our people from these kinds of attacks.
And McCain commenting on it at a summit as well.
This is just it's a terrible tragedy. It's even more tragic when it's these wonderful, beautiful young people that had their lives extinguished so early, and our thoughts and prayers go out to them. But it shouldn't really surprise us too much, because you do have a caliphate in Raqqa where they are training people and sending them out to commit acts of terror. But last night proved again that it really only takes one to all of a sudden just rivet our attention and inflict terrible damage and carnage on innocent people. We're in a long twilight struggle with this radical extremism, this perversion of an honorable religion, and I get briefings all the time on it, and you hear about it all the time, but they're working very hard to be able to have the capability to inflict further acts of terror. Now, I do not know anything about laptops, okay, and I have not been briefed. But it's interesting to me that we continue to read in the media that maybe we're going to ban them from aircraft, from airliners. That can only lead to one conclusion, that maybe they're working on that kind of technology. So they're not only trying to commit the conventional or standard acts of terror, but they're trying to develop new ways to do so. So it's tragic and it's sad, but it should again remind us that the struggle is a long, long way from over. I think the answer is obvious. We do have excellent people working in all our law enforcement agencies. I think that General Kelly, the head of Homeland Security, is a very capable person. But, you know, it's so hard to make sure you foil every plot. But it does, I want to just mention again, it's very important that we take Raqqa as quickly as possible. That's where a lot of these things or laboratories are, where their experimentation is, where the even making some of these weapons. So it's very important that we destroy their base.
Do you think the president is being aggressive enough there?
I think we are. Yes, we are.
And now you're looking at that photo of the 8-year-old girl, the 8th-year-old girl that was killed at Ariana Grande's concert yesterday. There is a statement from her school mourning the loss of one in our community. There she is, just 8 years old, one of 22 people confirmed dead in yesterday's tragic attack. All right, everyone, we're going to switch gears, cut away from our Manchester coverage. We're going to go to Washington, D.C. coverage, politics coverage. We're going to continue with our political coverage here on News Now in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Earlier today, Democrats held a press briefing. We're going to show you that here on News Now.
Were ever enacted into law. The cuts to Medicare, to the Medicaid and the CHIPS program, the Child Health Insurance Program in states like mine in New York and around the country, of $616 billion. That's a lot of children who now have health insurance who would stand to lose it if this president's budget were to pass. We also know the hits to Meals on Wheels and to other vulnerable individuals within our population who would lose that. The White House calls this a taxpayer first budget. We call it a billionaire's first budget because we know the proposal the president has for tax reform that would drive billions and trillions of dollars to the wealthiest in this country at the expense of the working and the poor in the United States. And let me just let's just say, I know the elections are coming up this week, this Thursday in Montana. And my wife being from Montana, I'm paying special close attention to that and the enthusiasm that my family has about this upcoming election to be able to send a message. But let me just once again congratulate Ben Ray Lujan and all the folks here at the DCCC and their efforts to expand the field. The number of candidates that are interested now in running for office around the country is in excess of 350. And the number of seats that are now in play are well over 80. So I congratulate you, Ben, on all the work and the effort, the raising of the funds that are needed in this effort, but also the enthusiasm factor that exists not only in Montana and Georgia, but around the country as well. So thank you, Ben, for having us here today.
Thank you, sir. Questions?
Hi, Francine Key from the Christian Science Monitor. A lot of stories out recently about the expansion of the field and returning to the suburban and centrist strategy of 2006. That was strongly put out by Rahm Emanuel. My question is, do you have a strategy that is distinct for the heartland? Not everything in the heartland is a suburb. Whether you're focusing on the heartland at all, and whether you have the money to beef up recruiting and running and supporting campaigns in the heartland.
The heartland is going to be critically important to the battlefield that we've laid out. If you look at a number of districts that are part of the 79, you'll be able to identify so many of them that are in the heartland. Look, I represent a district that's very rural, 47,000 square miles. It takes 8.5 hours to drive across it. A lot of small towns, a lot of small communities. There's some of the small towns that I'm in where the town halls are at the local saloon. Alcohol gets covered up, you have a town meeting after you're finished, the curtains come down and then people sit down and talk over a beer. It's very much like so many rural communities across America. It's the community I was raised in. This is important to me. It's also personal to me. Sherry Bustos, Brendan Boyle, so many of our colleagues have been very helpful in making sure that we are not taking our focus off to reaching out to these districts. Part of our March into 18 project was to send field staff into these districts to reestablish relationships, earn the trust of those where we had lost it, and maintain the trust once we get it. Continue to listen and get to know constituents all across the country, and in the heartland is going to be a big part of our battlefield and the program that we're launching. I don't know, Joe, if you want to touch on anything that we're seeing from the caucus perspective as well.
I just think that the proposed budget cuts that this president is putting forward attacks the struggling individual everywhere in the country, whether they be in blue cities or in more rural purple and even red areas of the country as well. People are hurting. We get that. And it's Democrats who are going to be standing to ensure that the pain that this president and the Republican majority want to inflict upon Americans, we're going to do our best to stop it.
Can you talk for a moment, though, about this idea that we have these special elections in ostensibly Republican turf? Democrats have put these in play. We always know that special elections are special, and so there's always unique circumstances. But not to read too much into the idea that even if you come close, or certainly if you win either of those seats or both, that this isn't a bellwether.
Chad, by the very nature that we're even having a conversation about these 3 special elections, should worry House Republicans. House Republicans have spent about or over $16 million defending these deep red seats. So by that very nature, I think that should concern House Republicans. With that being said, we're working hard. Every district matters, as I've said. No district is off the table. And we're going to work day in and day out, reaching out and establishing infrastructure across the country, reaching out to candidates as well, encouraging strong people to run, to fight for the people that they know and that they love. And we'll continue that all the way through November of 2018.
But I guess what I'm getting at is that some people say, well, look, even if you are in play in these districts, which is supposedly red turf, if people say, aha, this must be Trump or show weakness of the Republicans, is there a chance by Democrats of misreading that interpretation of your performances in those districts because that's Republican turf?
Thanks. I would respond by the very nature that the NRCC is having to spend over $16 million defending deep red congressional districts. It should concern them. And that's my posture with this as well, as we're trying to understand what this means going forward into 2018. These specials are the races that are right in front of us right now. And again, why are Republicans having to spend so much money defending these deep red seats? That should worry them going forward.
Congressman, to ask the question slightly differently, though, do you worry, given how much excitement and money and grassroots enthusiasm has been poured into these special elections, if you don't actually win one of them, is there kind of a base deflation kind of demoralization you have to worry about?
I think to the contrary. Look, John Ossoff won that primary by over 20 points, getting to 40, or right under 20 points, I guess, right at like 19.6. Getting to 48% of the vote, and Karen Handel just getting to near 20 points in that race. This is a district that has a Democratic Performance Index of like 36%, 37%. There shouldn't be a Democrat in that runoff. And John Ossoff has put together a great campaign. The people of this congressional district in Georgia are working with him. They're supporting him. And they've turned this into a race. The same thing as we look at races in Kansas and Montana, and all of the chatter that's taking place down in South Carolina. This is showing the support that the grassroots has out there. And I think everyone across the country understands that these are deeply held red congressional districts. But with that being said, everyone is willing to put in the time and the effort to be able to make these races competitive. And that's what is my hope and my goal going into November of 2018. Is that we're able to continue to work to seize this energy, harness this energy, and take it to the ballot box.
How did you decide that you were going to add another 20 seats? Was there some metrics that you saw? And then how do you go about funding this expanded battleground, given that Democrats often have outspent even in a more narrow battleground? So how do you get the adequate resources to really go after 80 seats?
So as you look at where we are right now after 120 days of this administration and missteps by House Republicans every day, I can just point to the health care bill as one of those examples. Pushing through a vote without any hearings, no witnesses, no bipartisan amendments accepted into the bill, throwing potentially 24 million people off of coverage, increasing your premiums, increasing your deductibles, doubling down by changing essential health benefits, arguably bringing back or stripping protections, I should say, against those with pre-existing conditions, bringing annual and lifetime caps. I mean, you're aware of all of this, and they still forced it through. And now we're hearing that they're going to try to bring this bill back up again, with Republicans doubling down and spending, super PACs spending upwards of $2 million to try to go and run positive ads in Republican-held districts to encourage them to support this monstrosity. That, with Donald Trump's favorability in the 30s, Paul Ryan's is in the 20s, I think that we can see that we need to push in here and make sure that we're expanding this battlefield. Devin Nunes had to recuse himself from this very critical and important investigation. That's concerning. We saw Congressman MacArthur move forward and offer an amendment that would exempt members of Congress from this horrific Republican repeal bill that some people are still calling Trump care. There's misstep after misstep, and we need to continue to put the pressure on, expand the battlefield, and show people across the country that we're out there to recruit candidates. And we will work with our supporters across the country. Grassroots supporters right now have been pushing forward. The DCCC has raised more online to date in 2017 than we did in all of 2015. It shows the incredible supports that we have with the grassroots, and that will be the great marginalizer against where Republicans are raising money, because, look, we know they'll outraise us, but we also have the support of millions of people across the country, and that's going to be the great differential.
What's your read on the seats that will open when Jason Chaffetz retires and when Tom Marino, if it happens, is nominated? And also, the speaker's talking about, as a response to the healthcare thing, her support for a public option. Are Democrats going to be running on not just the badness of the AHCA from their perspective, but on expanding healthcare in 2018?
As we look at Jason Chaffetz's seat, another deeply held Republican red district, but you already had an opponent there for Jason who had raised considerable resources out of the gate. And so that's another example of a deeply held red congressional district that will have a strong opponent ready to go and take the fight to the people of Utah. And I would say that on health care, look, as we all know, right, Chairman, we talk about this where we remind one another that politics is local, but health care is personal. And we'll make sure that this very personal fight is taken to the American people, and that we're able to hear those personal stories with how our friends and our neighbors, people that we know that are part of our families, are going to be impacted by this horrific bill. And look, Democrats have been very clear. Take repeal off the table, and let's fix what needs fixing. Let's continue to work together on behalf of the American people to do the right thing and make the Affordable Care Act stronger going forward, and be able to, again, fix what needs fixing. I don't know if you want to touch on that.
I just want to go back just to a point before about these races. I mean, yes, part of this is a snapshot in time, what is happening right now. You take, for instance, in Montana, where the Republican is a former Easterner, who's been living in Montana for about 20 years now. I think Montanans look at those kinds of things, and Mr. Quist has been a Montanan through and through. And those kinds of things, those are the things that are intangible. You really can't touch or understand what's happening with independent voters. So I do think, yes, it is a snapshot. What's going to happen in 18 months will happen in 18 months. I do think the fact that the president's numbers are so low that the enthusiasm factor is very high in the Democratic circles. That's something for us to be buoyed by. But we'll let you all, the pundits, analyze the elections. Ben Ray's job is to help win those elections and to grow the size of our caucus now and in the future. So that's where our focus is going to be.
Is there a message on healthcare besides protect the ACA? Is there candidates running on single payer, candidates running on public option? I think that John Yarmouth is chair, he has his own ideas on healthcare. Is there more of a message than just save the ACAs from district to district?
I think Democrats have consistently stood for expansion and inclusion of as many Americans as we possibly can in coverage in health care. I believe, as I think a majority, if not the entire Democratic caucus, I won't speak on behalf of all, that health care is a right and not a privilege. And when you start off from that perspective, that lays out, what opportunities we may try to take advantage of, or or what issues to move forward and push forward. So that is something that clearly differentiates us between us and the Republican side, that many of them believe it is a privilege, that if you have the ability to have additional resources, that you can get better health care. When I reminded by my constituents and remind others that much of the advancements that have been made in health care and the cures that have been found have been done on the back of taxpayer dollars. And therefore, I think we should all benefit from those advancements, regardless of your ability to pay for health care. That's where I'm at. And I agree with Ben. You know, all politics is local, all health care is personal. And it's about your personal experience and your personal life and what you're facing. You know, the individual who now has health insurance, or the child who has CHIP, and they will have that taken away based on the Republican bill. I mean, I don't have to ask them how they're going to feel about that. They're going to have something taken away from them that they've known to come now as a right. And I think that's going to be the biggest issue the Republicans will be facing when it comes to the health care issue.
And David, there's concrete legislative ideas out there that Democrats are looking for bipartisan support from our Republican colleagues and this administration of requiring negotiation of prescription drug prices with Medicare, looking at how we can provide more support to middle-class families across the country with some of those tax credits that were built into the Affordable Care Act that could be expanded as well. In areas where I come from, in rural states, areas in the Rust Belt as well, in the heartland, what we can do with looking at high-risk corridors so that we arguably look at higher-cost areas and provide more support into those areas. Those are just 3 examples off the top of my head that there's real clear legislative priorities that would make a difference immediately once they're signed into law into helping provide more support to the American people. You contrast that with another part of what Republicans don't want to talk about with the Republican repeal bill, that they're actually taking and stealing from Medicare to try to move forward their provisions here. And look, that coupled with the Trump budget, with targets not only on Medicaid expansion, hurting everything that's going on with Medicare, with Medicare recipients across the country, those are our parents and our grandparents, our friends and our neighbors, people we know. And there should be concern in each and every one of those areas. So let's work together to make things better for the American people, not get behind what Republicans are pushing that is going to make things worse for our friends and our families and our moms and dads and our grandmas and grandpas.
You mentioned Georgia 6. That's a place where Donald Trump did not perform especially well last year. Do you think Democrats can compete in areas though that he did do well in last year, maybe even districts that he won by 10 or more points?
There's 95 districts across the country where he won with less than 5 points, or lost. And so, you know, that's an example where of the list that we've put together through the DCCC, suggesting that no district is off the table. But just as you look at the president's performance in those districts, that gets you to 95 right off the bat. And what the list that we have together now, I think, gets us to 79, and we'll continue looking to see what's happening across the country. But again, I stand behind no district is off the table.
You're mentioning healthcare, you're going to go hard on that, go hard on the budget. What you haven't mentioned is Russia. Is that not going to be a major talking point until the investigation's over, or what is your official messaging going to be on that for Republicans who aren't supporting a commission, for instance?
Well, I do think it's a paramount issue. The advancement that took place last week in the appointment of a special prosecutor, a special counsel, was a momentous movement. It still does not relieve, I think, the call, in my opinion, and I think on behalf of our caucus, the call for the creation of an independent commission to get to the bottom of what happened, what was Russia attempting to do, what did they accomplish, what effect did it have on the campaigns and the election process, and what are they trying to do, what are they trying to learn from this and doing around the world, and will they try it again, and what are we going to do to stop it from happening? Those are the kinds of things that are going to take a deeper dive, I think, down the road. And so, no, I do think that this is certainly an issue that Americans are paying attention to. I think they're also, living their lives and trying to make ends meet. They're trying to, if they put food on the table, afford health care, find a job, afford college tuition for their children, and at the same time they have this incredible distraction that their president continues to fail to recognize, despite the fact that his intelligence agencies unanimously say the Russians did attempt to influence our election. He continues to make apologies for the Russian government. As I've said before, the Russian people are not our enemy, but the government is not our ally. They are not our friends. They want to undermine democracy around the world, and they made an attempt to do it here, and our president needs to get on board that message.
Just a quick second question. If these red districts are actually going to be competitive, why isn't the DCCC spending more in Montana? As far as I can tell, are you guys even on TV there?
Yeah, well, we're on TV. As a matter of fact, we leaned in early in working with the campaign to make sure that Rob was able to be up in parity with some of the Republican attacks that were coming his way, that allowed him to be able to raise more support from supporters across the country and to go back up on television as well. And so we do see parity up in Montana. He's working hard. And again, I think that you're seeing investments made district to district that are smart investments specific to those districts based on what the needs are. And I think Rob just announced that he's raised over $3.5 million from supporters across the country as well. It's allowed him to stay competitive in this race, but that investment that came from the DCCC did allow Rob to stay up during a vulnerable time with parity and to continue communicating while he was able to bring those resources back in.
Question about Montana. You alluded to it being a rough road ahead. If Quist doesn't win, is there a margin that you would still consider a victory for how much Trump won the state?
Just by the very nature that we're talking about this district, I think it already shows what's happening with the environment with these congressional districts that are deeply held red Republican districts across America. And so, look, we'll see what comes out of this race. I think there's still a question as to what the enthusiasm gap is, which is hard to model and be measured. But when you go and you visit with people and families in Montana, the number of town halls that Senator Tester has had, and you see people that are participating in those, it shows a lot of enthusiasm on the ground that I think is encouraging. And so, again, I don't know what the margin would be that would make that determination going forward, but I already think that Republicans should be worried that they've had to dump so many dollars in to try to defend a district that they shouldn't have to have spent a penny in. And that's another example where Republicans should be worried by the nature that they're having to defend these Republican-held districts across the country.
One more question.
Mike?
Every year the Republicans put out their budget, and every year you Democrats go after them and say how devastating it will be for especially low-income, working-class voters, whether it's Paul Ryan or Tom Price or now Donald Trump. That hasn't worked out as well as you would have liked in the past 4 election cycles. So with that in mind, do you think that is that the right focus? Is it why do you think that hasn't resonated more, and what are you doing this time around to make sure that you get a better outcome in 2018?
Well, I'll just first by saying this president ran on the notion that he was going to help restore middle America. He was going to bring back jobs, that he was going to make America great again. He spoke to middle class and struggling people in this country. And in this budget, what he does is he directly attacks them. Cutting these programs to raise by 10% the defense budget. And we're not arguing about adequate funding for our defense, but to do that by eliminating programs across the board on the domestic side is unconscionable. And we're going to highlight that, couple that with his tax proposal, a tax proposal that will make him and billionaires around this country even more wealthy at the expense, I believe, of gutting the Treasury of the United States. Unpaid for, that will cost anywhere between $4 and $10 trillion over a 10-year period. This math just doesn't add up. And, you know, they said they want to close the deficit and in a 10-year period. I mean, I just don't know how this math works. This is voodoo math at its best. So someone has to explain to me how it's going to happen. I don't see that moving forward. It really is counter to what the president ran on. He's not out helping the middle guy. He's out helping the rich guy.
And Mike, all that I would add there is Republicans are in charge now. They hold a majority in the House and the Senate. They control the White House. And as Chairman Crowley said, President Trump made a lot of promises to families across the country that supported him. This budget turns his back on all of the promises that he made to the American people. And if that's not bad enough, look at what Republicans did on health care. President Trump and House Republicans promised the American people that no fewer people would be covered with their repeal effort, that your costs would not go up, your premiums would not go up. And we saw what the CBO said out of that last bill, and they moved it forward. And President Trump took that horrific bill and built it into his budget. They own this. And we need to make sure we take the fight to the American people. And if that's not bad enough, he's turning his back on working families across America, hard blue-collar families like the one that I was raised in. Remember, my dad was an iron worker, mom worked in the local public schools. And he's going to give a tax break to all those members down at his resort in Florida. About 400 families are going to benefit from his entire tax cut in America while he turns his back on working families across the country. I think that that is something that people are paying attention to. It matters to them. Again, this is personal. What does this budget mean to you and to your family, to your moms and dads, your friends and neighbors, to your co-workers at the job site? What does it mean to them? And we need to make sure that we continue to listen to them and we hear those personal stories and share those personal stories across the country. I believe that will be the biggest difference that we see with this budget versus those that were released over the last four cycles.
He wants to give his buddies a tax break. He wants to balance the budget. He wants to eliminate the deficit. How do you do both? Except gut the middle class and gut the poor in this country.
But it's very similar to the Ryan and Price budgets, and you guys have been saying this again.
They're in the same boat.
Do you think that the prominence of having Trump in the White House kind of changes things in your advantage?
They're in charge. They own it.
Everything.
Yeah.
Great.
They have no more excuses from them, Mike. Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
All right, everyone. So those were the Democrats responding to the new budget. The members of the House, Republicans specifically, speaking out as well. Republicans speaking, including Paul Ryan himself.
And fearing the worst. To deliberately target innocent children is cowardice in its most heinous form. So we should not be surprised that ISIS has claimed responsibility for this attack. But we will never bow or bend to radical Islamic terror. In Manchester, we have seen hotels taking in survivors. We've seen local residents offering beds to those who are stranded. We've seen taxi cabs driving back and forth through the night offering free rides to bring people to safety. And as we speak, people on social media are reaching out to connect families with their loved ones. Terror is a threat that we all face together, and with our might and with our humanity too. In that spirit, I want to express solidarity of the whole House of Representatives to Prime Minister May and her government. We stand ready to help in any way we can, because freedom, compassion, and peace will always prevail over violence and hate.
In the face of heinous acts of violence, we must stand united against those who want to harm us, our allies, and our way of life. Especially, as you've just heard from the speaker, when they put young, innocent lives in their crosshairs. My heart and my prayers, along with those of my colleagues, are with the victims, the family, the friends of those killed, law enforcement officers who continue to work to investigate this despicable act, and to reunite the families, as the speaker just said, separated in the chaos last night. It is our responsibility to protect our children, and it's government's first job to protect our citizens. That's why I've joined a bipartisan group of colleagues to offer a bill, which is what we intended to come out and talk about this morning initially. It's called Protecting Young Victims from Sexual Abuse Act. Unfortunately, under the current law, amateur athletic governing bodies, organizations responsible for training our Olympic hopefuls, claimed that they had not been required to promptly report allegations of sexual abuse that they received to the law enforcement authorities. Most recently, the Indianapolis Star investigative report uncovered that over the last 20 years, at least 368 children, Olympic hopefuls, reported instances of abuse to USA Gymnastics, based in Indianapolis. But USA Gymnastics allowed these allegations to remain dormant and unreported to law enforcement. Our bill ensures that national governing bodies entrusted with the health and well-being of young athletes and future Olympians promptly report any allegations of physical abuse to law enforcement and implement much stronger policies and procedures to prevent abuse of coaches, trainers, or medical personnel from continuing to prey on young athletes. In the face of violence and fear, we must be a force for justice. Our prayers are with the victims and their families this morning.
I'd like to add my thoughts and condolences to the victims in the UK as well, and am grateful to pass on our thoughts and prayers. My husband and I heard the news last night as well. We're committed to fighting the forces of evil and do believe that good will prevail. This week, we're looking at the days ensuing in the weekend ahead on Memorial Day, how important it is. So we're looking this week at 7 bills on strengthening veteran benefits in this country. We're looking also at mine today, which is the VA Scheduling Accountability Act. This is a common sense bill that just literally asks the VA to follow the rules of scheduling. We had a horrific issue in my district, again confirmed by a VA investigation, that even though it's been 2 and 3 years since the original Phoenix catastrophe was laid open to this country on people that are actually cooking the books on scheduling, literally moving schedules electronically, moving people in and out to basically not see veterans at their most vulnerable point of need. And what my bill does is puts an end to the manipulation, basically takes bonuses away, gives the power to the VA again to incentivize good behavior and to come and literally crack down once and for all on bad behavior, on cooking the books, and once again focusing on what every American wants, which is to take care of our veterans, that we're the first to respond and are often the ones here that need the most help when it comes to fighting for the benefits that they fought for.
Good morning. I want to associate myself with the Speaker's comments. Our hearts and prayers do go out for the lost lives and those who are continuing to fight for their lives. The coward that perpetrated this action, those who had helped him. We will stand with our allies in the UK to continue to fight. Susan Brooks and Jackie Jaworski talked about what's going to be on the floor this week. Combating human trafficking and dealing with veterans. Congresswoman Jaworski has worked a great deal when it comes to the Veterans Administration. As she talked about, we'll have more than 7 bills on the floor this week. Susan Brooks, a mom, a former U.S. attorney, saw a devastating act about human trafficking, about abuse. She's continued to fight in that realm.
There was a chase
But when we
didn't
look
get.
at the facts and we look across not just our country but around the world at what took place, many times you think this doesn't happen maybe in America. But it was happening to our U.S. athletes. Should make sure that that will never happen again. But when you look at the facts of what has transpired, just in the last year there's been 20.9 million people trafficked globally. 7,572 human trafficking cases reported in America in 2016. 4.5 million victims of forced sexual exploitation around the world. These are children. It's happening in almost every single district. This will be a bipartisan effort to be able to stop as we continue to move forward. This week, a series of bills, and we will begin to come back as the committee works. More bills coming in July. I yield back.
Like the Speaker said, my prayers and support go out to the people of the United Kingdom who were the victims of this cowardly attack. Once again, we've seen the evil face of terrorism, and it unites us all towards that common bond of fighting and continuing to remember just what they're trying to do to destroy our way of life, and the fact that they're not going to be successful in doing this because we will continue to fight back against them. This week we're taking strong action to stand up and fight against human trafficking. Whether people realize it or not, it's something that touches every community in our nation. We've seen just how prevalent it is, and we've got some important bills up And of course, you saw Susan Brooks and Jackie Walorski talk about the steps that we're going to take to not only stand up for the victims of sexual assault and human trafficking, but also as Memorial Day approaches, we're standing up for our heroes, the veterans that have had so many struggles with the VA not being held accountable and not doing right by the very veterans that they are paid to serve. We're going to continue to give more options to our veterans, and the legislation that's moving forward this week is going to be one more step to help our veterans who gave so much for us. And finally, later today we expect the President's budget to be unveiled. And like any presidential budget, anybody can find something that they would support or that they would do differently. But I think one of the most encouraging things is that we've got a president now, Donald Trump, who's bringing forth a budget that actually focuses on getting our economy back on track, on growing the economy, and on ultimately getting back to a balanced federal budget. That's something we haven't seen for the last 8 years. Every single budget that Barack Obama would present to Congress, not one of those budgets got to balance, which showed not only his fiscal irresponsibility, the fact that he wasn't willing to force Washington to live within its means, but also that he was never focused on getting the economy back on track. And so we had sluggish growth. We had stagnant wages for working families all across the country. And finally, we're shifting over to a president, Donald Trump, who actually recognizes that Washington has to live within its means, and we have to create economic growth for families so that they can finally, once again, be a part of the American dream. So I look forward to working with the president as we move our budget forward and achieve that same balance of having a balanced federal budget and economic growth for working families across this country.
I'd like to join in expressing condolences to the people of Great Britain. It's a terrible tragedy, and there are forces at work in this world that seek to destroy us, destroy our happiness, destroy our way of life. And we stand with our allies in Great Britain, and we offer our prayers and we offer our support to them. You think about the most important function of the federal government is to protect the people. And as Susan Brooks highlighted, whether it is supporting those that are children here at home against human trafficking, against child abuse, or Jackie Walorski's work to support our veterans that go on the front lines to ensure that we have the freedoms every day that we enjoy as Americans. The Veterans Administration, their sole mission is to protect our veterans.
All right, everyone, we have a live look at Paris now. The Eiffel Tower lit to honor those victims in yesterday's deadly attack. This wraps up my coverage here on News Now. Mary Kate joining you with more News Now in just a few minutes.
Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We're taking you to an event that happened a little bit earlier today. Right now you're getting a live look at the White House, but we are going to take you to an event that happened a little bit earlier today where President Trump spoke at the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. So let's hear what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome First Lady Melania Trump and Mrs. Sarah Netanyahu. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Ladies and gentlemen, this museum tells the story of Israel. Mr. President, you've just gone through a fast-paced visit through our past, our present, and we work together to fashion the future. Here you can see Hebrew texts of the Bible that are 2,000 years old. You can see the seals and coins that bear witness to nearly 4,000 years of our presence in this land. You can see the menorahs we lit, the synagogues we prayed in during our long exile. But the story of Israel is not simply the story of the past. It's the story of a nation reborn, of a barren land brought back to life, of an ancient language revived, of an exiled people who returned, of Jewish sovereignty restored. We have a saying, Mr. President, the people of Israel lives, the state of Israel lives on, alive as ever. A thriving democracy, a powerful army, an innovative, free economy, and a proud, resilient people. Mr. President, over the years, Israel has had many friends, but Israel has never had and will never have a better friend than the United States of America. That friendship is reflected in the overwhelming support of the American people, strong bipartisan support of the American Congress, and the supports of American presidents from Harry Truman to Donald Trump. Thank you, President Trump, for your steadfast friendship to the Jewish people and the Jewish state. It is deeply, deeply appreciated. Mr. President, I believe that the alliance between America and Israel is more important than ever. Together we must defeat those who glorify death and protect those who celebrate life. Together we can defeat the forces of militant Islam who seek to destroy the civilized world. And together we can and we must defeat the forces of terror. Terrorism, the deliberate slaughter of innocents, must be equally condemned and equally fought, whether it strikes in Europe, in America, or in Israel, or for that matter, anywhere else. And as you said this morning, Mr. President, funding and rewarding terrorism must end. Standing next to you, President Abbas condemned the horrific attack in Manchester. Well, I hope this heralds a real change, because if the attacker had been Palestinian and the victims had been Israeli children, the suicide bomber's family would have received a stipend from the Palestinian Authority. That's Palestinian law. That law must be changed. I hope that President Abbas heeds the principles, the clear, strong, moral, and practical principles that you enunciated today, President Trump. Stop rewarding terrorists. Stop glorifying murderers. I believe that this is the first and the crucial step towards the road to a genuine peace that Israel seeks and that I believe that together with you we can achieve. President Trump, working with you, I believe we can advance a durable peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors, as well as the Palestinians, because of the common danger that the Arab world and Israel face from Iran, and because of the leadership that you bring to this process. Ultimately, around the world, I have no doubt that freedom will defeat fear, that light will vanquish darkness, because that is the story of America, a nation that has defeated the forces of tyranny, that is the beacon and hope of all humanity. And that is the story of Israel, a nation that has overcome unimaginable horrors and impossible odds, and is the hope of the Jewish people. Mr. President, thank you for your historic visit, for your unbelievably moving gestures in a concentrated 36-hour period in Israel. You've touched the core and the stones of our being. In the Kotel, the Western Wall yesterday, now in Yad Vashem, and now in our wonderful museum. You, First Wife, First Lady Melania Trump, your family and your delegation, you've shown a great commitment to Israel's future and to its security. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for standing up for Israel at the United Nations and everywhere else. And I thank you for your unrelenting support and a friendship that comes from the heart to the Jewish people and the Jewish state. Thank you, President Trump. God bless you, God bless Israel, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very nice. And thank you to Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I also want to thank Sarah for hosting us last night in really a very unforgettable dinner. We had a great time. We talked about a lot of very, very important things. And thank you to Ambassador David Friedman and Mrs. Friedman for joining us, along with a number of very good friends who have come from our country to yours as we reaffirm the unshakable bond between the United States of America and Israel. Thank you. I'd like to begin my remarks today by sending the thoughts and prayers of the entire American people to the victims of the terrorist attack in Manchester. You know, you've all been watching, you've seen just a horrible thing going on. I want to send our condolences to the many families who lost their loved ones. Horrific, horrific injuries. Terrible. Dozens of innocent people, beautiful young children, savagely murdered in this heinous attack upon humanity. I repeat again that we must drive out the terrorists and the extremists from our midst, obliterate this evil ideology, and protect and defend our citizens and people of the world. All civilized nations must be united in this effort. This trip is focused on that goal, bringing nations together around the goal of defeating the terrorism that threatens the world and crushing the hateful ideology that drives it so hard and seems to be driving it so fast. It is a privilege to stand here in this National Museum in the ancient city of Jerusalem to address the Israeli people and all people in the Middle East who yearn for security, prosperity, and peace. Jerusalem is a sacred city. Its beauty, splendor, and heritage are like no other place on earth. The ties. What a heritage, what a heritage. The ties of the Jewish people to this holy land are ancient and eternal. They date back thousands of years, including the reign of King David, whose star now flies proudly on Israel's white and blue flag. Yesterday, I visited the Western Wall and marveled at the monument to God's presence and man's perseverance. I was humbled to place my hand upon the wall and to pray in that holy space for wisdom from God. I also visited and prayed at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a site revered by Christians throughout the world. I laid a wreath at Yad Vashem, honoring, remembering, and mourning the 6 million Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust. I pledged right then and there what I pledge again today, the words, never again. Israel is a testament to the unbreakable spirit of the Jewish people. From all parts of this great country, one message resounds, and that is the message of hope. Down through the ages, the Jewish people have suffered persecution, oppression, and even those who have sought their destruction. But through it all, they have endured, and in fact, they have thrived. I stand in awe of the accomplishments of the Jewish people, and I make this promise to you. My administration will always stand with Israel. Thank you very much. Through your hardships, you have created one of the most abundant lands anywhere in the world, a land that is rich not only in history, culture, and opportunity, but especially in spirit. This museum, where we are gathered today, tells the story of that spirit, from the two holy temples to the glorious heights of Masada. We see an incredible story of faith and perseverance. That faith is what inspired Jews to believe in their destiny, to overcome their despair, and to build here, right here, a future that others dared not even to dream. In Israel, not only are Jews free to till the soil, teach their children, and pray to God in the ancient land of their fathers, and they love this land, and they love God. But Muslims, Christians, and people of all faiths are free to live and worship according to their conscience and to follow their dreams right here. Today, gathered with friends, I call upon all people, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and every faith, every tribe, every creed, to draw inspiration from this ancient city, to set aside our sectarian differences, to overcome oppression and hatred, and to give all children the freedom and hope and dignity written into our souls. Earlier this week, I spoke at a very historic summit in Saudi Arabia. I was hosted by King Salman, a very wise man. There, I urged our friends in the Muslim world to join us in creating stability, safety, and security. And I was deeply encouraged by the desire of many leaders to join us in cooperation toward these shared and vital goals. Conflict cannot continue forever. The only question is when nations will decide that they have had enough bloodshed, enough killing. That historic summit represents a new opportunity for people throughout the Middle East to overcome sectarian and religious divisions, to extinguish the fires of extremism, and to find common ground and shared responsibility in making the future of this region so much better than it is right now. Change must come from within. It can only come from within. No mother or father wants their children to grow up in a world where terrorists roam free. School children are murdered and their loved ones are taken. No child is born with prejudice in their heart. No one should teach young boys and girls to hate and to kill. No civilized nation can tolerate the massacre of innocents with chemical weapons. My message to that summit was the same message I have for you. We must build a coalition of partners who share the aim of stamping out extremism and violence and providing our children a peaceful and hopeful future. But a hopeful future for children in the Middle East requires the world to fully recognize the vital role of the State of Israel. And on behalf of the United States, we pledge to stand by you and defend our shared values so that together we can defeat terrorism and create safety for all of God's children. Israelis have experienced firsthand the hatred and terror of radical violence. Israelis are murdered by terrorists wielding knives and bombs. Hamas and Hezbollah launch rockets into Israeli communities where school children have to be trained to hear the sirens and to run to the bomb shelters with fear, but with speed. ISIS targets Jewish neighborhoods, synagogues, and storefronts. And Iran's leaders routinely call for Israel's destruction. Not with Donald J. Trump, believe me. Thank you. I like you too. Despite these challenges, Israel is thriving as a sovereign nation, and no international body should question the contributions Israel makes to the region and indeed the world. Today, let us pray for that peace and for a more hopeful future across the Middle East. There are those who present a false choice. They say that we must choose between supporting Israel and supporting Arab and Muslim nations in the region. That is completely wrong. All decent people want to live in peace, and all humanity is threatened by the evils of terrorism. Diverse nations can unite around the goal of protecting innocent life, upholding human dignity, and promoting peace and stability in the region. My administration is committed to pursuing such a coalition, and we have already made substantial progress during this trip. We know, for instance, that both Israelis and Palestinians seek lives of hope for their children. And we know that peace is possible if we put aside the pain and disagreements of the past and commit together to finally resolving this crisis, which has dragged on for nearly half a century or more. As I have repeatedly said, I'm personally committed to helping Israelis and Palestinians achieve a peace agreement. And I had a meeting this morning with President Abbas and can tell you that the Palestinians are ready to reach for peace. I know you've heard it before. I am telling you, that's what I do. They are ready to reach for peace. And my meeting with my very good friend, Benjamin, I can tell you also that he is reaching for peace. He wants peace. He loves people. He especially loves the Israeli people. Benjamin Netanyahu wants peace. Making peace, however, will not be easy. We all know that. Both sides will face tough decisions. But with determination, compromise, and the belief that peace is possible, Israelis and Palestinians can make a deal. But even as we work toward peace, we will build strength to defend our nation. The United States is firmly committed to keep Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and halting their support of terrorists and militias. So we are telling you right now that Iran will not have nuclear weapons. America's security partnership with Israel is stronger than ever. Under my administration, you see the difference. Big, big, beautiful difference. Including the Iron Dome missile defense program, which has been keeping the Israeli people safe from short-range rockets launched by Hezbollah and Hamas, and David Sling, which guards against long-range missiles. It is my hope that someday, very soon, Israeli children will never need to rush towards shelters again as sirens ring out loud and clear. Finally, the United States is proud that Israeli Air Force pilots are flying the incredible new American F-35 planes. There's nothing in the world like them to defend their nation. And it was wonderful to see these mighty aircraft in the skies over Israel recently as you celebrated the 69th anniversary of Israel's independence. But even as we strengthen our partnership in practice, let us always remember our highest ideals. Let us never forget that the bond between our two nations is woven together in the hearts of our people, and their love of freedom, hope, and dignity for every man and every woman. Let us dream of a future where Jewish, Muslim, and Christian children can grow up together and live together in trust, harmony, tolerance, and respect. The values that practiced in Israel have inspired millions and millions of people all across the world. The conviction of Theodore Herzl rings true today. Whatever we attempt, there for our own benefit will rebound mightily and beneficially to the good of all mankind. As we stand in Jerusalem, we see pilgrims of all faiths coming to this land to walk on this hallowed ground. Jews place the prayers from their hearts in the stone blocks of the beautiful Western Wall. Christians pray in the pews of an ancient church. Muslims answer the call to prayer at their holy sites. This city, like no other place in the world, reveals the longing of human hearts to know and to worship God. Jerusalem stands as a reminder that life can flourish against any odds. When we look around this city, so beautiful, and we see people of all faiths engaged in reverent worship, and school children learning side by side, and men and women lifting up the needy and forgotten, we see that God's promise of healing has brought goodness to so many lives. We see that the people of this land had the courage to overcome the oppression and injustice of the past and to live in the freedom God intends for every person on this earth. Today in Jerusalem, we pray and we hope that children around the world will be able to live without fear, to dream without limits, and to prosper without violence. I ask this land of promise to join me to fight our common enemies, to pursue our shared values, and to protect the dignity of every child of God. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the state of Israel. And God bless the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was President Trump speaking earlier today at the Israel Museum. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Give me just a few seconds while I take you to the next event. Coming up in about an hour or so, we will be having Hillary Clinton speaking live as well. So a lot of live events coming up here today on the show. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, we're moving on to the next top story here in the show. Former Vice President Joe Biden delivering remarks at the Colby College commencement. Let's hear what he had to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think maybe I should sit down now. Mr. President, it's an honor to be here. And Eric Rosengreen, chair of the board, Colby trustees, especially my good friend Pete Rouse, Colby trustee. And I mean this I can say this without fear of contradiction, one of the wisest counsels that I think ever served as chief of staff for the President of the United States of America. Pete is a man of incredible personal integrity. And a good friend. I was friends with his mom and dad. They helped me when I was a 28-year-old kid announced for the Senate to get elected. And he has become close friends with my deceased son, Beau Biden, and my son, Hunter Biden. You're a trustee from Wilmington, Delaware, now living in Washington, Robert Hoops. I want to acknowledge you, Robert. Thank you. My fellow honoree degree recipients and Madam President and Mr. President, I've been to Kabul a number of times. For you to complain about cold is hypocrisy. I've never been so damn cold in my whole life as I was in Kabul. So it doesn't make Maine, although not as much snow, I acknowledge. Thank you for choosing us. Thank you for choosing Colby. And please, I mean this sincerely, Mr. President, come back. Come back. We need you. We need you. An amazing Grace. Grace Dunn. Where are you, Grace? God love you, child. I tell you what, I am so proud of Grace. Grace Dunn. And ladies and gentlemen, to your honorees, my congratulations. Look, my mother, Grace, had an expression. She'd say to me, and I mean this sincerely, she'd say, "Look in my eyes, honey." She said it to me once. I give her my word as a Biden. She said it 50 times. She'd say, "Remember, you're defined by your courage, and you're redeemed by your loyalty." Gracie, she didn't know you, but she had you in mind. Remember, remember, you're defined by your courage. You know, to all the proud Colby moms and dads here, congratulations. You're about to get a pay raise. No tuition next year for these guys. At least, maybe that's not quite true. But, folks, your mom, dad, grandparents, your family made a lot of sacrifice for you to be here. So stand up and give them a cheer. Stand up and tell them what you think. You know, Mr. President, I find commencement speeches the most difficult to give. I mean this sincerely. And the reason I do is the faculty says, "Here we go again, my 15th commencement speech here." And the students say, "Hurry up, man, we got a party to go to." And the parents say something meaningful to justify that tuition. So I'm going to give it a try, but I'm not sure I'm capable. I'm inclined to do what a commencement speaker did the year that Pete Rouse graduated from here, 1968, and I graduated from law school. Bob Hope was the commencement speaker at Georgetown University that year. It was the middle of the Vietnam War. Things were getting worse, and he stood up after recognizing all the celebrities and faculty, and he turned and he looked at the students. He said, "I have one thing to say to you. Don't go." And he sat down. It was maybe the most meaningful speech that was given that year at the commencement. But you know, class of 17, you made it. I'm sure you arrived in this campus wondering what the next 4 years are going to be like. You weren't quite sure what to expect. And then a few days later, when the school chucked you out into the wilderness, and those few days of coot, oh, God, you're mean up here. And a wet sleeping bag? I mean, you know, you really didn't know what to expect, I expect. But in those 4 years, Colby has not only come to feel like home for most of you, I suspect, as what's watching your faces, has become family. It's become family and the people you're graduating with. It's even reflected in the way you talk about this place. The students, leaders who took you out in the woods, your coot, moms and dads, when you came together on Saturday night to share your Sunday, I guess it was Sunday nights, to share your lives with one another at Page Commons. That's not some mandatory meeting. I'm told it's story time. And you know, I often tell, as Pete Rouse has heard me say many times, the problem that's going on in the Congress now is we don't tell stories one another anymore. Sounds silly, but I mean it. We don't know each other anymore. When you know somebody's mom has breast cancer, or you know somebody's dad just lost their job, or you know that you got a sister who is sick, it makes it hard to dislike that person. You get to understand and see their humanity. We used to know those things in Congress. You know those things here, I suspect, from Sunday nights. And now after listening to your speech, Muib, I finally understand all those hashtags about you that carried. You know, you'll never forget the time you spent here, hunkered down with friends and hoarding food so you wouldn't have to leave the dorm during snowstorms, or reaching out to each other to get a Hungry Jack when the Dairy Cone finally opens each spring. But cheering on a hockey team that beat Bowdoin twice. But the thing that I hope you remember most from your time here is the ethos at Colby that sought to instill in each and every one of you your sense of obligation that you bear to one another as individuals, a culture of mutual accountability and caring. In other words, be a mule. Be a mule. That's what it's all about. You know, this past election cycle churned up some of the ugliest realities in our country. Civilized discourse and real debate gave way to the coarsest rhetoric and stoking of our darkest emotions. I thought we had passed the days where it was acceptable for politicians at all levels to bestow legitimacy on hate speech and fringe ideologies, even if it was just by their silence. But the world is changing so rapidly, there are a lot of folks out there who are afraid, good people. We know globalization hasn't been an unalloyed benefit for all communities struggling to get by. People are being displaced by technology, Moore's Law, the whole notion of digitalization. People are worried. A lot of people are worried. There's an overwhelming need of continuing education. Those of you graduating even from the sciences, within the next 15 years, you're going to have to be re-educated. You can be an astrophysicist. So much is going to change. So much is going to happen to keep pace with your profession. You're going to have to continually be re-educated to keep up. And a lot of people out there know they have to do that without any capacity to do it. Don't know how to get by. And we saw how playing to their fears and appealing to their baser instincts rather than their better angels, as Lincoln talked about, can still be, at least temporarily, powerful in politics. We saw how appeals to the forces of populism can stoke anxiety and seek to blame the troubles of a rapidly changing world on the other. It's always the outsider. I wouldn't have lost my job but for. The reason I'm not doing well, the immigrant, the minority, the transgender, anyone not like me became a scapegoat. There's a reason I'm falling behind, why I can't get a job. And I imagine for many of you, seeing this unfold was incredibly disorienting and disheartening, a disheartening experience. It was for me and many, many Americans all across the country. And it's understandable. But I assure you, it's temporary. I assure you, it's transitory. The American people will not sustain this attitude. And now is the time for engaged leadership. So you have to hold. You have to hold on to the Colby mentality once you leave campus, because it will not only serve you well, it will serve our nation well. And that is not hyperbole. I mean that literally. You have to be responsible to join in the ceaseless work of perfecting a more perfect union. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. We say those things, but think about what defines us as Americans. You cannot define an American based on their ethnicity. You cannot define an American based on religion. You cannot define America by anything other than an inherent acceptance of the notions contained within our institutional structures. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men are created equal. We don't always practice it, But we know that's why we belong, no matter where we come from. It's been a long, long climb, an uphill climb, to make it real, and we're nowhere near making it real yet. We haven't always lived up to our ideals. We're respected around the world not because of the exercise of our power, but the power of our example. That's why we're who we are. But it's especially in moments when the world is in disarray and our politics is in chaos, when there is a temptation to disengage, to throw our hands up, that's when it's most important for us to return to the basic principles. That's when we have to show that our ideals remain undimmed and it still matters to us as Americans. It sounds corny, but it's really true. It's really true. For me, it goes back to something my father taught me. My father used to say, and I mean it, this is not a joke, my father was a graceful, high school educated man who was well read and a truly decent man. And he used to say, Joey, every man, woman, and child is to be treated with respect and deserves to be treated with dignity. My father would never walk by someone begging. I'd say, Dad, but he's only going to use it to go out and drink. He said, do you think if he had any choice he'd be standing here doing anything else than begging? No matter who it is, they're entitled to be treated with dignity. It goes to the very heart of what it means, I think, to be an American. The right to dignity is what undergirds these self-evident truths for which we always talk about. Look, furthermore, when we treat people with dignity, when we equip them with the ability to care for their families and maintain their dignity, it's harder for the politics of fear to find a home. So today, I want to talk to you about the importance of keeping dignity at the center of our society and at the center of your life as you go out into the world. Folks, each of you has a responsibility. You all know it. You've been taught it here. You taught it before you came here, to treat people with dignity. You demand it for yourselves. You demand that you be treated that way. And all of us have to do better when it comes to building the bonds of empathy that folks who aren't like us can know we understand them. Life can't be lived in a self-referential, self-reinforcing, self-righteous echo chamber we build for ourselves online. Living our screens encourages shallow and antiseptic relationships that make it easy to reduce others to stereotypes, to write another human being off as a bad person rather than someone who's just made a really bad decision. A person on the other side of the negotiating table, the other side of the political debate, a person who doesn't look like you, who lives in a community you've never visited, a person who has a different background or religion than yours. They're not some flattened version of humanity, reducible to a collection of parts and attributes. They're a whole person, flawed, struggling to make it in the world just like you. You have to work to ascribe to your opposition the same emotional complexity you find in yourself that you possess. Your Sunday story time, learning to listen to one another, shape your own story in turn, maybe among the most important things you've learned spending time here at Colby. Because so often, over the course of time in public life, I've found that it comes down to just being personal. It's all about being personal. All politics, all international relations is personal. I have met every major world leader in the last 42 years, without exception. I've met an awful lot of people who are supposedly, in fact, were powerful. And I've found that not all those who are successful are happy. And I found the one common trait that those who found that sweet spot between success and happiness are those persons who are personal. Caring about your colleague that they're dealing with a sick parent, or that the child is graduating from college, or the child just was in an accident. That's the stuff that fosters real relationships, breeds trust, allows you to get things done in a complex world. It's the lesson I first learned when I got to the Senate as a 30-year-old kid. I didn't want to go to the Senate. I got elected on November the 3rd, and in November I was down hiring my staff on December 18th in Washington, D.C., and I got a phone call from a young woman who didn't know me, and that's why they had her call me, and she said in a monotone, "Mr. Biden, your wife is dead. Your daughter is dead. I'm not sure your sons are going to make it. You should come home now." My family was Christmas shopping, and a tractor trailer broadsided them, and all of a sudden everything changed. I learned a lesson from that. I didn't want to go, and Mike Mansfield, Ed Muskie, some other senior senators said, "Just come and be sworn in and stay for 6 months. Only 1,703 people have ever been sworn in. Your wife worked hard to get you here. You owe it to your family." But I didn't want to go. So the day I was supposed to be sworn in, I refused to go to the Senate. And so I later learned I was probably the only senator in history ever sworn in a hospital, because I didn't want to leave my sons. So they sent the Secretary of the Senate up to the hospital to swear me in. And Senator Mansfield, who had more integrity in his little finger than most people have in their whole body, used to have me come by his office every Tuesday at 3 o'clock and give me an assignment. I thought all senators got assignments. No senator gets an assignment. Not a joke. I'm the first senator I ever knew. I didn't know any better. But it took me about 2 months to figure out he was just taking my pulse to see how I was doing. And it was the end of May, and I walked in. You see on C-SPAN, you see those 2 doors that senators always go through, those big swinging doors. And I walked down to the well of the Senate to determine when the last vote was going to be so that I could catch the train to go home to see my boys, which I did over 8,300 times, they tell me. And as I walked down the floor, a very strident fellow named Jesse Helms from North Carolina was excoriating Ted Kennedy and another good friend of mine, Bob Dole, who's still alive, God love him, for introducing the precursor for the Americans with Disabilities Act. And he was going on about it was not the role of government and no one had a right to tell a county or a business person or anyone else they had to have a curb cut or buses had to accommodate, etc. And I thought he was being heartless. So I sat down, and Senator Mansfield looked at me and said, "What's the matter, Joe?" And I went on for probably 3 minutes talking about how Jesse Helms had no social redeeming value. I thought he was terrible. And he looked at me when I finished and said, "Joe, what would you say if I told you that Jesse Helms, 3 years ago, sitting in his home in Raleigh, North Carolina with his wife, Dot, saw an advertisement in early December for a young man with braces up to his hips, 14 years old, and steel braces on his arms, saying, 'All I want for Christmas is someone to love me and take me home.'" So what would you say, Joe, if I told you Jesse and Dot Helms adopted that young man as their own child? I said, "I'd feel like a fool, Mr. Leader." He said, "Well, they did, Joe." And Joe, it's always appropriate to question another man or woman's judgment, but it's never appropriate to question their motive, because you don't know. And once you question motive, you make it impossible to reach a compromise. I say you're in the pocket of, or you're unethical, or I go in and talk about things that go to the heart of who you are as a person, your character. It's awful hard then to reach an agreement on an issue that has to be resolved. At the same time, you have a responsibility to stand up against indignities. You're committed you know, you have to be committed everywhere against any and all those folks out there who want to dim the rights of other people. But you can't start. You can't start by questioning people's motives. Because an injury to the rights of any person diminishes all of our humanity. The defining, you know, if you're defending the dignity requires an absolute intolerance of abuse of power at the end of the day. That's been the underlying principle behind every issue I've ever gotten involved in. I suspect all of you, where your political passion, your personal passion is directed throughout my life, and I guess yours. That's why I got involved in the civil rights movement as a high school kid, doing sit-ins. It's why I joined the environmental movement led by Senator Ed Muskie when I got to the Senate. It's why pushing back against companies who are abusing their power, polluting our environment. Something I'm sure many of you studied in your ES classes. That's why I pushed so hard against Slobodan Milosevic, the butcher in Belgrade, who was literally engaging in genocide. That's why I worked so hard and why I wrote the Violence Against Women Act in the late 90s. And that's why I remain committed to ending sexual assault, especially on campuses. My father used to say that the greatest sin was the abuse of power, and the cardinal sin of all sins was a man lifting his hand to a woman or to a child. Women have the same exact right to be treated with dignity as a man, and I am determined that my 4 granddaughters, who are capable of doing anything any man can do, anything any man can do, that they are treated that way. So each and every one of you has to stand up to the indignity of sexual assault. Stand against the indignity of excusing harassment. Talk about, end this notion in locker rooms that the talk that goes on, it doesn't go on like somebody said it does. Stand up against the indignities of a culture that devalues women's humanity. And Michelle, congratulations to you on your award today. I'm so proud that Colby is recognizing your commitment and your service to preventing sexual violence. I know the entire Colby community has made a commitment to building a culture of consent for everyone here on the campus, including joining the It's On Us campaign, which I continue to be deeply involved in. I hope you'll carry that conviction with you out off this campus throughout your lives. In fact, hold on to all those convictions you learned here on the Hill, because you're going to face temptations along the way to rationalize and make choices that put people second. Everybody does. There's an incredible amount of pressure on your generation to succeed. You're already accomplished so much, but you might notice that you start slipping into a bubble that validates certain choices, that prioritize the social trappings of success rather than making a difference. Take the job, live in the place, hang out with people just like you, take no real risks, have no real impact. Defending dignity requires more than just watching out for your own opportunities or looking out for your own success, because no matter what you think, you cannot erect a bubble around yourself and your family to protect them. This degree won't protect you from the pressures of a changing world, as prestigious as it is. What happens to your community affects you. If your sister is a victim of domestic violence, you are violated. If your brother can't marry the man he loves, you are lessened. If your best friend has to worry about being profiled, you live in a circumstance that's not worthy of us. And if you cannot breathe free air and clean air, there's no place to hide, no matter how much money and success you accomplish. So, folks, you have to reach beyond yourself, because we know what's possible when people get a chance to explore their talents without being held back. There's no better example of that than my dear friend, Waterville lone George Mitchell. the last in a long line of majority leaders in the United States Senate, along with Bob Dole, who actually helped generate consensus in the Senate. He went on to be a great diplomat and a peacemaker, ending decades of conflict in Northern Ireland and literally, quite literally, saving hundreds and hundreds of lives. George is the son of a janitor. His dad worked right here at Colby. His mom worked in the textile mill. George, like me, understood watching his parents what my dad would always say. He'd always say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. The parents can tell you the most helpless thing a parent can face is looking at a child with an opportunity or a problem, knowing there's not a damn thing they can do to help them deal with either one. So, folks, they worked hard to give their kids lives filled with greater opportunity, to give George a chance to go to college and then to law school, a chance to choose a life of public service. So, like George, regardless of your background, remember where you came from. Hold on to the way so many of you reached out to mentor young persons through the Colby Cares About Kids. Hold on to the way you engaged in this community. And make sure to bring that commitment to whatever walk of life you choose. Folks, class of 2017, no graduating class gets to choose the world in which they graduate into. That history has been written by those who came before you, but now it's your job to put your hands on the wheel and bend that arc of history closer to where we want to be as a nation. The journey to perfecting this union is never complete. There's always new challenges ahead, challenges that make it seem like it's too daunting for one person to have any impact, make any difference. But individuals always make a difference. Sometimes perspective is important. I remember what it felt like as I sat where you're sitting now in 1968, graduating into an uncertain world. My final year, when America thought the war in Vietnam was drawing to a close, when Pete and I thought, well, maybe we're not going to Vietnam. Maybe my generation, the war is ending. We were told there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Well, as Lenny Bruce, the comedian, said, it turned out to be a freight train. The war was supposedly drawing to a close, yet the Viet Cong launched the Tet Offensive in an effort to end the war in one single seismic assault. 2 days into that offensive, there's an iconic photograph even you have seen, although it was years and years ago, of a policeman standing in a busy intersection in Saigon with the Viet Cong with his hands handcuffed behind his back, holding a revolver to his head. The photographer captured it, blowing the man's brains out. That bullet not only pierced the soldier's skull, it pierced America's consciousness as well. And it brought home to everyone in my generation that was ready, that there was no end in sight. There was no light. Peaceful anti-war demonstrations turned up all over the country, and that some turned violent all across America. Instead of the war winding down, violence in Vietnam exploded that year that we graduated. 17,000 Americans killed that year, just that year alone. The war was supposed to end. The sitting president, Lyndon B. Johnson, who coveted the presidency, announced he would not seek a second term. Then in April, Dr. King was assassinated, gunned down in Memphis. Cities, including my own hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, went up in flames. My hometown is the only city in American history since the Civil War that occupied by the National Guard for 7 months. So as I walked across that stage to receive my diploma that day, I learned that the only political hero I ever had just been assassinated. The hope of my generation, Bobby Kennedy, was assassinated. Died with that assassin's bullet in the kitchen in Los Angeles after having been declared the winner of the California primary and the likely nominee. 2 fallen American heroes in a matter of weeks, and many more fallen Americans all across the globe in Vietnam. For my generation, for my graduating class, the once prevailing hope of better days ahead was gone, shot through with pain and grief of a nation that viewed itself on the brink. And all throughout this great country, a sense of hopelessness and helplessness began to take hold. That was the world that Pete and I entered into. That was history that had been written for us up to that point, not by us. But in spite of all of that, as I walked across that stage, I never doubted for one instant that we could change the history that we were handed, that we could rewrite the outcome we were careening toward. And it didn't matter that at the time, the overwhelming zeitgeist was that just drop out, don't trust anyone over 30, hate Asbury. I'm deeply proud that that generation that graduated took to the streets, got involved, stepped up. 4 years later, I ran against the war in Vietnam, was elected to the United States Senate. The same year that Bill Cohen, a great friend of mine and a great senator here, was elected to Congress. We were both ran Republican, Democrat, determined to end the war. Not long after that, I sat in the cabinet room as a young senator across from President Ford, demanding to know what the final plan was. He finally turned to Henry Kissinger and to Jim Schlesinger and said, all right, lay it out. 4 weeks later, bodies were being lifted off the top of the roof of the Saigon, and the war was ending. That was 1968. This is 2017. Now it's your turn. You're graduating into a world of anxiety and uncertainty. You're walking across this stage without knowing exactly what's going to be on the other side. But there's no reason why your generation can't do the same and better than ours does. You are better equipped. You're better equipped. You're better educated. You're more informed. You're more engaged to deal with what lies ahead than my generation was. Ladies and gentlemen, you have better tools. You're in a position now where you have the power. There's a power in that iPhone you have is 10 times more powerful than all the computers that sent the man to the moon. We have 3D printers now restoring tissue after traumatic injury, actually beginning to be able to produce body parts for transplants. Software translates real-time conversations into multiple languages. Technology is there to fight climate change, cure cancer. I'm optimistic. I don't believe there's anything we cannot overcome. If we remember who we are and what we've always striven to be, a nation grounded in dignity, a nation that thinks big, a nation of optimists who believe there's nothing beyond our capacity. What's happened to that notion in America? In both political parties, we talk about things in incremental terms. When the hell has that ever been the American spirit? When? And there's an overwhelming reason to be optimistic. I say to all you parents, the United States is better positioned than any nation in the world to own the 21st century. We have the most productive workers in the world, the most agile system of venture capitalism, the greatest research universities in the world. Every other research university in the world combined does not equal what exists here in the United States. We're the epicenter of energy production for the remainder of this century. So it's time. It's time for America to get up. It's time to regain our sense of unity and purpose. It's time for us to start realizing who in God's name we are. And it's time for your generation to remember the admonition that my philosophy professor told me. I remember him leaving the last class, and he looked at us and he said, as if we all knew, he said, remember what Plato said. And then we all thought, what the hell is this going to be? But he said something fairly profound. I'm going to augment it slightly. Plato said, the penalty good people pay for not being involved in politics is being governed by people worse than themselves. All the polling data shows your generation is by far the most tolerant, the most capable, the most engaged of any generation in American history. But it also shows you don't want to be engaged in politics. Overwhelmingly, you don't want to be engaged in the process. You have to be. You have to be, for our own safety's sake. God bless you all. Enjoy the parties, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was Joe Biden speaking at Colby College commencement ceremony. Getting a live look of New York City right now. Coming up in about 20 minutes or so, we will have Hillary Clinton speaking live as well. So a lot of live events coming up. As you can see, the Empire State Building is remaining dark tonight after the Manchester attacks. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. President Trump giving remarks earlier today. Let's hear what he had to say.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, Sarah Netanyahu, Chairman Avner Shalev, and Rabbi Israel Meyerlo for hosting us for this moving wreath-laying ceremony. We are here at Yad Vashem to honor the memory of 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. 2/3 of the Jews in Europe were sent to their deaths. Words can never describe the bottomless depths of that evil or the scope of the anguish and destruction. It was history's darkest hour. Millions of innocent, wonderful, and beautiful lives, men, women, and children, were extinguished as part of a systematic attempt to eliminate the Jewish people. It was the most savage crime against God and his children, and it is our solemn duty to remember, to mourn, to grieve, and to honor every single life that was so cruelly and viciously taken. As Elie Wiesel said, for the dead and the living, we must bear witness. These words should be carved into the conscience of humanity forever. Only when we remember the families who were torn apart from everyone they loved, who suffered that terrible darkness and evil, who endured the unbearable horror of the Holocaust, only then can we prevent this agony from ever repeating. This place and this entire nation are a testament to the unbreakable spirit of the Jewish people and the hope that light can shine the path beyond the darkness. Through persecution, oppression, death, and destruction, the Jewish people have persevered. They have thrived. They've become so successful in so many places. And they have enlightened the world. The State of Israel is a strong and soaring monument to the solemn pledge we repeat and affirm, never again. From the depths of the suffering, the Jewish people have built a mighty nation, and the Star of David waves proudly above this cherished land. As long as we refuse to be silent in the face of evil, as long as we refuse to dim the light of truth in the midst of darkness, as long as we refuse to become bystanders to barbarity, then we know that goodness, peace, and justice will ultimately prevail. With sadness for the lives and dreams that were stolen from this earth, with determination to always keep the memories of the victims alive, and with resolve to confront evil wherever it threatens, we ask God to give us the strength, wisdom, and courage to chart the righteous path. Thank you. God bless the memory of the perished. God bless the survivors. God bless the Jewish people. And God bless the state of Israel. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. It means a lot. כבוד ראש הממשלה, בבקשה.
What an incredibly moving speech that in so few words said so much. Thank you, Mr. President. This adds to a historic visit. You are the first American president who chose to include Israel on his first foreign trip. You're the first president in office to visit the Western Wall. We were so deeply moved to see that picture of you touching the stones of the wall. And may I say, we were deeply moved to see First Lady Melania Trump touching the stone on that wall, and equally moved when we saw your daughter Ivanka and your son-in-law Jared do the same. Now you touch other stones. You honor today the memory of 6 million Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust. A few weeks ago, you gave a powerful speech in the Holocaust Memorial Day in Washington, D.C. And today, in this solemn place in Yad Vashem, our great monuments of remembrance, we remember the Holocaust. We remember the hatred towards Jews that consumed a defenseless people. We pledge never to be defenseless against that hatred again. And to fulfill that pledge, Israel must always be able to defend itself by itself against any threat. I appreciate America's long-standing commitment to that principle. And Mr. President, I appreciate your commitment to that principle. Your commitment to the security of the one and only Jewish state, which is entrusted with securing the Jewish future. You said, Mr. President, just now, that we must confront evil in the world. We must confront the barbarians. They are, sadly, still with us. I want to say something about the bloody horror in Manchester last night. The slaughter of innocents must be unconditionally condemned and unflinchingly confronted, no matter where it occurs, in Manchester, San Bernardino, or Jerusalem. Terror is terror is terror. We must all unite to defeat it. Mr. President, today you called the terrorists losers. I know you agree with me that it's our job to make sure that they continue to lose. We will defeat them. Thank you. Thank you to First Lady Melania Trump. Thank you for taking such a strong stand for Israel and the Jewish people. It comes from the heart of all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Please, we have here the First Lady, Melania Trump. We have here a unique memorial, token of remembrance. In this box, we have a replica that was specifically prepared for you of a young lady, Esther Goldstein. And here is Esther Goldstein. Look at the eyes of this young lady who was murdered. But what we have here is her personal album, as she filmed and described, from 37 onward in Berlin. And it went on and on until 42nd. There she was deported to Latvia, Riga, where she was murdered. But in this album, we have, it's a replica, exact replica of the album with all, you know, like kids are doing. What we can find here, Mr. President, is things like this. You know, don't forget me, Berlin. A child wrote, a lady, and a bit afterwards she was deported to Auschwitz and murdered. Here you can see another lady, some photographs, typical to the hopes, love, and fears of youngsters, and the hope to fulfill life and what lives can bring with them. Another lady, Sonia, that writes to her, love the beautiful life, believe in God, don't be afraid of death, and wait for a better future. This was written in 42, which means at the midst of the killing and the murder, still hope, still love, and still looking in a positive way towards the world. And this is the exact replica of that lady. We have here, Mr. President, behind the scenes, the story how this album came to us. All the family members, father, mother, her brother, were murdered in Auschwitz. And one sister survived. She was sent to Australia as a young girl, and she survived. After the war, cousin of the family came back to Berlin, and a neighbor was good, and he kept some papers of the family throughout the war, and he was ready to give it back to the family. And this is the way that the album came back to the family. And here we have with us the survivor, Margot, the sister that survived and came back to build her life in Israel. And she was so kind and to donate this album to be part of the collections of Yad Vashem, where we have tens of thousands of personal documents to remember and to learn and to know about Jewish life during the war and the period of the Shoah. For us, it's a unique, I think, moment to have a glimpse to the world of the children. 1.5 million children were murdered. Most of them didn't leave any trace behind them. So we cannot know about their lives, their wishes. And tragically, actually, their life cut short, and they couldn't fulfill, actually, the life, their own life. So this kind of material gives us the opportunity to study and to understand and to identify with this kind of human beings. And I think that we shall do our duty. We shall remember all of them. We shall remember Sonia and Bella and Esther and many others. This is our duty. We shall continue to do it because the remembrance of those human beings means a lot for us. As you have just said correctly, Mr. President, we have to remember each human being, and we have to remember the sake of their life and the destiny that they had to do and they didn't do and didn't fulfill. And it's specifically important in our world full of tensions. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
It's very meaningful to us, very moving. Thank you. תודה רבה, Margot.
All right, everybody, that President Trump event with the Israel Prime Minister aired earlier today. You're getting a live look of New York City right now, where the Empire State Building will remain dark for that Manchester attack. Coming up in just a little bit, Hillary Clinton is expected to speak live. We might hear her remarks on these attacks and hear what she has to say. In the meantime, I'm going to pull up the next top story for you here in the show. Taking you to Vice President Mike Pence, who is honoring Armed Forces Day at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Let's hear what he had to say.
Our families and our very way of life. And to every American that's looking on, I say, if you see a member of our armed forces on Armed Forces Day, make sure you just reach out your hand and say those most deserving of words to this all-volunteer military. Thank you for your service to the United States of America. You're part of a cord of service that stretches back into the midst of American history. In every generation, the sons and daughters of liberty from every corner of our country have answered the call of duty and answered it with courage and self-sacrifice and commitment. Their service and their sacrifice kept the flame of freedom alive in their time. And now, you've stepped up and stepped forward to defend our freedom in your time. You are among the rest of us, but make no mistake about it. You are the best of us. And so are all of your brothers and sisters stationed around the wider world. Today, nearly 1.3 million Americans are serving in active duty in the United States Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. Another 800,000 Americans stand ready in our reserves. But wherever they are, at home or abroad, the men and women of the armed forces of the United States stand tall and stand together. And you form the unbreakable backbone of American freedom. Today we recognize what you do every day. But we also recognize that you do not, in many cases, serve alone. And so allow me to take a moment to say thank you to the family members who serve beside you, stand behind you. Let's give thanks to the families of our armed forces, especially those that are with us today. You know, the truth is that while our service members enlist, it's the family that serves, isn't it? It's family that makes the sacrifices. You know today that the family members who are here, the spouses, the children, the grandchildren, you have the gratitude of our Commander-in-Chief and every American. You know, my wife and I know a little bit of what it's like to be in a military family. While neither of us wore the uniform, our fathers both served in the military. And we're the proud parents of a United States Marine who happens to be an aviator. So that's close to the Air Force, right? You know, I couldn't be more grateful as the proud parents of a member of our military who serve a president who is so dedicated to the men and women of our armed forces, their families, and our veterans. I want to assure you, President Donald Trump is fighting tirelessly every day. And we will rebuild our military, restore the arsenal of democracy, and we will once again, as a nation, give our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources and training you deserve to accomplish your mission and come home safe. And with the strong support of President Trump and our armed forces, we'll give you the resources to accomplish that paramount mission of combating and defeating the terrorist threat to our nation in ISIS. And today, because of our armed forces, I'm pleased to report, ISIS is on the run, and we will not rest, we will not relent until we hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source, so you can eliminate the threat to our nation and to our allies in the years ahead. The be glad to know, as members of our armed forces, earlier this month, President Trump signed a $21 billion increase in funding for our armed forces. It was the biggest investment in military readiness in nearly 10 years. And President Trump is working with leaders in Congress like those that are gathered here today. And in the coming budget that will be unveiled this next week, we're going to propose the largest increase in defense spending since the days of Ronald Reagan. With the strong support that you all deserve and receive in the Congress of the United States, our president is going to make the strongest fighting force in history even stronger still. And with renewed American strength, President Trump is standing with our allies and standing up to our enemies. At this very moment, President Trump is overseas, renewing America's role as leader of the free world. As we speak today, the president is in Saudi Arabia, strengthening our alliances across the Arab world. In just a few days, he'll be in Israel. He'll close out his trip in Europe, where our president will reaffirm America's commitment to our treaty allies in NATO. You know, President Trump has no higher priority than the safety and security of the American people. And I know in my heart, serving with him as I do every day, that President Donald Trump will be the best friend the armed forces of America will have ever had in the White House. He will faithfully support you, just as you have faithfully stood forward to defend our nation and the precious gift of freedom. But today, all of America celebrates the men and women of our armed forces. You are patriots, all. You're heroes, not just to your families and your community, but to every American. Frankly, you're the pride of the American people, the best among us, and we're grateful, one and all. To wear the uniform of the United States of America, plain and simple, is to earn the eternal appreciation and the prayers of the American people. And be confident of this. On this Armed Forces Day, your Commander-in-Chief and every American who lives under the protection that you provide will stand up this day and simply offer a word of thanks. And we salute you for your service. We pray today God's protection on you as you serve and defend this nation. May God bless you. As you serve this, the greatest nation on earth, may God bless your families. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you all, and happy Armed Forces Day.
All right, everybody, that was Vice President Mike Pence speaking at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. You're watching live with us here on Fox News. Now you're getting a live look of New York City, where the Empire State Building will remain dark for the Manchester attacks. Coming up in just a little bit, we're expected to get a live feed from Hillary Clinton, who will be speaking live here shortly, and we should be able to stream that on the show this evening. Pulling up the next top story for you guys. Give me one moment. The next event we are taking you guys to is a discussion about Ford replacing its CEO, Mark Fields, in a management shakeup to transform the business. Let's hear what they had to say.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Rowe with.
You'll know that starting with the Way Forward plan in North America, that which was a huge building block for our turnaround at Ford, I mean, that was a great achievement he had. And then if I just look at the last few years under his leadership, we've had record profitability and cash flow and really, really solid results. So. And what that's done, of course, is to put us financially in a great position so that we can chart the future that Jim and I envision Ford to have. So I'm very thankful to Mark, and as I said, he had a really terrific career here. But this is a time of unprecedented change, and you all know this. You follow this industry. In fact, you've seen all the changes that we've been talking about for some time. Well, they're here now. And time of great change, in my mind, requires a transformational leader. And thankfully, we have that in Jim. Because you all know Jim's biography, but let me give you a little color to it because I think it's important. Jim ran Steelcase for 25 years. That alone is a huge accomplishment. But then you peel it back and say, okay, well, so what happened during those 25 years? And to me, what was most instructive was that Jim took a company that defined itself as a furniture maker. And Jim said, no, let's imagine the future of the workplace. Let's imagine how people are going to work and want to work in the future. And then let's build our company around that. And he did that. And of course, they still made furniture throughout the whole, and they still make furniture. But in doing so, he grew the company, took them to first in the industry worldwide, and the culture was one of optimism and a feeling that they could get things done easily because they had a very clear view of the future. Then Jim went to the University of Michigan. And you can say, well, is that relevant to what Ford has got going? I would say, yeah, in a couple respects. Look at what he did. He walked into an athletic department. First of all, it shows his loyalty because having played football for Bo Schembechler, he loved the University of Michigan. And when they asked him, could he come fix the athletic department, Jim said, sure, I'd be happy to, walking into a very difficult and very public situation. So what did he do there? He first got the students back because they were feeling alienated. Then he got all the volunteers that are the heart of any program like that. They were feeling alienated. He got them back. He negotiated and brought home the Nike deal, which was groundbreaking for any university. He then hired Jim Harbaugh, and then he helped select his successor, and then left the athletic department in much better shape than he found it. So you say, well, what does that have to do with Ford? Well, nothing directly, except I think it shows that Jim can be successful and operate in multi-environments. A corporate manufacturing environment in Steelcase where he reimagined it and delivered a very, not only solid set of results, but delivered a very convincing future. By the way, he also got them through 08-09, which in the furniture business was tougher even than the auto business. So it shows his operating acumen as well as his visionary thinking. Then, he's been a part of our board he was for 3 years. And then I asked Jim, I said, hey, we need to build a new business. And, could you help us do that? Or frankly, would you go do that for us? And so again, very selflessly, and you see that there's a pattern here, he left our board, joined our management team, when he didn't have to do that, and life had more probably appealing options. But, and he's, in a year, he's done an amazing job at Ford Smart Mobility. And you know, I'm sure you'll want to get into with Jim some of the, you know, all what are those amazing things, and he can tell you. I know them, but better to hear from him. So my point is that, you know, he's really a proven transformational leader. He's a visionary thinker. He and I think very much alike. I've known Jim a long time personally, and you know, we've always clicked in terms of thinking about the future. But don't make no mistake, he's not just a futurist. He is a very good operating executive. But what he can do is integrate future thinking into an operation and help seamlessly deliver a future that has been envisioned. So, and importantly, and this is very important to me anyway, it may not be to all of you as important, he will continue to transform the culture of Ford Motor Company. The culture of caring about each other, the culture of caring about the company, the culture of ideas flowing freely without regard to hierarchy. And so when I think about Jim and what he can and will deliver for us, it's a lot. But that's, you know, if I were to try and wrap him up in a few statements, that would be it. So what do we need to do now? Well, there are a number of things we need to do. First of all, we have to re-energize our business, including sharpening some of our executional excellence. We need to modernize our business. So what does that mean? Well, if you think about the trends that are coming at us, things like artificial intelligence, 3D printing, robotics, deep learning, we need to have a point of view on all of these things, and not only a point of view, but a plan to either integrate them into our business to help us drive our business, or a thoughtful reason as to why we don't think that's the right reason at the time. So we have to modernize the business. The third thing we have to do is we have to continue to develop and also invent the new businesses. So any one of those is a big task. We have to do all three, and I'm very confident that we can and that we will under Jim's leadership. So, but we, you know, underneath that, there are some other priorities. We need to speed up our decision making. That is very important, and I think the way, and Jim will speak to this, I'm sure, the way we're going to organize and the way Jim plans to drive this company, we will speed up our decision making. We need to invest our capital where we can create value. And that may seem self-evident, but it's something we absolutely have to do. And importantly, also, we have to move decisively to address underperforming areas. So we have a lot to do, but I've never felt more confident in our future. The good news is we're starting from a very, very solid platform that Mark has delivered us in terms of earnings and cash flow, so that we have the wherewithal to create this kind of future I'm talking about. So enough from me right now, and I'd love to introduce my partner, Jim.
Thank you, Bill. And I'll add to the sentiment about Mark. I worked for him for a year. I knew Mark when I was on the board. And he's an extremely dedicated CEO, 28 years of transformative exercises at Mazda, and what he did with the way forward here. He's agreed to help me. You know, we had a great talk last Friday, and I'm going to go to a football game with him in the future. So, you know, we have a good relationship. But I want to go because, you know, it's really hard to be candid with you when Bill says these nice things to talk about yourself, and I'll let you dig into any parts of that. But I want to go to the company this morning and say that, you know, the year of being here, there's a lot of things that are going well. The company's record earnings proves that, you know, it's able to make lots of things happen. In fact, if I contrasted for you in Alan's era, he did this really special thing to get the company to be a community again with this structure that he created in the One Ford strategy. It worked really well. And in fact, we're going to use parts of it in the way that we monitor our success. But what it doesn't do as well is it doesn't handle when there's lots of complex strategy questions. If you thought of strategy like a Rubik's Cube, you know, that it's not just solving one side, there's lots of sides to the problem. I'm trying to design, and you'll hear about, a team that's a little closer to Bill and I, that allows us to make decisions very clearly for the organization. So that'll be the first thing. The second thing is that, and this is keeping with Bill's ladder of points he made for you, is the fitness of the business is always an objective. The improved fitness, I should say. It never can relax because the world's always moving. My old football coach used to say you either get better or worse, you don't stay the same. And so many of the things you're hearing that Ford's been contemplating are in support of that, and I'm going to take all of that work and get with Bob Shanks and my team, and we're going to come back with plans to keep the fitness high. So our returns and getting our cost of capital out of every initiative is a really important notion, and it's not going to fall by the wayside given this ability that I have with Bill to see the future. And that's the third part. The future is not a fantasy. It's not where he and I are making up things. In fact, what we both do is we're really curious. We talk to lots of people around the world that are really smart, from deep learning folks to design thinking folks to people that understand, where carbon fiber is going to go. And in a way, we're triangulating all these forces to try and come up with a competitive set about where we're going to play and how we're going to win. And that clarity takes the top people in the company. I got a big advantage in that I have a relationship with Bill that goes back years when we were the East and West CEOs that were meeting to deal with revenue sharing in Michigan, and we had dinner a couple times, to being on the board, to witnessing his TED Talk. I was actually not on the board when that happened. I got to introduce Bill to a bunch of people at TED, and I remember telling him off to the side, I think you're a hero in my world. And you go, why would you say that? Well, first, bringing Alan in, the courage that took for him to make that decision. And then secondly, what he did when he stood ahead of the world on the environmental impact of business. And then ahead of on mobility, before others saw it. And then at TED, he said, here's his great-grandfather runs the company, starts the company, and he says, look, if we cut and paste the old model and put it all over the world, we'll kill the world. So to have that sense of humanity, the sense of capitalism, the sense of people, this is frankly the way I'm wired. And so he's going to play an important role in a sounding board for me, really a co-conspirator in thinking about strategy. Very, very comfortable with that. And in fact, in our organizational design, I've asked him to take two things off my plate so that I can focus in areas. So just to end on this, the future is really a source of optimism for both of us. Anytime this Rubik's Cube is being turned around, you have just as much of an advantage in that future as anyone else. We have a right to it. And what we have that won't be lost is this great business, this great vehicle business. The #1 vehicle in the world is made here at Ford Motor Company. And that's not lost on me. In fact, at Steelcase, as Bill said, the license you get to make change comes from your care of where all the earnings are coming from. So I'm really committed to that. And so I just would end this saying that I look forward to coming to talk to you less about myself in the future and more about Ford's results.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. So I think you want to kick off the Q&A?
We're going to open it up to Q&A. We are going to start with the financial community on the line. We'll then move to media in the room and then media that are on that line. So I think we have Shakita, who's going to monitor.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, in order to ask an audio question, please press *1 on your telephone keypad. Again, that is *1. And your first question comes from the line of John Murphy with Bank of America Merrill Lynch.
Good morning, guys, and thanks for taking the question. And congratulations, Jim. I just wanted to, ask. I mean, a lot of what you're talking about seems like it's, an acceleration of an existing strategy with some tweaks and changes. But I'm just curious. A lot of it seems like softer targets. So, as you look at the development and implementation of your strategy, Jim, what kind of metrics are you going to be using to measure your success? Because, obviously you guys have been putting up some pretty good earnings in cash flow. So will it continue to be sort of the standard financial metrics, or how will you gauge the progress of your strategy? That's the first question. And then just a second question, is there any change in capital structure, either increasing dividends, buybacks, or anything else like that?
So on the first question, and thank you for your comments, Ford's ability to track where it is and to understand kind of the heartbeat of the company is one of the things it has mastery of. That's a different answer, though. That's the process to watch where we are. What I want to help impact is where we're going, and so that's to come. That's news that you're going to hear about. I agree with you that if we're in a rising tide market and earnings kind of enjoyed the effect of that, I want to see us differentiate ourselves. And so you'll be hearing about things like that, and particularly in the areas of capital deployment. That's a form of fitness today. Shareholders, the Ford family, expect that we're returning that cost of capital. And that is one of the exercises that was in flight. But I think it would be wrong for you to say that we had that where we wanted it and I'm just kind of a caretaker. I actually think the first thing I'm doing is tearing into that to make sure that it's aggressive enough.
And John, on your second question on any capital actions, I wouldn't expect to see any announcements. We're always looking at it, as you can imagine, but nothing related at all to this announcement today that would be different than anything we've told you. But I also want to answer, too, your assumption that we're kind of status quo in terms of where we're headed. I just want to reiterate what Jim said. That's not really the case. We need to have, if you think of a clearer view of the future, and then once you have that, you can make decisions very rapidly against that clear view of the future. And I think you should expect us to start articulating that. We won't have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed by definition, because we're in a very fluid world, and our strategy will evolve, but you will see signposts along the way, and we will be communicating with the street metrics that I think you can judge us by.
Next question.
And Colin Wagon with UBS.
Oh, great. Thanks for taking my question. I think, in some of your background, Jim, it mentions that you've sort of driven cultural change. Do you think there's a need for a large cultural change at Ford? And what kind of things, if so, do you kind of expect to drive that?
Well, if you could see me, I'm smiling because Bill on my left here, see, the thing that shouldn't escape us is he gets it. So Bill Ford understands the culture, and we're totally aligned. I would say it's an emphasis, being more emphatic about parts of the culture that need to come out. I mean, both of us feel like over years, what happens in big corporations, the bureaucracy and the hierarchy is probably overwhelmed. What can be faster decision making, clearer understanding teams working collectively. But in addition, fun. We both tease each other. We like to have fun because we work really hard. We're both really competitive. But we want people to come to work thinking that they can have a great day here. So these are things that I would say, yeah, there's pockets of this. It exists, but we're going to make it more emphatic.
And one thing I would just add to the culture that I think Jim will bring us is, one of the things that I've always I love so much about our culture, but one of the things that's frustrated me over the years has been our obsession with hierarchy within the culture. If we're really going to get the best out of our employees and really have true teamwork, then we're going to have to bend that notion of hierarchy within the company. And that is very much a cultural thing. And so it's hard to do. It's come up, as Jim mentioned, it's existed for a lot of years. But Jim is a cultural change agent, and I promised myself I wouldn't compare Jim to Alan this morning because it's not right. They're very different leaders for very different times in our. But the one thing that I think that I'll break my rule just this once by saying that Alan really captured the hearts and minds of our employees and made them feel that not only could we win, but that we were going to win, and they were going to have fun on the journey. And I think that's something very
All right, everybody, we take you back to this event a little bit later in the show, but let's take you to a live look of New York City right now. My co-host, Mike Page, is coming up next. Stick with us here live on the Fox News Now stream.
And welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream, for the fox10phoenix.com. We are going to show you an event today. A Bowie State University student who was allegedly killed by another college student in what is being investigated as a possible hate crime is being remembered at what would have been his graduation ceremony. 23-year-old Richard Collins III had been commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Army just 2 days before he was killed on Saturday morning in a stabbing on the University of Maryland campus. We are going to take a look now at that remembrance.
Huh?
There's a wheelchair coming right here.
and Graduate Student Association President Ramona Morant, both of whom will also bring greetings. Mr. Atman.
Ladies and gentlemen, university officials, special guests, including Lieutenant Governor Boyd Rutherford, family and friends, and most importantly, our graduates of the class of 2017. Good morning. It is a pleasure to extend best wishes from the Board of Regents of the University System of Maryland on this tremendous day. For those of you who are not familiar with us, the Board of Regents oversees the 12 universities and research centers which encompass the University System of Maryland, and a very prominent member of our university system is your great school, Bowie State University. This is a very exciting day, but as President Burnham mentioned, our joy is tempered by thoughts of the tragic passing of your classmate, Richard Collins, this weekend. On behalf of the entire Board of Regents and every part of the university system, I want to express our sincerest condolences to Richard's family and the entire...
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I am your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours. We are going to go to now a Hillary Clinton event in New York for the Children's Health Fund. She is going to deliver the keynote address at the 30th anniversary celebration of the Health Fund there in New York City. And a little history of the Children's Health Fund. It has campaigned in support of expanding health insurance coverage for low-income children, as well as public health programs that provide a critical safety net for millions of medically underserved children. The Children's Health Fund has worked in partnership with the White House and Congress to promote access to health care and solutions for homelessness, asthma, poor nutrition, and obesity. In 1994, Children's Health Fund launched Kids First, Kids Now, a public education and advocacy campaign that focused national attention on the need for a true healthcare safety net for all American children. Kids First, Kids Now played a key role in the national advocacy effort that resulted in the passage of the state children's health insurance program, the most important advance in children health care access since the inception of Medicaid in 1965. Over the years, Children's Health Fund has replicated this approach across the country. Today, the national network provides care through 24 innovative pediatric care programs and affiliates that serve children in poor, rural, and urban communities across the country. Each program is affiliated with a major teaching hospital or community health center and reaches out to children in federally designated health professional shortage areas. The network has cared for over 350,000 children in some of the most disadvantaged rural and urban communities in our nation. Singer-songwriter Paul Simon and Erwin Redlener founded the Children's Health Fund back in 1987 after touring a shelter for homeless families in New York City and witnessing the conditions under which homeless children lived. The New York Children's Health Project launched with One Big Blue Bus, a state-of-the-art mobile medical clinic that would bring care directly to those children with the least access. And according to the Children's Health Fund website, 14 million children or more live in federally designated health professional shortage areas. 13 million school days are missed annually due to poor controlled asthma. 1.1 million children experience a delay in medical care because they don't have transportation. 11 million children miss their child checkup last year. And 3 million children in America do not have health insurance. And across this country, there are 53 mobile medical units, 3.9 million health encounters to date, 290,000 healthcare encounters each year, and the Children's Health Fund has 366 sites across our country. And right here in Phoenix, the Children's Health Fund helps out the Phoenix Children's Health Project, also known as the Cruise and Health Mobile, based out of the Phoenix Children's Hospital, one of the largest freestanding children's hospitals in the country. Together with partners UMOM, New Day Center, and Healthcare for the Homeless, the project provides comprehensive service to homeless, runaway, throwaway, and at-risk youth 24 years of age and under in the urban communities of Phoenix and Tempe. Currently, thousands of youth live on the streets of Phoenix, many in desperate need of medical treatment. Most face substantially increased risk of illness, injury, and depression due to the hardships they face living on the street. Most lack health insurance and have significant psychological barriers to accessing appropriate health care. Conditions frequently treated by the team include acute illnesses such as respiratory and ear infections, skin and eye disorders, asthma, sexually transmitted diseases, substance abuse, trauma, and mental health issues. By bringing comprehensive primary care directly to at-risk youth, the Phoenix Children's Health Project is able to provide an accessible, enhanced medical home to an extremely vulnerable population. Folks, we are being told that we are 5 minutes away from Hillary Clinton and her keynote address this evening in New York City.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Part 2 of our program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Part 2 of our program will begin shortly. Please find your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Please find your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, Children's Health Fund Chairman of the Board, Hervé Sedki.
It's not on there. It's not on. How's dinner? Thank you all. Hi, Jane. Thank you all for coming. It's really an honor to see so many people here tonight. A lot of friendly faces, a lot of new faces, great support for the Children's Health Fund. I've been involved with the Children's Health Fund now for about 12 years, and it's a real honor to stand up here today for such an important and momentous opportunity, 30-year anniversary. I wanted to say a couple of things. One is we had the pleasure of having Melissa Mark Viverito join us, but unfortunately she is not able to make it tonight. She's a speaker of the New York City Council, but she's very well represented here tonight by Joey Presley. So Joey, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. We sincerely appreciate it. And I also wanted to thank all of my fellow board members. As you have seen, we have an outstanding team on the board, people who are incredibly dedicated to the cause, who have given an enormous amount of support in terms of time and strategic thinking and leadership. And it's a real honor for me to be surrounded by such an amazing group of people. So if I could please ask the Children's Health Fund board members to please stand up. And now I'd like to ask Erwin to come back up on stage. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and we're getting to a really very what Carol is pointing to something. Oh, they're giving me something. Not yet, not yet. No, thank you. So we're getting to a very special part of this evening, and very much looking forward to presenting a particularly important award for us to somebody who's been extraordinarily important to the United States of America and the world, and somebody that I've had the unbelievable honor of knowing and being a friend of, Secretary Hillary Clinton. And I would like to chat with you for about 45 minutes about Hillary Clinton. But I can't and I won't, but I want to say a couple of things. That one of the first times, well, first of all, I met her in 1991 when Bill was running for president. I worked with her in the Health Reform Task Force that she led in 93 and 94. And over the years have had many, many encounters and interactions and a lot of support from this extraordinary woman. And David Dink is going to come up here and help me introduce her. But one point I just want to make is that right after 9/11, she had just started her first term as senator. She called me and asked if I would accompany her on a journey, a listening tour around New York State to help assuage the great anxieties that the country was experiencing in this country. And I watched and I listened to Hillary listening and interacting with people who were, like all of us, dealing with a tremendous anxiety about what was going to follow those horrific attacks of 9/11. And she asked me what I think needed to be done, and we had a long conversation about that. And one of the things I said to Hillary was, you know, I'm really worried about the potential of children being harmed in major disasters, especially around terrorism. And Hillary Clinton went to work, and one of her first pieces of legislation she proposed was a very specific program to make sure that the country did what it had to do to protect children in the event of a major disaster and further terrorism. It was really extraordinary. It was listening, hearing the problem, reacting, doing something, going to work, like she's done since the day she graduated college and law school. So, David Dinkins, if you could join me up here. So, yeah. A long-time board member of the Children's Health Fund. Can I tell him one thing that you did in 1986?
I'll gamble.
All right. So Paul and I went to visit a welfare hotel, a shelter for homeless children and families, and we were mortified with what we saw. And I'd been a pediatric intensive care doctor, and I'd seen a lot. Been overseas and seen terrible things. And I went to the Martinique Hotel on the corner of Broadway and 32nd Street and saw children living under conditions that I felt were just completely unacceptable for America. Completely unacceptable. And we went around to every elected official, and they were, whatever. The American Academy of Pediatrics said, we got that taken care of, and I knew they didn't. And we went to visit, Paul and I, Borough President of Manhattan, David Dinkins. And he was the only elected official in the city of New York who acknowledged that this was a major problem, that these children needed health care, and that without him, we would not have been able to start the Children's Health Fund. So,
one year they had the teleprompters, and even though we checked it out in advance, when I got up to speak, it was crooked. So, sort of like suspenders and a belt, I brought the remarks because I can't see anything there right now. But it is truly a privilege. I'm so thrilled to be here with you this evening to mark Children's Health Fund.
And welcome, everybody, to our viewers now watching live with us on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Hillary Clinton coming up next.
I'm sure this audience probably knows that when she finished Yale Law School, among the first things she did was to head south to work with the Children's Defense Fund. And I'm sort of a nut for kids. I maintain that everybody doesn't have to be a parent, but if you don't like children, there's something wrong with you. So I have been a fan of hers for many, many years. She's been a key partner of ours on many important children's initiatives over the past 25 years, beginning when she was First Lady and invited Irwin to join the Health Reform Task Force in 1993. In 97, the Children's Health Fund was a critical supporter of Mrs. Clinton's successful effort, collaborating with Senators Orrin Hatch and Ted Kennedy to pass the Children's Health Insurance Program. This program, known as CHIP, slashed the uninsured rate among American children in half and now provides health care coverage to over 8 million kids. Secretary Clinton has also been a steadfast supporter of the Children's Health Fund's asthma project in the South Bronx and one of the children's hospitals at Montefiore. As a side note, after the terror attacks on 9/11, Irwin worked with then Senator Clinton, helping to understand the needs of healthcare systems in preparing for disasters, and especially working with Mrs. Clinton on legislation to make sure that the needs of children were part of disaster planning
nationally. Secretary Clinton has fought tirelessly for children over her long career because, as she explained, no matter where they're born, no matter to whom they're born, our children's future is shaped both by the values of their parents and the policies of their nation. So it's my profound honor to be permitted to present the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton with the American Heroes for Children's Award. Is it a... Where's the award?
Thank you. You know, the first thing I thought of when they handed me the bus was the wheels on the bus go round and round.
True grandma.
Yeah, that is one of those grandmother duties, to recall that old song. I am thrilled to be here with all of you to celebrate the 30th anniversary of all the great work that the Children's Health Fund has done over those 30 years. And certainly for me, it is something of a homecoming because I had the great honor, privilege, and delight of working with the fund over so many years now, and working personally with Irwin and the team, the amazing team that does the work and produces the results. I'm especially conscious of how important this work is for two reasons tonight. One, the horrible terrorist attack in Manchester that targeted young people, a lot of young girls who were there for a concert, and the encouraging response by the people of Manchester who came together to offer compassion and support to the victims and their families. And it reminded me, Irwin, of that work that we did together after 9/11. The impact of violence and terror on children and teenagers, on young people, is unfortunately something that we have to pay attention to and come up with appropriate responses for. So my heart, as I know you feel the same, goes out to the families of victims and all who were injured and traumatized, and to that city which reached for love, not hate, in such a dark hour. And I have to say that I hope our country will always choose resolve over fear, never backing down from our commitment to work with those who stand against terrorism, but also to exemplify the same kind of compassion and caring that we've seen over the last 24 hours. Now, this award means a lot to me because of the organization in Irwin, and also because David has been part of presenting it to me. David Dinkins has been a great friend, a mentor, a sounding board. He, along with his wonderful wife Joyce, have been just dear friends and supporters. And David, I thank you for your generosity, your kindness, and I loved what you said about how children are at the core of your commitment to public service. We just spent time backstage looking at David's family pictures, his daughter, his granddaughter. There's going to be a wedding of a granddaughter in August, and that's really what I think marks David Dinkins, his great humanity as well as his lifelong commitment to public service. Let me also thank the organization for honoring Jane Pauley, Dr. David Dines, and Morgan Stanley, represented by Joan Steinberg tonight. And Erwin started his long career, his itinerant medical work on behalf of children in the Delta of Arkansas back in the early 1970s. He was a legend by the time I arrived in Arkansas in 1974. And when I finally got to meet him and see what he had created along with Paul Simon and Karen and others, I was so grateful that he had given his talents and his expertise to the ongoing struggle to ensure that all children have the health care they deserve. We spent a lot of long days and late nights fighting for health reform in the 1990s, first on the Health Care Task Force and then working to pass the Children's Health Insurance Program. As he told you, we traveled the state together in the aftermath of 9/11, trying to figure out how we could help families help their children deal with the trauma of the horrors of the attacks. And then last year, when I learned about lead poisoning in Flint, Michigan, and how it was being ignored, Erwin was one of the first people I called. He came with me to Flint. We met with elected officials and civic leaders, with families who were affected by their children drinking and bathing in lead-poisoned water. And Erwin helped me come up with some ideas that we were hoping could make a difference for those hard-pressed families and kids. So Erwin is an inspiration, as is his partner in life and work, Karen Redlener. And his approach to life is clearly summed up in the poster that hangs in his office. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And he does not ever want to be part of the problem. So he's been working on behalf of finding solutions and bringing people together. He's been doing it ever since that big blue bus started delivering health care to kids. I went to the South Bronx with Erwin and with David Dinkins about 24 or 5 years ago to see the very first medical home to care for pediatric asthma cases. We also celebrated the opening of the Children's Hospital in Montefiore. And what I love about the fund and Erwin's leadership of it is, although the mission has remained constant, the technology and the approaches have changed. So today, you're using technology to help kids in South Florida see specialists miles away at the University of Miami. You're investing in our youngest learners by making sure kids are healthy when they enter the classroom, and continuing to provide relief after disasters like Hurricane Katrina and other weather events, and ensuring that kids are not overlooked. And that means caring for undocumented children as part of the Terra Firma project. So I could go on, and many of you are parts of these projects as you support the fund. But you're giving voice to our most vulnerable young people who have no one else often to speak for them. So my message is very simple. I thank you. I thank you for your dogged determination, your vision, your generous support. And I must say, your work is probably more important today than it has been for a number of years. And that is because Many of the advances that we have made, many of the programs that have helped to fill in the gaps are under attack. I think we all believe that the measure of any society is how we treat our children, and that every child deserves the chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. That should be one of the tests of who we are as Americans. So we've made progress. I'm proud of that. But still, more than 31 million children live at or near poverty in our country. It's not someone else's problem. It's not someone else's children. It's America's problem, because these are America's children. And at a time when we are closer than ever to realizing the promise of universal health care, there are still too many children who are left out and left behind, and too many people in positions of power who want to send us backwards. And we cannot stand idly or quietly by while they are doing that. You know, instead of working together to lift children and families out of poverty and give them a fighting shot in life, this administration and Republicans in Congress are mounting an onslaught against the needs of children and people with disabilities, women and seniors. And just this morning, the administration released a budget that would slash funding for Medicare, funding for the Children's Health Insurance Program. After all, children make up half of Medicaid enrollees. 45 million children are covered by Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program. And that's just the beginning. This budget also takes aim at everything from medical research and disease prevention to food stamps and essential nutritional assistance to programs that provide vital aid for children with severe disabilities. And to top it all off, the budget dresses up devastating cuts to the Children's Health Insurance Program by calling on Congress to extend CHIP for 2 years while slashing federal investments in the program and shifting the burden onto states that cannot or will not pay for it. So this means that many of the 93% of children in America who now have access to health insurance, public or private, will be at risk of losing it. And that's not just something that hurts families' pocketbooks. It hurts the well-being of children. It has implications for their futures. The president's budget cuts $1.7 trillion in programs that help the most vulnerable Americans. Now, this is more than just a list of programs and line items in a budget. It is a tangible representation of values. What kind of values would drive someone to cut health care for low-income kids and families in order to make room for massive tax cuts for the wealthiest among us? This budget, along with the relentless attempts to repeal the Affordable Care Act, shows an unimaginable level of cruelty and lack of imagination and disdain for the struggles of millions of Americans, including millions of children, every single day. None of us can remain silent in the face of these attacks. It's time to send a resounding message that we will not stand for this attack on the most vulnerable among us. You know, I recently read a powerful quote that summed up a lot of this for me. It's from a book of essays called The View from Flyover Country by a journalist named Sarah Kendzior, and she talks about the dangerous ideology behind these attacks on the social safety net. And here's what she says: when wealth is passed off as merit, bad luck is seen as bad character. Think about that for a moment. She goes on to make this point: this is how ideologues justify punishing the sick and the poor. But poverty is neither a crime nor a character flaw. Stigmatize those who let people die, not those who struggle to live. So, I guess we should all ask ourselves, what are we going to do to help those who struggle to live? How can we do our part, whatever it might be, and you all are doing yours tonight, to give every child the safe and healthy lives they deserve? 20 years ago, I wrote a book called It Takes a Village, and a lot of people asked, well, what do you mean by that? Well, I meant what the Children's Health Fund represents and has understood from the very beginning. None of us can raise a family, build a business, heal a community, or lift a country all by ourselves. We have to do it together. And for hundreds of thousands of children whose names you may never know, you are a vital part of their village. This is not some abstract policy debate, and each time our country takes up an issue like children's health care, I picture the faces of the children I've met over the years, children who are hurting and struggling and desperately in need of somebody in their corner. But I also think of the young people whose lives have been changed because of you, because of the fund. People like Ryan Moore, who I first met as a 7-year-old, wearing a full body brace and smiling from ear to ear. He inspired me to keep going through the hardest moments of the fight for health reform and to keep going to get the children's health insurance program. Or the young woman I met in Iowa who told me with tears in her eyes she has cystic fibrosis, and the Affordable Care Act has changed her life. Or Sarah Sotani, whose cochlear implant was covered under the Children's Health Insurance Program, a fact she didn't realize until her mother told her as she was preparing to graduate from high school and head off to college. Her life now full of promise and possibility. There are countless children. The fund has pictures of them. Some of you have been on the missions. You've met them. That's what keeps us going. That's what we believe in. That's what your dedication and tireless effort has been translated into. So, my friends, we have come too far to turn back. And like so many of you, I will do whatever I can in the months ahead to try to hold on to what we have built over the last 30 years, what the fund has been able to leverage in taking care of even more and more kids. So I am thrilled to congratulate all of us on the years of great work and life-saving medical care, 30 years of the Children's Health Fund. And let us hope for 30 more, along with a society and a government that is equally concerned about the children that the Children's Health Fund takes care of. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, and that was Hillary Clinton in New York City. And talking about New York City, take a live look at the skyline. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host today, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 30 minutes here on the News Now stream. Tonight I want to talk about Trump and Clinton. It's Comey-gate versus Travelgate. If you remember about Travelgate, I am going to tell you about that controversy that happened early on in the Clinton administration. One of the first big controversies of that administration. And it just so happened to be in May as well. So we all know about Comey-gate right now with President Trump, and that investigation is still ongoing into the firing of James Comey. But I want to go back. Let's go back to the early 90s. And I'm just going to play a video here of Hillary Clinton. But let's go back to the early 90s of what was known as Travelgate. It was the first major ethics controversy of the Clinton administration. It began back in May of 1993 when 7 employees of the White House Travel Office were fired. The action was unusual because although theoretically staff employees served at the pleasure of the president and could be dismissed without cause, in practice, such employees usually remain in their post for many years. The White House stated that the firings were done because financial improprieties in the travel office operation during previous administrations had been revealed by an FBI investigation. Critics contended that the firings were done because they were to allow friends of Bill Clinton and First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton to take over the travel business, and that the involvement of the FBI was unwarranted. Heavy media attention forced the White House to reinstate most of the employees in other jobs and remove the Clinton associates from the travel role. Further investigations by the FBI and the Department of Justice, the White House itself, the General Accounting Office, the House Government Reform and Oversight Committee, and the Whitewater Independent Counsel all took place over the subsequent years. The Travel Office Director Billy Dale was charged with embezzlement but found not guilty in 1995. In 1998, Independent Counsel Kenneth Starr exonerated Bill Clinton of any involvement in the matter. Hillary Clinton gradually came under scrutiny for allegedly having played a central role in the firings and making false statements about her involvement therein. In 2000, Independent Counsel Robert Ray issued his final report on Travelgate. He sought no charges against her, saying that while some of Clinton's statements were factually false, there was insufficient evidence that these statements were either knowingly false or that she understood that her statements led to the firings. On July 2nd of 1993, the White House issued its own 80-page report on the firings, once that the New York Times termed strikingly self-critical. The travel office controversy was subsequently judged to have been a factor in Vince Foster's depression and July 20th, 1993 suicide. In his torn-up resignation note from a few days before, he wrote, "No one in the White House, to my knowledge, violated any law or standard of conduct, including any action in the travel office. There was no intent to benefit any individual or specific group." And then, folks, in 1996, a memo surfaced regarding the First Lady. Does that sound familiar now with the memo that is surfacing allegedly with James Comey? On January 5th, 1996, a new development thrust the travel office matter again to the forefront. A 2-year-old memo from White House Director of Administration surfaced that identified the First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton as the motivating force behind the firings, with the additional involvement of Vince Foster and Harry Thompson. Foster regularly informed me that the First Lady was concerned in desired action. That action desired was the firing of the travel office staff. Written in the fall of 1993, apparently intended for McLarty, the Watkins memo also said, quote, "We both know that there would be hell to pay if we failed to take swift and decisive action in conformity with the First Lady's wishes." The memo contradicted the First Lady's previous statements in the investigation that she played no role in the firings and had not consulted with Thompson beforehand. The White House also found it difficult to explain why the memo was so late in surfacing when all the previous investigations had requested all relevant materials. House Committee Chair charged a cover-up was taking place and vowed to pursue new material. Almost 2 years passed. Independent counsel Starr continued his investigation. Starr wanted access to notes that Vince Foster's attorney took in a conversation with Foster about the travel office affair shortly before Foster's suicide. But on June 25, 1998, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled 6-3 against Starr, stating that attorney-client privilege extends beyond the grave. In September 1998, independent counsel Starr released the famous Starr Report concerning offenses that may have been committed by President Clinton as part of the Lewinsky scandal. It did not mention the travel office matter. But Starr explicitly did not exonerate Hillary Clinton, however. Her case remained unsettled. More time passed. By 2000, she was a candidate for United States Senator from New York, and Starr had been placed as independent counsel by prosecutor Robert Ray, who once worked for Rudy Giuliani, Clinton's then opponent in the Senate race. Regardless, Ray vowed his investigation would have no effect on the political process. Ray was determined to wrap up the case before the end of Bill Clinton's term. On June 23, 2000, the suspense ended when Ray submitted his final independent counsel report to the travel office affair under the seal to the judicial panel in charge of the investigation and publicly announced that he would seek no criminal charges against Hillary Clinton. Ray said that she had, contrary to her statements, ultimately influenced the decision to fire the employees. However, the evidence was insufficient to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that any of Ms. Clinton's statements and testimony regarding her involvement in the travel office firings were knowingly false. And welcome, folks. You are continuing to watch live coverage here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Just thought I would provide you with that context when we're talking about the Comey-gate and Travel-gate. So we have both stories right there. Take another live look at beautiful New York City.
is cowardice in its most heinous form. So we should not be surprised that ISIS has claimed responsibility for this attack. But we will never bow or bend to radical Islamic terror. In Manchester, we have seen hotels taking in survivors. We've seen local residents offering beds to those who are stranded. We've seen taxi cabs driving back and forth through the night offering free rides to bring people to safety. And as we speak, people on social media are reaching out to connect families with their loved ones. Terror is a threat that we all faced together, and with our might and with our humanity too. In that spirit, I want to express solidarity of the whole House of Representatives to Prime Minister May and her government. We stand ready to help in any way we can, because freedom, compassion, and peace will always prevail over violence and hate.
In the face of heinous acts of violence, we must stand united against those who want to harm us, our allies, and our way of life, especially, as you've just heard from the speaker, when they put young, innocent lives in their crosshairs. My heart and my prayers, along with those of my colleagues, are with the victims, the family, the friends of those killed, the law enforcement officers who continue to work to investigate this despicable act, and to reunite the families, as the speaker just said, separated in the chaos last night. It is our responsibility to protect our children, and it's government's first job to protect our citizens. That's why I've joined a bipartisan group of colleagues to offer a bill, which is what we intended to come out and talk about this morning initially. It's called Protecting Young Victims from Sexual Abuse Act. Unfortunately, under the current law, amateur athletic governing bodies, organizations responsible for training our Olympic hopefuls, claimed that they had not been required to promptly report allegations of sexual abuse that they received to the law enforcement authorities. Most recently, the Indianapolis Star investigative report uncovered that over the last 20 years, at least 368 children, Olympic hopefuls, reported instances of abuse to USA Gymnastics, based in Indianapolis. But USA Gymnastics allowed these allegations to remain dormant and unreported to law enforcement. Our bill ensures that national governing bodies entrusted with the health and well-being of young athletes and future Olympians promptly report any allegations of physical abuse to law enforcement and implement much stronger policies and procedures to prevent abuse of coaches, trainers, or medical personnel from continuing to prey on young athletes. In the face of violence and fear, we must be a force for justice. Our prayers are with the victims and their families this morning.
I'd like to add my thoughts and condolences to the victims in the UK as well, and am grateful to pass on our thoughts and prayers. My husband and I heard the news last night as well. We're committed to fighting the forces of evil and do believe that good will prevail. This week, we're looking at the days ensuing in the weekend ahead on Memorial Day, how important it is. So we're looking this week at 7 bills on strengthening veteran benefits in this country. We're looking also at mine today, which is the VA Scheduling Accountability Act. This is a common sense bill that just literally asks the VA to follow the rules of scheduling. We had a horrific issue in my district, again confirmed by a VA investigation, that even though it's been 2 and 3 years since the original Phoenix catastrophe was laid open to this country on people that are actually cooking the books on scheduling, literally moving schedules electronically, moving people in and out to basically not see veterans at their most vulnerable point of need. And what my bill does is puts an end to the manipulation, basically takes bonuses away, gives the power to the VA again to incentivize good behavior and to come and literally crack down once and for all on bad behavior, on cooking the books, and once again focusing on what every American wants, which is to take care of our veterans, that we're the first to respond and are often the ones here that need the most help when it comes to fighting for the benefits that they fought for.
Good morning. I want to associate myself with the Speaker's comments. Our hearts and prayers do go out for the lost lives and those who are continuing to fight for their lives. The coward that perpetrated this action, those who had helped him. We will stand with our allies in the UK to continue to fight. Susan Brooks and Jackie Jaworski talked about what's going to be on the floor this week. Combating human trafficking and dealing with veterans. Congresswoman Jaworski has worked a great deal when it comes to the Veterans Administration. As she talked about, we'll have more than 7 bills on the floor this week. Susan Brooks, a mom, a former U.S. attorney, saw a devastating act about human trafficking, about abuse. She's continued to fight in that realm. But when we look at the facts and we look across not just our country but around the world of what took place, many times you think this doesn't happen maybe in America. But it was happening to our U.S. athletes. Should make sure that will never happen again. But when you look at the facts of what has transpired, just in the last year there's been 20.9 million people trafficked globally. 7,572 human trafficking cases reported in America in 2016. 4.5 million victims of forced sexual exploitation around the world. These are children. It's happening in almost every single district. This will be a bipartisan effort to be able to stop as we continue to move forward. This week, a series of bills, and we will begin to come back as the committee works. More bills coming in July. I yield back.
Like the Speaker said, my prayers and support go out to the people of the United Kingdom who were the victims of this cowardly attack. Once again, we've seen the evil face of terrorism, and it unites us all towards that common bond of fighting and continuing to remember just what they're trying to do to destroy our way of life, and the fact that they're not going to be successful in doing this because we will continue to fight back against them. This week we're taking strong action to stand up and fight against human trafficking. Whether people realize it or not, it's something that touches every community in our nation. We've seen just how prevalent it is, and we've got some important bills up. And, of course, you saw Susan Brooks and Jackie Jaworski talk about the steps that we're going to take to not only stand up for the victims of sexual assault and human trafficking, but also as Memorial Day approaches, we're standing up for our heroes, the veterans that have had so many struggles with the VA not being held accountable and not doing right by the very veterans that they are paid to serve. We're going to continue to give more options to our veterans, and the legislation that's moving forward this week is going to be one more step to help our veterans who gave so much for us. And finally, later today we expect the President's budget to be unveiled. And like any presidential budget, anybody can find something that they would support or that they would do differently. But I think one of the most encouraging things is that we've got a president now, Donald Trump, who's bringing forth a budget that actually focuses on getting our economy back on track, on growing the economy, and on ultimately getting back to a balanced federal budget. That's something we haven't seen for the last 8 years. Every single budget that Barack Obama would present to Congress, not one of those budgets got to balance, which showed not only his fiscal irresponsibility, the fact that he wasn't willing to force Washington to live within its means, but also that he was never focused on getting the economy back on track. And so we had sluggish growth. We had stagnant wages for working families all across the country. And finally, we're shifting over to a president, Donald Trump, who actually recognizes that Washington has to live within its means, and we have to create economic growth for families so that they can finally, once again, be a part of the American dream. So I look forward to working with the president as we move our budget forward and achieve that same balance of having a balanced federal budget and economic growth for working families across this country.
I'd like to join in expressing condolences to the people of Great Britain. It's a terrible tragedy, and there are forces at work in this world that seek to destroy us, destroy our happiness, destroy our way of life. And we stand with our allies in Great Britain, and we offer our prayers and we offer our support to them. You think about the most important function of the federal government is to protect the people. And as Susan Brooks highlighted, whether it is supporting those that are children here at home against human trafficking, against child abuse, or Jackie Walorski's work to support our veterans that go on the front lines to ensure that we have the freedoms every day that we enjoy as Americans. The Veterans Administration, their sole mission is to protect our veterans and to support our veterans. And for too many years, this is an agency that has lost sight of its mission. And I am proud of the work that we've done in the House and the 7 bills that will be voted on this week. I lift the victims and their families up in my prayers today. Our enemies cower in darkness, but our values, freedom, equality, and opportunity for all are seen in the light.
Questions? Mrs. Hunt.
Not quite.
Oh. All right, well, correct me then. How do I?
Some Republicans
Congratulations.
said that President Trump's budget is dead on arrival here in the Congress, makes many cuts to safety net programs. Are those your priorities, those safety net cuts, and is this budget dead on arrival?
I don't think I've served in Congress ever where somebody didn't say that about a president's budget. Look, this is how the rhetoric typically happens. Here's what I'm happy about. We finally have a president who's willing to actually even balance the budget. The last president never proposed, let alone tried to balance the budget. So we have a president that is giving us an actual balanced budget plan. It's a plan to boost economic growth. Clearly, Congress will take that budget and then work on our own budget, which is the case every single year. But at least we now have common objectives. Grow the economy, balance the budget. So we are now on that common ground, and we will have a great debate about the details on how to achieve those goals.
Given, I guess, with the abundance of caution, the healthcare bill hasn't been sent over to the Senate yet, and the Senate couldn't really get to work on a lot of specifics until the CBO score is released. What was the rationale for voting a couple weeks ago?
Well, first of all, we want to work on our schedule, not on a schedule of some other body like the CBO. Sometimes the CBO can take a long time, but the legislative schedule is important to us to make sure that we hit our benchmarks and our timelines. We've done that. We have every reason to believe we're going to hit our mark. It has to save $2 billion. The last score was $150 billion. The last amendment was an $8 billion amendment. So, again, we just want to have an abundance of caution to make sure CBO scores have been unpredictable in cases in the past. We don't think that that's going to be the case. But, again, we just want to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's exactly the right way so that when we send a bill over to the Senate, it is not, as we say, fatal.
Last question.
I can do one. It's just 3. Yeah.
As Speaker, you're privy to some of the top intelligence and your brief.
And I'm not going to give you any of it right now.
I just wanted to see how concerned are you that something like Manchester could happen in Madison anymore?
Yeah, I won't go into the screening procedures of events like this. I went to all my concerts growing up at the Coliseum in Madison, just like our kids do that now. I can't get the picture of this 8-year-old girl out of my head right now that we saw this morning, who was the last, the 23rd, I think, victim. This is heinous, and we all have to be in solidarity with our friends in England, and it just shows how we have to be ever vigilant ourselves with Homeland Security to make sure something like this can't happen again, and to do everything we can to prevent that from happening. But again, this is why I'm pleased the president's overseas working on going on offense against ISIS. Let's fight them over there instead of here, and that's why we need to have a comprehensive strategy to go on offense against ISIS. And I think the president is doing a great job of getting our Sunni Arab allies in the Gulf to help us do just that. One more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The president's budget is able to reach balance due to some economic predictions for revenue growth that some people are saying are wildly over-optimistic. Are you confident that those projections are realistic?
I haven't seen the details yet. He hasn't. I don't want to get ahead of Mulvaney. I think he hasn't actually unveiled it yet. It's probably in an hour or two. So I haven't seen all the details. But I would say this. Clearly, getting to regulatory reform and tax reform will help us grow this economy. We never hit 3% growth in the last presidency at all since this recession. So if we can get to faster economic growth, that's going to help so many of our problems. The problem for us as Americans is we have embraced slow growth strategies over the last 8 years, and now we have an administration and a Congress committed to pro-growth strategies that will get this economy growing again. Whether or not we hit those numbers or not, I don't know the answer to that because I haven't seen all of those numbers. But I would expect that OMB will put their projections of what they think the economy will reach inside their budget, because that's the whole purpose of budgeting. That's the whole purpose of having pro-growth tax reform, pro-growth regulatory reform, and all the rest. Thank you very much.
Sam. We're gym buddies, so we can talk like that to each other.
What does he call you?
I don't know. Well, let me tell you, he looks a lot better in the gym than I do, let me tell you. And he lifts a lot more weights and does a lot more exercise. Okay, everyone here, I'm delighted to be joined by my colleagues, Bernie Sanders, who's the ranking member on our Budget Committee, and Debbie Stabenow and Jeff Merkley, who are members of the committee. Now, let me say this. Simply put, the Trump budget takes a sledgehammer to the middle class and working Americans, lavishes tax breaks on the very wealthy, and imagines all of the deficit problems away with fantasy math. This budget exists somewhere over the rainbow, where the dreams of Mick Mulvaney, Paul Ryan, and the Koch brothers really do come true. Of course, those dreams are a nightmare for working families in America. If you'd ever want to see a budget that reveals what an administration is all about, this is it. It's just brutal. To the very people Donald Trump campaigned with and who voted for him. And it gives huge rewards to the wealthiest people in America. God bless them, but they're doing just fine. And every place you look in this budget, there are new awful surprises. And they're going to continue to surprise us for the next while. It is no wonder that Mitch McConnell did not embrace the budget. In fact, he distanced himself from it. I think most Republicans will do that too, which shows you how out of touch Donald Trump is with America and how far away he is from where he campaigned, how far away he is from helping Americans, how he is breaking promise after promise after promise to the working Americans. The budget cuts transportation funding, education funding. It makes it harder for students to repay their student loan debt. Cuts an $800 billion, an additional $600 billion in Medicaid, in addition to the over $800 billion the House health care bill cut. And Medicaid, make no mistake about it, it helps the poor, and that's a good thing, but it has become a middle-class program. 60% of the people in nursing homes, Medicaid is what helps them pay for it. And so this is going to affect many average Americans. You're a family, a couple, 45 years old, you have you're a couple, you're each 45, you have 3 kids, you're saving for college, you're struggling to pay the bills, but at least you know that Dad, who's ill, is in a nursing home. After this bill passes, the choice is going to be pay thousands of dollars more a month out of your own pocket or take Dad home, and there may be no room for him. It's just everywhere you look. Senator Cornyn stated the budget's a proposal of the president's priorities. If we could assemble every American in a football stadium and just tell them what this budget is about, Trump's numbers would go down to about 5%. And that's why our Republicans are running away from it. So, and one more thing. On the campaign trail, presidential candidate Trump said he's not going to cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. Well, so far, 2 out of those 3 are now being cut. Social Security disability, which so many people need, and make no mistake about it, if they get away, if the hard right gets away with cutting Social Security disability, they'll be after Social Security old age benefits next. And of course, they clobber Medicaid. The irony of the Trump budget is that it hurts many of the people who supported him most in the campaign. That's the great irony of the budget. When you add it all up, the Trump budget is a comic book villain bad budget. And just like comic books, it relies on fantasy to make the numbers work. There's only one bit of optimism here. Our Republican colleagues dislike this budget almost as much as we do. And so if the likelihood is what happened with the 2017 budget will happen here. Democrats and Republicans will tell President Trump and his minions to stay at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Let us work out a budget together that will make America a better place. Bernie Sanders.
Thanks, Chuck. Let me concur with what Chuck just said. But let me add this. What this budget amounts to is an unprecedented transfer of wealth in the United States from the middle class and working families to the very, very wealthiest people in this country. Listen to this. By repealing the estate tax, the Walton family, worth $130 billion, will get up to a $53 billion tax break at the same time as this budget will drive children off of the Children's Health Insurance Program, deny millions of people the health care they desperately need, make it harder for working-class kids to go to college, slash environmental protections. So what we are seeing is unprecedented tax breaks for the people who don't need it and devastating cuts for programs that the middle class, working families, and lower income people do need. This is a budget that is bad economics. It is immoral. It is a budget that the American people will reject, and it is a budget that must not see the light of day in Congress.
Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you. First, let me underscore what my colleagues have said so far. This is a budget for the wealthiest Americans, puts more money in their pocket, and turns its back on everybody trying to stay in the middle class or trying to get into the middle class. It's really quite shocking when you look at the priorities that are revealed. And I want to specifically talk about small towns in rural America where I grew up in northern Michigan. Farmers and families in every small town will be hurt by this budget. 21% across the board cut in the Department of Agriculture, plus another $231 billion in rural opportunities and jobs, all across Michigan, all across the country. Can you imagine zeroing out funding for rural and water sewer projects in small towns? Zeroing out help for small businesses to get started or expand and create new businesses. Small airports. Many parts of the country, it's very difficult to be able to connect for medical care or for jobs. And they, again, attack small airports and police and fire services and hospitals that we've talked so much about. My mother was director of nursing at a small town hospital in Clare, and under these Medicaid cuts, which, by the way, phase in over 10 years to about a 50% cut in Medicaid, hospitals like where my mom was a nurse will close. Doctors will go away, and oftentimes this is the largest employer, and those jobs will be gone as well. Telehealth or housing or the 25% cut in food assistance, where this disproportionately goes to small towns and poverty and rural communities around America. And on top of that, we're at a time for agriculture where prices are down and many family farmers are just trying to hold on. What I hear all the time from people around Michigan is they want their small town to be a place where their children will come back after going to college, to come back and be part of the community. If you got the quality of life and the jobs and you don't support technology like broadband so that you can live and grow and have a business in small towns, we won't have small towns. And it's shocking to see how Donald Trump has turned his back on them.
Jeff Merkley.
This is not an America First budget. This is a billionaire's first budget. And it's a rural America last budget. Rural development, cut 30%. Rural business services, wiped out. Rural renting.
All right, everybody, you're taking a live look here at the White House. You're part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Coming up next year, Mary Kay, she'll be with you for the final 2 hours of the show. She's going to take you all the way to midnight. Eastern, that is. Eastern.
Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'll be taking you guys into the next few hours of the show here. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. We're going to take you to an event from the Department of Defense where officials there briefed the media on the budget for this year, as well as their plans to defeat ISIS. Again, this event coming from the Department of Defense. Let's hear what they have to say.
Today we are grateful to have with us Mr. John Roth, performing the duties of the Undersecretary of Defense for Comptroller, and Lieutenant General Anthony Irrari, Joint Staff Director for Force Structure, Resources, and Assessment. This briefing will be 40 minutes in duration and on the record. We'll start off with a few opening comments, both gentlemen, and then we'll open the floor to questions. So with that, Mr. Officer, over to you.
Thank you, Eric. And good morning or good afternoon almost here. Good to see you all. I'm not going to do a dramatic reading of the book, I promise you. It's just there for reference in case I have to go to it. So we will walk through our presentation of the budget here, and between General Iriarty and myself here, we'll try to answer your questions as best we can. So again, as you know, today President Trump sent to Congress his proposed FY 2018 budget request. What we will do here this afternoon is outline the request for the Defense Department. And so go to the first slide, please. And so the message is really on the first slide is the intent is that FY18 budget request be the next step in rebuilding the U.S. Armed Forces. And Secretary Mattis, from virtually the first day that he was in the building, had talked in terms of a three-step process here initially on how to get there in terms of getting ready, getting balanced, and getting bigger and more lethal. And so our request in fiscal year 2017 for the additional resources and finally culminating in the FY17 Appropriations Act was intended to address near-term readiness. And so with the additional resources we did in fact get in the FY 2017 budget, we are in the process of implementing that as we speak. With this FY 2018 budget request, we will build on the readiness improvements that we'll make here for the remainder of this fiscal year and add resources in order to balance the force. And we will walk through a little bit of some of the examples where we're going to do that. Ultimately, that's not the end of the journey. Our goal is that in fiscal year 2019 will be to sustain the gains that hopefully we will be able to make in fiscal year 2017 and 2018. And by that time, informed by the new defense strategy, we will build further to achieve a bigger, more lethal, and ready force. Next slide, please. So the numbers. The base budget request is $574.5 billion. The overseas contingency operation budget $64.6 billion for a total of $639.1 billion. This base budget request is $52 billion above the Defense Department's share of the FY 2018 defense budget cap in the current law, the Budget and Control Act. It is absolutely essential for us in order to achieve the goals and in order to meet the strategy. We must increase the defense budget cap. We have to reverse defense sequestration in order to adequately protect U.S. national security. Since enactment of the Budget and Control Act in 2011, the world has become a more dangerous place with rising terrorism and more aggressive potential adversaries. Under the Budget and Control Act, the military has, during that same period of time, become smaller, readiness has eroded, and modernization has been deferred. That's not a good place to be. So this budget begins to balance the defense program and establishes a foundation for rebuilding the U.S. military into that more capable, lethal, and ready force. Next slide, please. So here are some of the major themes in terms from a budget perspective that inform the building of this budget. Again, as I continue to emphasize, improving warfighter readiness has been priority one for Secretary Mattis since he walked in the door. What does improving warfighter readiness mean? What will it result in? More aircraft in the air, more ships at sea, more troops in the field, and more munitions on hand in order to rebuild the current force. This budget also addresses the evolving national security challenges. First and foremost, we need to retain our counterterrorism and counterinsurgency competencies. We want to seek to preserve our competitive advantage versus our major adversaries, and we look to sustain our capability development for new warfighter concepts. A number of recapitalization areas. One of the highest priorities is to recapitalize and modernize the nuclear enterprise across the entire nuclear triad. We prioritize key investments in cyber and space capabilities. We continue to focus on innovation as a way to maintain our technological advantage, and we seek to sustain the finest fighting force in the world. Sensitive to the fact that we're asking for an awful lot of money from the American taxpayer, we look to continue to identify and pursue reforms to improve efficiencies and achieve cost savings. So those are the major themes in the budget. So, like any good budgeteer, I have a couple of graphs that will make your eyes glass over here for the next two slides. What this slide is essentially a picture of the defense budget since 9/11. The blue is the base budget, and the gray is the overseas contingency operation budget. I draw your attention, the most important thing in this slide are the last two bars on the right, particularly the one on the, for fiscal year 17 and 18. Again, there's the numbers I just alluded to, the $574 billion, and you can see in addition to being above the budget cap, it's also a significant increase over the enacted FY17 level there, which is $523 billion. You'll see on the top there in the gray, the overseas contingency operation budget. That is a distorted picture, and so I caution you. I think as many of you are aware that as the FY17 Appropriations Act was finalized, the congressional committees put all the additional resources we requested for particularly the readiness improvements, they put it all in the overseas contingency operation budget. And so that FY17 number is distorted. And so that makes your comparisons from 17 to 18 a little difficult. That also offers me an opportunity to, in a sense, apologize for what's going to be a difficult comparison between any of the FY17 numbers and the FY18 numbers. And it has to do with sort of the tyranny, what was happening in the calendar, and when we had to lock this FY18 budget, and the fact that the FY17 appropriations process had not concluded yet. And so as in late April, early May, as we were wrapping up this budget, we didn't have the final FY17 appropriations. So depending on which book you have, we're providing to you today, for example, an overview book and a weapons book and the like. The numbers you see there for the FY17 column are the FY17 budget request number. They're not the enacted numbers. And that's because we didn't have those numbers available to us as we put those books to bed. If you look at the Office of Management and Budgets documentation, all the books that they have, virtually all their FY17 numbers are essentially a mathematical calculation of a year-long continuing resolution. And so it's a mathematical number that doesn't have any particular programmatic basis. And so that distorts all the comparisons between 17 and 18. And as we go forward here selectively, where hopefully we'd made some sense, for example, on this graph, I did pick up the enacted numbers. But be aware that we've been playing catch-up since we locked this budget in terms of trying to catch up to when the actual FY17 budget was enacted, and we were making our final decisions here on FY18. So it's unfortunately just the nature of the timing as we put these two processes through their paces. Next slide, just basically a bit of an expansion on the previous slide to show you the plus $52 billion. So you see it there on the right, that the calculated Budget and Control Act DOD cap for FY18 would be around $522 billion. Our request is $52 billion above that. Some of you may have seen numbers in the press in terms of plus $54 billion. That is the whole defense function, which includes the Department of Energy portion of the budget as well. So that is also in, particularly in the OMB material, you'll see the plus 54. So